Yesterday, I shared with you a confession that I had this week about shopping for clothes and getting dressed all the way from top to bottom. Today, though, I want to share with you a different confession. If you heard my show this past summer with Amber de la Garza, who is my productivity coach, you heard me tell you about the journey that I've been on about understanding that I need to ask for help. And I need to understand that even though I consider myself a capable, driven, successful person, that sometimes you have to shift your mindset. You have to wrap your brain around that you don't have to do it all on your own. And so this past year has been a lot about that and understanding that in order to grow my business and to be involved with more things like this and bring more exciting events and initiatives to our industry and to you, that I had to understand that there are people that have superpowers that are completely different than mine. And you've listened to me, you've been with me on this journey probably for 5 years. I thought I knew that. I thought that I was the first person in the room to say, hey, somebody does that better than me. Let me just ask them to help me do it. But what I realized in working this last year, in particular with Amber and Eileen, is that I did do that on a lot of things, but I was always holding on to the really big, important things, thinking, no, I got to get this covered by myself. I've got to rely on this by myself. And I want to encourage you to have that conversation with yourself. We had tons of great content yesterday, and I'm so grateful for all of the messages that you guys have been sharing on social media and with me directly from yesterday until 2 seconds ago coming on here to stage to see you. I'm thrilled that you are relating to and the information is resonating with you, but you gotta take it a step further. And of course, I've said to you for 5 years to take it the step further of taking it to action, right? But I want to share this really big lesson that I've learned is in order to take action, you really have to look yourself in the mirror and say, am I the best person to do this? Do I know how to do this even? And if you don't know how to do it, you have to get the help. So it reminds me of the conversation yesterday with Kim or Liddy and Lisa Gilmore. You know, it's like Lisa had a business. She was doing $800,000, $900,000 a year in gross revenue. It wasn't a small firm. But she really finally looked in the mirror and said, you know, I don't really know how to do this, and I haven't reached out yet to ask the people to help me. And when she did, it wasn't easy, and she said it took her 3 months. Remember? It took her 3 months to really get in the groove and learn the lessons that she could then be in a space where she owned her finances. And so I just was thinking last night and reading all of your messages and how excited that you all are and understanding that so many of us attend events like this, we get that spark, but then maybe we get back into our rut and we start to not only get back to complacency, but we really start to forget that it's okay to need help. That in fact, how could we even think we could do it all? So I know that so many of you, we're entrepreneurs, right? So as an entrepreneur, by definition, we've got this in us. We can do it. I'll make it happen. But we do in order to reach the levels that we all are really trying to reach. And that doesn't mean, when I talk to you about reaching a level, it's not always a financial level. It's not always a level of making your company bigger. Sometimes that level is just being at the level you are, but feeling great at that level, feeling like you're organized, feeling like your team, whether it's your team of yourself or a team of big hums. So don't confuse getting better and being better with getting bigger. So for some of us, like we met yesterday, Christine Lynn, who wants to be an AD 100 Pro, and Malky Berger, who wants to be an AD 100, right? So that's a big, bodacious goal, and I love it. And I know those two ladies are going to reach it, and we're going to be at a LuAnn Live, and I'm going to bring them up, and we're going to congratulate them, right? That's a promise, right? But the thing is, it's whatever you want it to be. But my big aha and my big confession is that I've spent a lifetime feeling like I always look inside and always just dig it out of me and get it done. And when it really came to it in this past year, with the help of both Eileen Hahn and Amber de la Garza, I learned that I was blocking my own growth. And by blocking my own growth, I could have potentially blocked this from happening, right? Because there are so many parts of this event that I have absolutely no superpower about. How many times have I told you guys on the show that when you guys go into like Home Goods, you can see that shelf filled of tchotchkes, and you can pick out that one item, and whether it says $2 on it or $28 on it, you know that when you take that out of that store and you put it into the context of the amazing design that you've done, no one would ever suspect that it wasn't a highly expensive, valued item, right? I don't have that superpower. I go into Home Goods, I see the shelf, and I just see tchotchkes. I don't see the diamond in the rough. And here's the funny thing, and I've said this to you, if I were in a high-end store and everything had a $1,000 price tag on it, I would think everything was beautiful and valuable and it was worth buying. But because I know that the price tags are low, I value it low, and therefore I can't find the diamond in the rough. So the thing is that that's your superpower of doing that. I have superpowers, but there are so many things related to my business that if I insisted on being the one to do all the time, I couldn't grow it. I couldn't do something like this. I have to rely on Nicole Heimer. I mean, my goodness, the woman, you ask her this or this and she knows, Lou, this is your brand, this is the way to do it, okay? And I have to trust in her for that. Diana, Lisa, Kimberly, it's all of the people. It's Perlow Productions. It's how many times they said to me, do you want it like this? You want it like this? And I finally learned to say, it's your expertise. You tell me, okay? So I want you to think about this. I want you to think about, what did you learn yesterday? What inspired you yesterday? Do you need to reach out to somebody? Do you need to ask for help? Okay? And sometimes that help is just sticking with the podcast. Sometimes at whatever level of business you're at, maybe you can't make a financial investment. It's not about money, but it's about understanding. There's tons of help out there. It's about the aha of what might be something that's in you as an entrepreneur that says, I should be able to do this. I should know how to do this. I'll figure it out. And I'm just saying, this is my big confession, my big aha, that it's a lifetime of digging it out and figuring it out. And now the next lifetime is going to be just looking at people and saying, hey, that's your lane. That's your zone of genius. Come and teach it to me. Okay? Come and do it for me. Let me hire you to do that because you'll do it better than me. So I want you to think about that. All right? So that was my big, aha over this last year. And then when we go further into it, okay, yesterday's sessions were the tip of the iceberg. We're going to continue today, another, full day, okay, like full day. Somebody who put on the post today, was it Nicole Kohler? I don't know. Somebody put on a post today, long day ahead, right? And had the coffee ready. And so I'm so glad that you both understand that it is a long day, but that it's worth being here for, okay? But think about as you go through the day. And this is why I do the aha moments, because you've got to hammer it in your head. You've got to really take that moment right when it's happening to commit to yourself, to clarify for yourself, what is it that I took away from today that hit me between the eyes, right? I mean, honestly, I talked to you about the autopsy of a project. We're already autopsying it. This is amazing. I am so thrilled with every person that's involved with this thing, but I know that we can always do something just a tiny bit better, a little bit smoother, a little bit easier like this. And so I've already said, every single person that's on my team, you are doing your job while you're here today, but you're taking notes for the changes. How are we going to do it better next time? And next week, we're going to have the autopsy meeting, right? So do these things. I know that you hear it on the show all the time. This is the perfect opportunity for you to get so much information at one time, but then to look at yourself and take that moment, do the autopsy of the show. Take the moment with yourself. Schedule an hour now for Friday or 2 hours or for Sunday or something. I don't care. Do it for Friday night. Pour yourself a glass of wine and just reflect. And then go and say, what are the things that I've learned that have really dramatically changed somebody else's business for the better? And can I do them myself? Or do I need to hire and get more information? Do I need to hire a consultant? Do I need to buy a book on it? Do I need to take a course on it? Because just coming and having the fun and being inspired, that's a good thing, but it's not the whole thing. It's not the whole thing. You have to take it all the way and do the whole thing, all right? So, and then of course, I can't leave you without, I didn't tell you yesterday, I didn't go through it, but there was so much talk about knowing who you are and what you do and who you do it for that was woven through all of the lessons, right? So Eileen Hahn talked about it in hiring people, really getting clear on your mission, vision, values, right? Darla and Justin talked about how you have to know who you are first so that you can figure out how you're going to come out to social media, okay? It's a theme that happens all and over again. And if you read my first book, it's the first chapter. Okay? If you remember when my husband was on the show years ago in the very first season, I said to him, Vin, if I said to you now, give your best advice for a new entrepreneur starting out, what would you say? And I promise you, I didn't tell him I was going to ask him that question. I had no idea what he was going to say. Go back and listen to it. He said, Lou, I would tell any new business owner that the first thing that they have to do is they have to figure out their mission. They have to figure out why they're in business and what their business does and who it helps and who it serves, okay? So you hear it over and over because it is the first step, not because it's this fun thing to say. It is truly the first thing that you want to do as a business owner, is figure out what you do, who you do it for, how you do it, then connect it to your vision of your business, right? Then connect it to your core values, then connect it to your brand. So that's the order: mission, vision, values, core, brand, that way. Now, everything you do lines up with that. Every decision you make, you're just like, does it hit all of these 4 points? No, it doesn't. No, don't do it. It makes doing business every day so much easier. You don't get down rabbit holes, okay? And then once you have done that, the second thing I always tell you to do is you need a system. You need a system for your system, for your system, for your system, okay? T, the makeup artist and hairstylist that came here today, she has 62 pounds of equipment that she brings into my hotel room in order to do my hair and makeup. I'm like, whoa. But you know what? This lady has a system. The things go out in a certain place. I noticed yesterday she set them up in the exact same place as she set them up today, because she's a pro. She knows what she's doing. She knows the order she's going to do it in. She's got to come in. She's got to get it done. She's never seen me before. She doesn't know what I look like. She has to do her best. That's how you run a business. It's the same with you guys, whether you're a window treatment professional, whether you're a landscape architect, whether you're an architect, whether you're a website developer, whether you're an interior designer. You come in, you present your system every single time the same exact way, because that's how you deliver a client experience that is exceptional. And I want that for you. And so, as we go through the different panels, think about it. Your system isn't just the system for running the project. The system is your system for leading your team. The system is your system for executing your marketing. The system is for how you pay attention to your financials. Your system is for how you close a project. It's Everything has to have a system. I'll tell you too, it's also completely apparent with Perlow Productions. Like, these guys are locked down. It's do this at this time, do this at this time, we're gonna do this, It's unbelievable the precision that they're running this production. And I think it shows. Do you think it shows? I think it shows. I'm thrilled and excited. And by the messages you've given me, I'm pretty sure you think it shows. That's an excellent client experience. I know you want that for your business too, but you can't just do part of it. You've got to literally take every part of it, slice it and dice it. It's not easy. I don't tell you it's easy. In fact, I'm warning you, it's hard as heck. It's brain-shattering hard, okay? But it can be done if you face what has to be done, get the information on how to do it, ask for the help of people to do it, hire the consultants and the experts that know more than you do so you don't invent the wheel in creating that system, and then you schedule the time to do it, and then you commit to doing it, okay? You heard Peggy Morgan's yesterday. She spent 1 year. She's been in business 19 years. In 1 year, she systemized her business. Now, somebody might say, it took you a whole year to do that? But what I know, when you go to systemize a business that you've run for 19 years that you have not systemized before that, 1 year is lightning speed. Because guess what? You're still running the business, right? You're still doing all the things. And so what happens is, so often, you'll come to an event like this, you'll get fired up, and you'll say, I'm gonna do it. And then you'll put time aside next Monday, next Tuesday, and then the next week, maybe you cut that time. By the third week, you'll turn around and you'll say, oh, I gotta take a client meeting, and it's a distant memory in a month from now. It's a distant memory. It takes really committing to it, but you can commit to it. Okay? And I want you to think about the fact that what I say to when I work with you individually, when I work with you on this podcast is the year is gonna pass. The year is gonna pass anyway. We're gonna get to, it's like Darla said yesterday, right? She's like, you feel funny about doing video for social, you feel funny about putting your face out there, but if you get a client, you're gonna show up, right? Like you're gonna still get there. They're gonna see your face. They're gonna see who you are, right? So it's, who are we kidding, right? And Rachel, if you were there for the aha moments, Rachel Moriarty, she said, don't apologize. She said, don't apologize. You know, and what I'm saying is, I agree, don't apologize, but don't not do something then. Pick it up. Don't just not apologize, but then show up and do it, right? You're gonna hear Sarah Brennan this morning. She's gonna tell you showing up isn't enough, and you're gonna learn that. And the thing is, you can do it. So as this day goes by, as we continue hearing from all these amazing people, I want you to look for the places that hurt a little bit in your gut, right? Where you just go, that hits a little too close. Like, I know I do that. I know I do that. Oh, I want you, when you have that moment, I want you to write down in your notebook the thing that just hurt you right there. That aha, that thing just went through your mind, and I want you to make a big, huge square around that sentence. Make it in green. You got a green pen? Get a green pen. Make a big green box around that. Okay, and put stars on it all over, okay? Because that's the first thing I want you to tackle when this event is done. The thing that seems the hardest, the thing that seems the most painful, the thing that creates the most vulnerability in you, okay? Because here's what'll happen. If you do that thing first, it's downhill. It's downhill. The rest of the notebook that you've been taking lessons on is downhill. You are just gonna rip through them. But if you are doing little bitty things that are easy to do, oh, I could change that, I could do this, you're gonna have that big thing at the back of your head. And you're gonna, little by little, you're gonna put off getting to the end of your list because you know that big thing is coming. And so you're sort of like, well, as soon as I'm still doing all these things, you know, it's taken me a long time, so I don't have to get to that one. Do yourself a favor. Do the hard thing first. My God, how many times will I quote Lee Cockrell? I mean, how many times? I will probably quote him 5 million more times in my lifetime, but I love it. When you only do the easy things, everything else gets harder. When you do the hard things, everything else gets easier. Okay? I mean, I live by this. I lived by this before I met Lee. And by the way, to the back of what I started with, that's part of what was my Achilles heel. Because I'm like, I can do the hard things. I'm going to do the hard things. That's it. I'm going to do the hard things because everything else will get easier, right? But so here's the thing. I'm like, kind of like, do this, don't do that, right? It's like, have a gut check with yourself. Are you avoiding the hard thing because you won't face it? Or are you avoiding the hard thing because you're not seeing that it's above your skill set to do and that you need help from the people in your life? So there's a difference there, right? When you avoid the hard thing because you got your head in the sand, that's all good. When you're avoiding the hard thing because you don't know how to do it, that's okay. Just ask. Just ask for help. Reach out and get somebody to help you, okay? So my job in this world is to put all of that help in front of you. That's what I feel like. I love doing it. I love connecting you with the rock stars in and out of our industry so that you can make a difference in your business, okay? I feel like that's like I wanted this set a lot to feel like the Tonight Show, all right? I mean, I'm a huge Tonight Show fan back from Johnny Carson days, right? And I just feel like I'm Johnny Carson connecting you with the best comedians, the best movies, all the cool things that you want to know about. So I feel like that. I feel like I want to connect you with the best consultants, the best books, the best courses, the best, networking, the best colleagues and friends in the industry so that you can grow your business. All right? So, are you ready to do this with me today? Because I'm ready to go. I am fired up. I am jazzed up. My, mindset problem is in my rear view mirror, understanding that it's okay to ask for help. And I love asking for help now because it just makes it so much better. So let's go. Let's get this day rolling. I'm going to meet you over at the Zoom rooms where we can have a little chit chat and get some conversation going before we get started on our first panel today. All right? Thank you so much. Here we are. Are you ready? Please, I am so psyched for this day. I love to see you screaming, yelling, shouting. Are you ready? Are you ready? Come on, a little energy, everybody. I can't be the only one in the room with some energy. There you are. Look at this. Yes, you can. I love it. You guys are awesome. Woo! Are you ready to kick this day? Let's kick this day in the booty. I'm ready to kick it in the booty. Let's do it. Who wants to talk to me this morning? I'd love to have a little chit chat. Working 9 to wine. Yeah, I got a thing. It says, I mean, it's what's that meme? It says, you know, it's it's a coffee cup running to a wine glass, and then it says under it, "Yep, every day." Right, every day. Right. All right. Who wants to talk to me? I got hands. Nisha wants to talk, and then we got Renee wants to talk. Yeah. Here we go. Are you? Oh, here we go. We can't. We have to start the day off. Please unmute.
There we go. I'm here.
All right, Nisha. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. You look fabulous, and I'm drinking your coffee. The
Woo!
smart lady hashtag.
Yay!
And I have to say, my husband's saying, "Is that a green lady is going to be again there?" I'm like, yes, the green lady is going to be there. So I got your book right here.
The green
on
lady.
the back.
That's awesome.
I know, but I had amazing time yesterday. It's been firing. I wish I had a cocktails with you guys or drink or something. So I had it with my husband. But anyway, I'm really ready for it, and bring it on. Bring it on, everything.
Awesome. If you were with us last year, my peeps that were with us last year, Natasha, Wendy, everybody, you know that last year we had a couple of cocktails when it was done. All right, Renee wanted to say hello and something this morning. I don't know what, there's that Bella girl again. Let's see, here's Renee over here. Renee is from the Fabric Shield. Yay. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good morning. I have my cup too.
Yay.
Yep. So I am just like fired up. I'm missing seeing everybody in person. It's kind of like a High Point reunion on screen. So we're all messaging each other and there's lots of love. So just really supporting each other, and it's been great. So, and we had a moment in High Point, and there was some like sheets involved. I don't know if you remember that, stopping at that
quick check type of thing or whatever.
Yeah. Natasha, she just sent me a little text.
Yeah, that's right.
Up. I can't wait for Sarah and the other panelists, and ready to go, ready to learn.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
Filled out like Natasha.
Yes, Tasha, killing it with the script there on how to do it, right? Love it. All righty. Who else wants to say hello? Lauren White over here wants to say hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You look like a snack this morning. You look so cute.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I'm so excited about today, because yesterday by 12:30 I had tears in my eyes. I feel like I've been in a maze. And this event has given me the direction to go. So I'm so looking forward to today.
Oh, sweetie, thank you. I'm so glad that it's hitting you that way. That's exactly what I want. Take that emotion and make a change, okay?
Yeah, I certainly will.
Good for you, Laura. Good for you. Nancy Ganskaufer wanted to say hello. Here she is, over here. Hi, Nance.
Hey, everybody. Oh, my God, LuAnn, this is unbelievable. You've pulled out all the stops. I just had to tell, I was going to Voxer you last night. I was like, no, she's tired. She needs to rest. But amazing. Everyone is sharing such incredible information. And I had to just repeat something you said this morning, how powerful it was. I wrote it down for myself. Mission, vision, values, and brand.
Yep.
So powerful. If anyone didn't write that down, go grab it from the chat. Somebody wrote it. So hi, everyone. People are saying hi to me in the chat. Incredible sharing, incredible knowledge. I can't even imagine how people are going to feel at the end of this when they sort their list of what to do first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Amazing job.
Yeah, thank you. That's high praise coming from you, lady. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Incredible. So keep on going. I'll be in and out all day today, and I'll be doing the lunch and learn thing with my group. So appreciate being part of this. Miss the hugs and kisses from last year, though. Oh, and the drinks and the fun and the music. But this is pulling out all the stops. So
thank you.
Good, amazing job. Thank you for doing this.
I'm thrilled. It took a village, and like I said, I had to let the reins go. Let people who know better than me do things. You know me, I'm like the person who has the idea, and I'm just like, blah, 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 and then I just leave you in my dust. I'm like, okay, figure out how to make it work. How do we do that? So awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. We have, I saw a bunch of hands a moment ago, and now where did you guys go? La. Okay, Virginia, we have good, here we go. We have Virginia, Julie, Wendy over here. Hi, Virginia.
Hi, LuAnn and everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know I've got on a very old sweatshirt dress that I made years ago, but I thought, you know what? I know it's old, but I'm going to wear it in honor of LuAnn's green.
Thank you.
So
somebody has to wear it for me. I feel like an idiot out here without my green.
No, you're not an idiot, but I am enjoying this so much, and my head is spinning. I wanted to contact you last night, but I knew you were burnt out and tired. But thank you.
You're welcome, Virginia. I'm so glad you're with us today. And I got news for you guys. I won't hit the tire till Friday. I'm just telling you. Until then, I'm just straight to the finish line. Okay. All right. We had here, Lisa. This row right here is looking to talk to us. Hi, Lisa. Here we go.
I was so ready to talk and I forgot to unmute. So I just have to say thank you so much for everything that you're doing. This is just amazing. I'm so excited to be here. I actually originally only did the general admission. And then last night I emailed your crew in like a frenzy, kicking myself because I was not interactive with it. And so they were so gracious enough to let me upgrade my my day today. So I'm just super excited to be here, and that's all I have so far.
I'm glad you did. I kept trying to tell everybody, you're not going to want to miss this part. This is the fun part. So I'm glad you did. And of course, we would never want anybody not to be a part of it if you want to be a part of it. So, you know, that's another thing. I'm like, Nicole, can we do this? And she's like, I'll figure it out, Lou. So Diana, Lisa, Nicole, they all figured it out.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Glad you're here. All right. So we had Wendy Cohen and a Julie wanted to talk here. Where did they go? And Bianca wants to talk. Here we go. Who do we have here? This is Julie, right? Hi, Julie.
Hi. So excited to be here. And I have to say, oh, my dog wants to join in. I have to say, so my team and I, we got an Airbnb so that we could truly get away from everything. So we were up so late last night going ahead and like applying things and getting action plan. I don't think we've slept at all, but it was fabulous yesterday. Lots of great takeaways. Love the energy because I believed you could do anything, LuAnn, that you wanted to, but I still was skeptical about like how engaging can it be when it's virtual based on the past year of virtual everything. Yeah. And it's been fabulous. So we feel like we're there with you. Wish we had the drinks and cocktails too, but it's been great. Thank you so much.
You know what? And I commend you for gathering your team together so that you can do that debrief, that autopsy every night while it's fresh in your mind and really put down the things that you guys want to work on, right? So good for you, Julie. So smart.
It was great. Thank you.
Awesome. All righty. So here we have Wendy Cohen, Sonia, Ingrid. Who's going?
Here we go.
Wendy, this is Wendy Cohen. She is the founder of Powerhouse Smart Luxury. If you remember last year, I keynoted at her conference, and I'm going to tell you guys, I know you wanted to talk, but I'm going to talk. So I'm going to tell you guys that I was super impressed with this conference. Now, we go to conferences all the time. Okay. And I don't say that lightly. Here's what I loved about Wendy's conference. Different than our industry conferences, different than my conference. Wendy has in the same room, architects, builders, property developers, landscape architects, interior designers, all in the same room. And then it is amazing that forget if you can make a connection with a builder in Chicago that's there. I don't care if you can't make a connection. I don't care if you're in Alabama and you say, well, what's the point of meeting a builder in Chicago? I'll tell you what the point is. You can ask a builder in Chicago any inside story, inside information you want, because she doesn't have to feel like, well, I don't really want to work with you. It's an amazing event. So now, and I'm going again this year. I'm going to be leading 2 panel discussions, right? I got Brad and Jenny and Kat Anderson. Is that it? Brad, Jenny, Kat Anderson. And then the other panel is Tracy.
You have 5.
Oh,
I'm
and
asking
Jess.
to unmute.
And Jessica Madison. And we're going to talk about the relationship. Don't mind me co-oping your whole time here. We're going to talk about the whole relationship between the builder, the designer, the landscape architect, okay? And then you guys remember the conversation with Darryl Long where he said Pinterest is killing imagination? So we're going to have Darryl Long, Layden Lewis, who's an amazing interior designer in New York that I was privileged to work with way back 25 years ago. And now is also still has his own firm and is a teacher at FIT, and Tracy Connell. And we're gonna have that conversation about Pinterest is killing the imagination. Okay, I think I'm ready to let you speak now. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, am I unmuted? How do I get?
No, you're unmuted. You're unmuted.
Oh, great. I don't hear myself. So hello, everybody. LuAnn. First of all, you look awesome, absolutely awesome. And you're right, our communities are so different, but your community, I love. This is a self-hug for all of you. Everything that you've been sharing and teaching is phenomenal. I cannot wait for you to once again blow away my Powerhouse Smart community. I'll put in the chat for everyone. And you know what, LuAnn, I want to give all of your people a discount code. I know you tell me not to do that, but I'm going to give a discount code to anyone who's on LuAnn Live to come to the conference on March 2nd and 3rd. It's virtual. I'll be live in Chicago from the Merchandise Mart, but everyone else will be virtual. But I'm going to be dressed up too, LuAnn.
Good. Good. And let's be clear. I did not tell you not to give my people a discount. I don't pick a bone with you.
No, you're teaching us not to do the coupon code.
Oh, I see. I was going to say, no, my people get breaks. My people get breaks. It's the rest of the world that we work hard for. They pay full boat. Come on.
Okay, so as soon as I'm done talking, I'm going to my people to get a discount code for just LuAnn Live.
Right.
I'd love to see you. You are going to blow away our audience. We have a great group, but your 2 panels are going to be killer.
Oh, yeah, they are. They're going to be great.
All right, and I've been listening all 2 days. I've been here.
Good. So we'll put you guys, I know, like, Wendy, I have asked anybody that wants to offer something to you guys. I've told you, it's going to be part of the resources. So you go to LuAnnNigara.com what do you do? LuAnnNigara.com/2021. And the special offers for just you guys for being here, and even the general admission people. So if you're listening live, live streaming general admission, it's for you also, okay? But anybody, and Deborah Damari, by the way, yesterday added to the resource page, and she's gonna be offering, I wanna say it was 50% off her vegandesign.org course, but don't quote me. Go to the resource page and find it. So yeah. No, I'm always working to get you guys breaks. You kidding me? Come on.
Of course. Thank you again, LuAnn.
All righty. Thanks, Wendy. All righty. So we have Leslie McCrae here. We haven't heard from Leslie.
There, am I unmuted?
No, you are good. I can hear you, Leslie.
Hi, I'm just having the most incredible time. I wanted to share my aha moment from this morning already.
Oh.
I'm a one-woman show, and I am reinventing myself after having had a business, losing my husband, and taking a few years off, and now I'm back. And one of the things that I really responded to this morning was being okay with where you are, that leveling up is about clarifying and taking one step at a time. We are going to get there.
That's right.
So I'm so excited to have that little aha moment.
Good for you. I'm so glad it hit you when you needed it.
Yes, thank you.
Good. Thank you. All right. Jennifer Collins wants to say hello.
I do?
Oh, you had your hand up. Did you not mean to have your hand up?
This is interesting, man. I can't get over it already this morning. Like Leslie said, I've got 2 pages of notes. So thank you so much. And this is what I realized yesterday was that sometimes you have to hear it. Like they tell you, you have to hear it. I don't know how many times from the right person before it actually hits. So thank you for this. This has been already worth its weight in gold. I appreciate it.
No. You know what? It's no different than marketing, right? Your potential consumer has to hear about you 5, 6, 7 times, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, there you are. I think I'll work with you. So we're the same with our lessons. And also, too, sometimes we don't hear the lesson when we're not ready for it, right? Sometimes, you know, it has to come and we're ready to receive it. So I'm glad. I'm glad that you're going and having your own aha moments. Yay. Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, we have about 3 minutes left before we're going to start the day off. Gloria is waving her hand crazy furiously. Hello, Gloria. How are you, honey?
Hi, guys. I just wanted to make sure that you could see me because at some point I changed my little emoji hand to kind of match me. So it kind of blends with the background. It's not like everybody else's. So I just, I have an idea. I don't know if everybody's going to jump in with it, but I thought maybe tomorrow we can all wear green because that would look really cool. And I'm very grateful to be here. I wanted to say thank you to Wendy Wolasha because she also gave me a little nudge. And that was very helpful in me making it today. And oh my God, this is a blessing. So nice to be among the best and the creme of the creme and learning a lot. Thank you, LuAnn, because
thank you, Gloria.
Really well put together.
Great. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. And thank you to Wendy for encouraging you to do it. So that's awesome. That is awesome. All righty. We have a couple of minutes left. Oh, there's Matthew. This is my son here, Matthew, going crazy in LA. Hello, love. How you doing, buddy? There he is. Hey, Matt, how are you? You're on mute. Yeah, you're on mute, bud. He's probably saying amazing good things. He's a good soul, this kid. Yeah, are you off mute yet? No, we can't hear you. All right, we'll have to try later. Try later because I can't hear you. Love you, Matt. All right. Oh, here, Edie. Who remembers Edie from last year at LuAnn Live? Edie is my friend who lives in Israel that flew in last year to be with us, and this year he can't do it.
Hi, Lou.
Hi, babe. How
Hi,
are
you guys
you?
are doing great. Such a fun event. I'm having a great time.
Edie is the one who introduced me to Carol Cox. The world goes round and round and round.
Hi, Carol.
Right?
But I didn't get dressed up. I just came to say hi. So.
Yeah, no, thank you for showing up. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Remember
no, I'm
Edie
enjoying every
was
minute.
running around in the green tracksuit with Kim and Christy, making everything happen.
Have a fun day.
Thanks, Edie. All right. We got Kat Anderson wants to say hello here. You're on mute, Kat.
Hi, LuAnn. Hi, everybody.
Hey, lady.
What an amazing conference. Everybody bringing the energy yesterday. Not only you, LuAnn, which, by the way, seeing you in your sweet spot, doing your thing that your superpower is expressing itself to its fullest. Amazing. But then the comments are fabulous too. I love the community that's fostering, even as we're going through these panels and everybody's learning so much and we're sharing notes over in the comments. It's amazing.
Yeah,
you're amazing. Thank you for bringing everyone together. The chat is hilarious.
Showing up. Yeah,
everybody needs to go over and file save the chat for later.
I know.
And your pants are fantastic.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you so much. All right, guys, we have 19 seconds. And guess who's up next? Corey Damon Jenkins is with us. And so I'm so excited. This man is setting the world on fire. He's a good soul. He's a kind, beautiful soul. And I'm so happy for him and what he's achieving. And I wanted to have him come because he was such a huge part of LuAnn Live last year. All of us, if you were there, you know that. And so, we're going to do a quick little transition, change sets here, and then I'll be back with Corey Damon Jenkins, okay? Thanks so much for being here today. Hello. Hey, Corey, how are you? I'm so excited to have you here with us today.
I'm good. How are you?
You know what, my friend? I know you're tired. I just heard it. You have been so busy. I know the huge gift to me and to all of us for you to take this time out this morning, and I can hear it in your voice. So it's okay. You're among friends. You're among people that love and adore you. So you don't have to feel like you have to be bigger than life right now. We can just have a little chat, take a little break, and just like check in, okay?
I'm only 5'9", so I can't be too much larger than life, right? So.
Oh my
Good
goodness!
to see you, though. I feel like I haven't seen people in so long with this whole pandemic situation. So it's like a phoenix rising from the ashes. We go into this lockdown, and you come back out with a hot new bob and sexy black leather pants and sexy specs. The whole Oprah to the interior design industry, and the rest of us are coming out looking like So it's just great to see you and great to see you thriving, LuAnn, and I'm happy to see everyone so excited on the feeds. And once again, you have pulled it off, having this fantastic session, uniting so many people from around the country and around the world. So I'm just honored to be here with you today.
Yeah, no, I'm thrilled you're here. So, Corey, you have been one busy man. You have a new book coming out in a couple of weeks. You have to tell us about the book, because you know that the industry really recognizes your hard work, recognizes your talent, recognizes the good soul that you are. But I think you also know that the community here at A Well-Designed Business Podcast, we hold you in special care and regard. And so you have to tell us about this book, Corey, because we all need this book.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm very excited. It's called Design Remix, a new spin on traditional rooms. So for those of us who know the heritage of Detroit, which is where I'm originally from, we are known for Motown music and techno music as the motherland of that genre of great R&B. And so I wanted to kind of take that musical reference into the title of my book, because the work that I do is traditional, but it has a more modern, contemporary spin or edge put to it. Lots of color, lots of vibrant pattern, you know, the whole shtick.
Yeah.
And so when Rizzoli approached me about doing this book, the whole idea was to do something that had not been done before. There are a lot of coffee table books out there by some really great, talented designers. But I wanted this book to be very different and very unique in terms of its message. I think a lot of designers that are big names, they often don't really share their struggles. They don't really take off their proverbial clothes in front of their peers and share what they've been through in their life. They act as if, you know, I have a silver spoon in my mouth. And all of my clients are wealthy. And I always had big houses and huge, massive budgets. And it's always been that great for me. And for some of them, it has. You know, it has been, you know, this amazing adventure for them. But that wasn't my story. And so, as your listeners know, I got my start literally knocking on 779 doors to find my first client in the dead of winter during the Great Recession.
That's crazy.
So this book is not just about pretty rooms. It's a book about pretty rooms and the genesis by which they come about through hard work and toiling for one's craft and knocking on those doors, kicking down those obstacles, all the things that you teach your listeners to do every day, how to make good business decisions, how to learn from mistakes when you're charging improperly or having other doors closed in your face despite the good work you may be, you know, putting into the project. This book allows me to basically take off my clothes in a proverbial sense and share both the ups, the great highs, but also I had some pretty massive lows. I had some really dark moments in my career, especially early on. And the book explores all of that. And I'm just so grateful that Rizzoli and the publishers there and the editors were so accommodating to let me deviate from the normal formula of coffee table books, was just about pretty pictures, and share the struggle. And I think more designers will relate to that. I think that a lot of us, we put the best versions of ourselves out on Instagram and Facebook, the best selfies, the best, you know, look at us in the south of France, shopping for antiques, when you only have a few $100 in your bank account, you know, sometimes, you know. So this book celebrates all of that. And I think it raises people up. And I'm looking forward to everyone getting it. It comes out on March 23rd. So we're on the countdown.
Amazing. Now it's in pre-order now. Can we pre-order it on Amazon? Love it.
Yeah, you can go to Amazon.com, and Target also put it up on there, or La Target, it'll be as we call Target.
Excuse us.
La Target, yeah, you know, south of France. So that's up on Target.com. But yeah, it's up there. It is moving, and I can't wait for everyone to get their hands on the hard copy in just a few weeks.
I can't wait too. I can't wait. So you're telling us then that there's an actual narrative all the way through. So I'm sure your beautiful work, the career worth of portfolio is there, but you actually are talking to us and really telling us your story and how you started and the rise and where you're going, right? And it's, you know, thinking about some of the stories that you've shared with me on the podcast and in our personal conversations, and then this year, this book and AD 100, excuse me, AD 100 is right.
We'll take it.
Congratulations, well earned, well deserved. I mean, honestly, your body of work is amazing. I mean, every one of us knows. I mean, there's so many talented designers, of course, but what I think I've noticed in your work is it's what the experts that know branding who've come on our show, like Kay Whitaker and Nicole Heimer, who come to mind immediately. There have been others that have shared their conversations and their observations about branding, but there is an element when you look at a Corey Damon Jenkins picture, a photograph, like you see you in it. Your fingerprint is on it in some way. And I guess it is that remix, right? You always have the traditional, but you know, the pop of color, whatever it is that you do to it, but it's like, sure, that's Corey Damon, right? That's Corey Damon.
Yeah, no, I wanted to do something that was fresh and off the beaten path, LuAnn, and I think the book, it celebrates a lot of things, like obviously the struggle and overcoming obstacles. I also do a lot of tell-all. I think that designers, when we go to school for interior design, we focus a lot on furniture history and textiles and things of that nature, but we don't teach the business of design.
Thank God, or
And
I
so the
wouldn't
book
have a
touches,
job.
exactly. So I do share some of that in the book. I do share some how-to moments, how do you mix and match colors and patterns? How do you
Nice.
do a gallery wall? So I teach designers things that they can use. And then if you are the interior design enthusiast, there's something there for you as well. So it's a pretty well-rounded book. Each chapter has some takeaways, and I just can't wait for everyone to see it. I'm very excited. Last year I was very careful not to, you don't want to brag, because last year was such a hard year. But career-wise, it definitely had its blessings. We were honored, of course, with the 8100, which is, like the Oscar, like you mentioned. Earlier that summer, we also were graced with the Elder Core A-list distinction. So it's kind of like the whole back-to-back. And so I got like whiplash, and got very emotionally, it was an emotional moment for me to get those two awards back to back, because as many of your listeners know, when I launched this thing, I was just knocking on doors. I was literally just trying to pay the rent. I gave up this really nice fancy home and the fancy sedan and moved to the hood and got a 1995 rusty Honda Accord to stay within my financial means, which had been drastically changed through no fault of my own with the recession. And then I launched this new firm, and just wanted to basically put food on the table, keep the lights on. I was tired of having to figure out which bill to pay, because the government was doling out these little unemployment checks, which were like $600 every 2 weeks. And in the prior life, I was spending that on a jacket, or a pair of shoes, And so to get the 8100, the Elder Core A-list, my staff will tell you, I was completely overwhelmed. I mean, very emotional, because I didn't set out for any of this. It just kind of happened. And so now that's happening, it's like, okay, how do I use this to help other people? And so the book is designed to, it's like I tell my staff, if I'm blessed to climb the ladder of success, LuAnn, and I get to the top, I never want to pull the ladder up after me. You leave it down. And I think some people in our industry, and really in other industries, when they reach the top, they start getting like full of themselves, like they get very, condescending and big-headed, and they don't want others to succeed or to follow them. And I'm not like that. I wanted to lead the ladder down so others could follow. I can't climb for you. You can't climb on my back. But I can tell you which rungs are weak, which ones to avoid, which mistakes I made, so as to avoid making them yourself. And the book kind of captures all of that with the pretty pictures. And so, it's been an emotional year.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you draw all of us to you, because I know that what you're saying is genuine. I know that you really not only have had these hard lessons and these hard situations, but that you genuinely know that there is enough room for all of us to succeed, that we don't have to, oh, I got here, don't you come too. It's, and it's more fun when we're all there together. So what the heck? Who wants to be somewhere alone? Like, okay, I'm at the top of the mountain, but like, what? Nobody's there? That's no party. I don't want to be at that party. Right?
No, it's definitely the nosebleed section is not fun. So you make room for more seats in the nosebleed section, and don't be threatened by other people's success. Like you said, there's enough to go around. I believe that all ships rise in the tide. But I do think it's a mentality that more of us need to adopt. And I think that it's a very competitive industry, and I totally understand that. But no one can do what I can do when it comes to interior design. I can't do what the next person does when it comes to design. Your client is your client. Your project is your project. What's meant for you is meant for you. And there's nothing that no other talent in the industry can do to take that opportunity from you, if that is indeed what God and the universe has intended for you. Our problem as creatives is that we get so caught up in looking for approval and looking for likes and comments and people to, bless our work and to give us all the accolades, because as creatives, we're not governed by like for example, an electrician or a plumber or carpenters, these guys work to code. There are actual codes that they have to get licensed for, that they have to install. Otherwise, your house burns down, the house floods. If they install everything to a code, then their job is well done. And
Right.
it's
And
just
it's
that. It's just
easy
that.
to see that
Yeah,
it's been well done. There's
right.
outside proof, right?
Exactly. There's no arguing. If you meet code and everything's screwed on properly, there's no arguing. There's no debating that. For interior designers, everything we do is in the eye of the beholder. It's all about opinion and heart and taste, personal taste. And so people can get very sensitive. Artists are very sensitive people. And so I think that sometimes when the phone is not ringing during a pandemic or an economic slowdown, I think sometimes the first thing some of us think is, oh my God, I'm not talented enough. I'm not good enough. Something's wrong with me. I'm not getting the business, or I've been slogging at this for so long and the door's not open yet. Oh my God, I'm a failure. I know what that feels like. And I can tell your listeners, when I was launching my thing, the 8100 it wasn't even a consideration for me. I wasn't even looking at it, but it happened. And that can be a testament to all of your listeners that if you put in the hard work, you do good work, and you put out good energy, the universe will open up blessings upon you that you cannot even fathom or imagine. But you do have to be patient, and you do have to toil. You have to work.
Yeah, it's
You have to
not a hot
hustle.
minute. It takes several years of showing up again and again and again, and showing up in all the ways, like you said, being, always working at your craft and getting better at your design skills, but getting better at your business skills, maintaining that, that feeling of there's enough for everybody, of being a good human being in the process, right? You can't just do a me, because, it's the laws of the universe, the whole thing, it all has to flow. And if you stop the flow because you want to grab a little bit extra for yourself and keep it from somebody else, it's just going to stop. It just, now you just stopped it. So the flow is going to go, and then turn around and go another way. So it is observing all of the principles of running a business, which are the talent, the business skills, and the looking around and helping and making sure the ladder is there for somebody else. I love it, Corey. So good. It's so clear you live by that. It's interesting. This has been a really remarkable year for you after so many years of working, and to hear about you processing, the Elle Decor list, and then the AD Pro, I keep calling it AD Pro because I write for the AD Pro, so it's like my, the AD 100. Right, the AD 100, and now the book coming out. That's a lot of highs. That's a lot of years all coming together, oddly at the same time, and then oddly in such a difficult year. Right? In such a difficult year, with everything that happened with the Black Lives Matter movement and the pandemic and all the things. And, I have learned from gracious and, really heartfelt conversations with your friends like you and others that there is a legitimate door closing thing that happens. And, a lot of us have been complicit in it by just not knowing it and understanding it. And so I know from the conversations that you and I have had, personal conversations, how difficult that has been. And now it's just hitting me, that's like a whoa. Like all of that great things happening at the same time as such difficult things. I mean, what occurs to me in that is there an extra lesson in there for you in having such lows happen at the same time as such highs in the same year? Because these were not little lows and these were not little highs. They were exaggerated on both ends. How does that process for you now?
Well, I think earlier this summer, or last spring, when the Black Lives Matter movement really started to take formation in the country and around the world, really. I think that I got kind of caught, as far as on our industry, smack dab in the middle of that, because there are so few of us. There are people of color that are leading at the top of the game in the industry. In fact, one of my friends, Leslie Carruthers, was putting together a list of how many books out there. There are thousands of coffee table books by designers, but there's like maybe 20 or 21 that have been written by Black designers, male and female, in the entirety of the history of design in this country. With mine, and mine's not even out yet, being one of those 20 or 21 titles. So when the whole Black Lives Matter movement with George Floyd's death kind of broke out, there were a lot of microphones in my face right away. What do you think about this? I mean, my publicist literally received over 300 requests for interviews from different media outlets wanting to talk about my thoughts on that. And for me, it was overwhelming because I was processing it myself. You know the example of that woman that I had a great conversation with on the phone. We talked for over an hour. She thought that, Corey Damon Jenkins is, it's not a very, a very stereotypical ethnic name. So therefore, when I showed up at her doorstep the next day and she saw that I looked like this, she was like, well, where's Corey?
Where's your boss, right?
Exactly. I said, that would be me. And she was like, oh, you're not what I expected. And that consultation lasted maybe all of 5 minutes. She was so uncomfortable with me, and she excused me from her home. She said, I'm not going to hire you, and all because, and what it was is she had not done her research in doing a Google search on my face. She had seen my rooms. So the rooms and the work were enough to be granted the opportunity for this 7,000 square foot renovation of her home. But a colorway that I cannot change. I was born with this colorway, right? That cost me the opportunity. So many people of color, women in general, I think minorities who have something to gain from looking for equality and being treated fairly in a very male-dominated world can understand and relate to having opportunities taken from them because of their gender, their sexuality, or some other thing that they were given from entry into this world they cannot change. So when the George Floyd moment took place and kind of blew up, I was still processing it myself. I'm still figuring out how I feel about all of this. And then there were some people who misunderstood what that meant. They started taking into far-reaching political meanings and all that stuff. And at the end of the day, it was never about Black lives mattering more. It's just that Black lives matter too. And
that's right.
My career matters as much as my white colleague's career. And the fact that he or she might get that job from that woman because of what they look like, and I did not, even though our talents are equal. That's the whole crux of the issue. So it was a very emotional and tough time to work through all of that. And I'm still figuring it out. It's funny, we are careful about how we post and what we post. If I post something that is too far leaning in terms of my full feelings about certain things, I lose a few thousand followers, every single time. And and I had one woman tell me in private, she messaged me and she said, why are you posting about, BLM? You should just focus on decorating. Just shut up and decorate. And I said to her, this is not Paula Abdul from 1988, shut up and dance. All right. I'm a full-fledged human being with experiences and pains and losses and joys, just like you do. And I'll be damned, I'm going to sit up here and just put up pretty tiles for you to enjoy. I'm not here to serve in that way. But my white colleagues maybe don't face that because they just they don't have to put that tile up on there. Well, no, let me revise that. That's not even true anymore because I have seen so many, including yourself, overwhelming the actual African-American designers posting about it. And then they're getting the heat and unfollows and likes from people because they're stepping out there. And I guess that's what we have to do in order to force this racism into oblivion, which is where it belongs.
Right. Well, I just send you a big hug knowing and having learned so much and so much more to learn, there's no question, but having a glimpse into some of the very, very real biases and struggles and prejudices that are out there, and to think about, like I said, all of that in the same year has got to be just a mind-blowing experience. And but Corey Damon, you're a leader in our industry, and you know me, for one, I look to you for that leadership, and I look to you for the comments and the teachings and the learnings and your observances and your experiences, because it informs me and helps me understand what it is that you and our other colleagues do experience. And you know, we, like you said, we cannot eliminate racism. We cannot eradicate it. We cannot eliminate white supremacy and white, you know, fragility and all the things if we don't talk about it. It's no different than yesterday we talked about, you know, I keep going to Lisa Gilmore because it's such a dramatic example of somebody making the commitment to change and learn a part of her business, and it absolutely exploding her business. And it's the same with this. It's like, if we don't commit to having a conversation and asking the questions and giving the space for it, then we can't make the big difference. And so, and I want to, you know, make sure that at least in our industry that we continue it and we make, you know, the steps to making a big difference, because to think about somebody of your caliber as a person and as a talent to have a closed door is just beyond comprehension to me and so many of our colleagues. You know, there, you know, we dozens, right? So.
Yeah.
I was
I'm
supposed to
looking
look
forward
at the
day.
chat and see if anybody had a question, but
Okay.
to let them, let's see. I don't know if I can't do it. I can't do it. We have 3 minutes. You tell me something you want to tell me.
I think the one thing I would like to say is I think that everybody wants the same thing. We all want the same thing. We all want peace, and we all are unified in our desire to live beautiful lives, to give our clients the most beautiful surroundings possible. I think that political lenses and things of that nature make things difficult, but as a species, as human beings, we all want the same thing. And I think that the more we talk about things and, you know, have those uncomfortable conversations and just come together and find a common cause and a common purpose, we're going to be okay. And I'm looking forward to the time where we can stop talking about it.
Yes,
you know, honestly,
right?
I'm looking
That it
forward to
just
the moment
is.
where we can, yeah, and that everyone on every side, every vantage point of the equation, that everyone feels that we've talked about it enough. And that's not even getting into women's rights. I'm a huge advocate for that. LGBTQ and their needs and their rights, the fight for the fight against anti-Semitism. There are so many different groups. I liken it to 10 toes on 2 feet. Every toe has a stake. And if one toe is broken, whether it's Black lives or, you know, Latinx or LGBTQ or women's rights, if a toe is broken, you know what it's like to have a broken toe. You hobble.
can't walk,
We can't walk straight. So I think what we have to do is just recognize we're all on the same foot. And if one of us is broken, to stop, bend over, and bind up that broken, you know, toe, and recognize it's part of the body, right? And if we do that, we're gonna finally get somewhere. We're going to get somewhere. As long as we continue to ignore the issues, we're going to continue to struggle along. It's just the way how human nature and how gravity works. You know?
It's so true. You're so true. You're so right about that. It's like, it is for the better good of all of us, and we all benefit when everyone has that, you know, whole experience that is inclusive and the doors are open to everybody. So I love it. I'm so excited, and you know, really looking forward to your book coming out. So they should go to Amazon.com or they can go to Target.com. Yeah, and I just know you, Mr. Jenkins, you are not letting any grass grow under your feet. So we'll probably have to catch up in another 6 or 8 months and see what else is happening in your world, because you are lighting it on fire, man. And I am just so happy for you. I really am. It's like so fun to like live vicariously through you and watch all the things that are going on. And I wish you all the best. You know, everybody here that's with us is just like sending huge love and hugs to you, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, I love all you guys. I wish it was in person, but I am really impressed with how you pulled this together. We talked about this months ago, and I was like, how is she going to do this? And I didn't say that from a point of doubt. just how are you going to do it? There's so many different pathways to getting it done.
Yeah.
And so when Kevin and the team there was like, log in, at X amount, of time before you go live, I got a chance to watch the program. So I come into the program and I see this hot chick with this bob going back and forth with black leather pants, talking to all these cubes and tiles of human beings. I'm like, of course, LuAnn would have this moment going on. It would be her. I'm expecting some, copy and paste, what's the word? Juvenile, unprofessional, like what I would do. But not LuAnn. She's taking it to the next level, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
and I'm
no,
very
you're
honored
in
and
your
grateful to be
lane,
part of
bringing it your A grade game. I'm in my lane, trying to bring my A game. So, but I'm so
A+
grateful that you
game.
joined us. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Corey. And honestly, I know how busy you are, so it even means more to me that you took your time with us today. I love you, babe. I love you tons.
Love you too. Hug your hubby for me as well. Tell him I said hello and
I
your
will.
family, and I'll see you guys very soon.
All right, Corey, thanks.
All right, take care, guys. Mwah. Bye-bye.
Don't you just love that man? I love that man. I'm so grateful because I do have the opportunity to speak with Corey, not just for events and things. And he is everything he says. You find out sometimes when you meet people in real life that they're not who they think, that you think they are. They don't live up to the words that they say and the way they present themselves. And that's a heartbreaking moment. I know, I've been there. I've talked with other people that have had that moment. But let me tell you, when you have the chance at an event to meet Corey Damon, don't miss it, because he's exactly as he seems. So, all right, we are ready to get going. Are you ready to get this day? Are you ready? Have you had your coffee? Are you ready? All right, what we're going to do now is Ariane Belazar is here with us today. Ariane Belazar has been on the show a couple of times. She is an interior designer from Louisiana. She is an AA+ lady, and I am so excited that you are our MC today, Ariane. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I am awake. Yesterday was long. My head exploded a couple times. Already this morning, you've blown my mind. I had a sermon from you this morning where you gave me the pep talk I needed. Then there's Corey, and he should just at this point go by one name, just
Corey. Right.
He is amazing, and I'm going to back you up on what you just said. He is exactly who he presents himself to be. One of the first times I went to High Point, he walked past me. We were just walking like to other things, and he stopped me and he said, "Let's meet for coffee. I need to know you. What can I do for you?" And he meant it. He followed up. We met for coffee. We sat and talked for an hour. That is the person he is.
That's leaving the ladder there, right? He's like, I've got the ladder. I'm up here. Let me bring you with me.
Absolutely. And I'm so thrilled to see him achieve everything he deserves. I know this is really just a blip. Like, think about it. His timeline, he's got a long way to go. So I'm looking forward to seeing him continue to just move mountains and make us all proud. And I'm grateful that he was here, but it's kind of hard to follow that one.
I'm not worried about you, lady. You're a pro. I'm not worried about you. So I'm going to turn this over to you. Thank you so much for being here today with us. I'm really looking forward to seeing your face all day long. And I'm going to let you get us started on our first panel, okay?
Okay. Well, I am ready. Are you guys ready? Have you come down from the high of yesterday? Are you ready to pace yourself through today? Because it's going to be intense. I took a whole lot of notes. I'm sure you did too. I want to remind you before we kind of get into our next panel that LuAnn has given us so many tools to make us successful on capturing all of this information. So, if you've opened up the book, which I've read and dog-eared, look at all my notes, one of the first things she does in the intro is she reminds us of that cool tip that Natasha Jones taught us about how to capture notes at an event. And how many of you are already using that? If you're not familiar with that, I want to give you a real quick rundown of what that is. Today, as you're hearing those aha moments and those things that you want to capture and remember, she's given us a really great way to organize our ideas. So you can label the things that you're learning by to do now, to do later, to buy or download, mindset, and follow-up. And so those are the 5 categories that you can use to make sure that you are capturing the information, but also remembering how to file that information and categorize it after the event. So no analysis paralysis for you. You're going to know how to start. She's also given us this action guide. So you know LuAnn, she's not about just talking the talk, she's about walking the walk. And so this guide is going to remind you of all of the high points of the panel discussions that we've been hearing, so that again, when you leave, you can actually go ahead and jump right into action. So I want to ask you guys real quick in the chat. I can't see the chat yet until I get back to my next setup, but I want you to leave a comment for me right now. Just type the word yes if you've already heard one aha moment that will completely pay for the time and money you've already invested to come to this event. If you've already just heard one, now I suspect there have been several, but what I want you to think about is, sometimes it's hard for us to justify making investments in ourselves, and then we come to an event and we learn something like, hey, I should be marking up my product 66.6% instead of 45. Like, how much money did I leave on the table all year without knowing that one tip? So that's a quick just boost of energy for us to remember. We're going to hear a lot more of that today. And now I want to go ahead and get into introducing our next panel, which is panel number 5. And it features Sarah Lynn Brennan and Rency Phillips. I'm so excited. So their panel is called Showing Up is Not Enough, and it's sponsored by the Window Coverings Association of America. Now, since January 2020, more than 70 designers have taken the LuAnn University course, Process Leads to Profits with Sarah Lynn Brennan. Sarah is an entrepreneur, a CEO. I love you. You're my girl, I can tell. She's an entrepreneur, a CEO, the principal interior designer at Sarah Lynn Brennan Interiors. She has become the first and only full-service interior design firm in Waxhaw, North Carolina? Yeah. And she specializes in transitional designs, where she and her design build team takes spaces from bare bones to beautiful by utilizing her exclusive, approachable, and stress-free design process, which transforms and renovates the home from start to finish. And she's joined today with Rency. Now, Rency is a former engineer turned creative director and CEO of the Rency Phillips Interiors firm. She's a successful interior design firm, and it's based in Dubai. Her team runs a full-service interior design firm in UAE, and her work has been featured in the local UAE market via popular newspapers and publications. Rency is a 7-year business veteran who applied the techniques of Sarah's LuAnn University course, Process Leads to Profits, and she has seen it show her amazing results in her business. So today we're going to hear more about Sarah Lynn's process and how Rency used it, and LuAnn's, of course, going to dive and dig all of those nuggets out for us. But before we start talking on the panel, I want to learn a little bit about you guys. So Sarah Lynn, I loved your chapter number 2 in the book, and I loved a lot of things. I love that you talked about crafting your cause. I love that you also taught us this trick about how to use a highlighter to really investigate and refine our processes. You had me at hello, you had me at highlighter. And so I'm hoping that when you talk to LuAnn, you'll get to dive in a little bit more about that. But that's one of the things that if you haven't already read the book, you can look forward to learning in Sarah's chapter. So Sarah, you were all in yesterday. Like I saw you dive in, offer tips, offer value even yesterday. What are you looking forward to about this entire LuAnn experience, or what has been your favorite moment so far?
Oh my gosh. I am all in. I'm always all in, and especially when it comes to LuAnn events. Really what I've been craving for this last year is just the energy of being together. I'm so thrilled to be sharing Rency's story, and to be, just a part of that journey with her is so exciting. But I really needed to refuel after a really amazing and crazy year for us. I just really was craving all that energy from all of you. And yesterday was off the hook, and I could not, my fingers could not stop typing. And so that's why I was so engaged in every conversation, because it was just like, these are my people. This is where I'm meant to be. And I'm just so happy to be here.
Absolutely. I'm with you all the way 100%. I think I know that I underestimated how much value I would get from a virtual event because I feel like our lives are spent on Zoom at this point. And so there's a little bit of a, yet another thing, and now I'm going to spend 12 hours on Zoom. But with LuAnn's magic wand, she created this event. And what has been so amazing is to see how we're able to actually interact even more. You know, we'd be sitting in a chair in person, like trying not to pass notes or text, but we're all up in the chats like, girl, did you hear that? Did you say that? Are you wearing pants? Drink, you know, like it's just amazing.
I know.
So
I'd be getting in so much trouble if I was sitting in the live audience. I'd be talking way too much, but
and we'd probably be sitting next to each other talking way too much. But the brilliance of why this event is, I think, so groundbreaking and why we're getting so much from it is the way she set it up. So we've got you, the expert, and then we've had a real live breathing person who's actually applying the strategies and so it's not an urban legend. It's like, no, here's the process and here's someone doing it, which this is where you enter the story, Rincy. So you are a former engineer. Now you got to tell me about it because I don't get it. Like engineers think one way, the rest of us think another. I'm married to one, so I can say that with confidence. So how did you make this jump from engineer to this totally creative field?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you, Ariane. I actually love numbers, and I loved. My uncle was an electrical engineer, and I was always at his workshop, kind of like putting chips together and putting all these little things on an electric board, and I thought that was interesting. And I went into the field, but I was always craving something creative right from the beginning. I just wasn't good at art or crafty things, and I never discovered interior design because obviously I thought I wasn't good enough in art class. And then when I got married, and just around that same year, we moved homes, and I did up that home. My parents moved, I did their home. It was 3 homes in a year, and I freaking loved it. I was like, okay, how come I didn't find this field before? And I loved every part of it, from the budgeting to even the process now, thanks to Sarah and LuAnn University. All of this. I mean, I have found a much larger calling, I must say, and I'm totally able to satisfy my creative need. I'm not missing engineering at all.
That's awesome. And I can so get that because I think that the analytical side of your engineer brain totally understands and probably was an easy sell for Sarah Lynn on why processes are important, where she would have to fight with someone like me who's totally creative, like, let's just, it'll be what it's going to be. So that makes sense. Well, I'm excited to hand you guys over. But before I do, I want to remind you that this panel is sponsored by Window Coverings Association of America. And we've got a brief video to show you.
Hey everybody, how are you? I'm glad we're back. Look at these 2 faces. Hi. So it's interesting because as I was watching you on screen, I thought to myself, I have all day yesterday and all morning keep forgetting to explain to everybody these amazing backgrounds that my co-authors have. So I just want to explain, if you guys remember the episode with Jenna Gadusik, who is the leader of the E-Design Tribe, She is, she designed, her team, Annalie Waterman is actually the designer who, when we were doing when I knew we were going to do this event and the book launch, look, take a look around. It's all kind of up-leveled, right? I wanted it to be better, bigger, more professional, more exciting. And I wanted my co-authors to have a beautiful background. And so Annalie Waterman has designed the bookcase shelves, but for each of the co-authors, the elements on the bookcase are personal to the co-author. Yours is, we can only see the middle screen on yours. So as the day goes by, when you go to full screen, then you'll see more of Sarah's screen. But if you're, for those of you watching, take notice. Each of the co-authors have these beautiful screens, but the elements, like Darla's has little Debbie cakes in hers, and all the different things that are personal to each of the co-authors. And so big, huge shout out to Jenna Gadusik and to Annalie Waterman for doing those for us. And, I highly encourage you to check out the eDesign Tribe on Facebook. She's a great leader. She's all about helping designers get connected, for e-designers in particular, getting connected to prospects and to potential clients, and also providing lots of education and tools so that you get your e-design skills sharp. So yay to Jenna Gadusik in the eDesign Tribe. All right, now, I also have to share that Rincy, this little lady here, what you have done, here's when I invited Rincy to be joined with Sarah, because I knew that Rincy had taken the Process Leads to Profits course. Right. And I knew that Rincy had a good experience with it. I knew it because Sarah told me that Rincy was an excellent student, that she could tell that she was applying the different things that she was learning, and that they had a good chemistry. So for me, that was enough. And the thing is, how Rincy and I met was Rincy DM'd me one night on Instagram at like 11 o'clock at night. What I didn't know was that Rincy was in Dubai. So I think it was like 4 o'clock. Maybe it was 10, 11 o'clock for me. It was like 4 o'clock you're like, it's 4 o'clock in the morning here, but I can't sleep. Your card is closing for Process Leads to Profits. I want to know if I should take it. And I'm like, Rince, I'm watching Scandal now. Like, I don't know if you should take it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, that's like, inside voice. But outside voice, I'm like, whoa, how do I don't know anything about you. I don't know if you should take it. And so I said, I have to give her an answer. And I thought about it, and I said to you, look, if you struggle with putting processes into place, and you know that even though Sarah's going to teach you how to create a process, you still have to do the work, and you're ready to do the work, then I say you should take it. Then Rincy hits me back with, well, I have 16,000 dirhams, right? Is that what it is? Dirhams. Yeah. I have 16,000 dirhams left because I'm just starting out in my business, and that's what I have to invest. And your course would equal 7,000 dirhams. Should I take it? Now I'm like, whoa, this is a whole nother animal, right? So I'm like, and I said to you, Rincy, look, we don't go without paying our mortgage. We don't go without putting food on our table. We don't go out with all those things. I said, but I gotta say, I believe if you have an Achilles heel with processes and you do the work, you will turn that money into more money. Now I'm gonna still keep the stage here for a second, because after I invited Rincy to speak, then she sent me another DM. And she said, I'm so excited to tell you that I took that 7,000 of my 16,000 dirhams and I turned that into, these are your exact words, I just went to the Instagram DM. I turned that into 256,000 dirhams solely, your word, solely based on what I learned in Process Leads to Profits. Like, that's whoa, correct. Right?
That's correct.
Right? It's like, it's the game changer for your business when you get it down and you can deliver it. So you're going to share with us some of the reasons why and how. But I want to ask Sarah, like I've been asking the co-authors, tell us what are the high level key takeaways that you would like all of the community to take away from your chapter. And then we're going to, figure this little Rubik's Cube of how Rincey turned 7,000 dirhams into 256,000.
Oh my God. Well, first of all, my face now hurts from smiling. So thanks a lot, Rincey. So my chapter is called Showing Up Is Not Enough. And that's a phrase that I've taken with me my whole life. And I learned it at an early age. Knowing that I'm a shy, kind of introverted kid, I knew that like if I had this exciting birthday party or event that I was looking forward to, if I got there and stood in the corner and was really quiet, then my outcome wasn't as exciting as I hoped it would be. As I was an athlete in schools, I ran track and I played volleyball. Track is a good example though. And if I didn't show up in practice and put in the extra time, other people were. My competition was. So showing up to the meet, not good enough. I had to have, put in all the effort. And I ran hurdles. So not only did you have to be a fast runner, but like you had to have the technique, because if your foot didn't make it over that, like you were going to splat. And what a life lesson that is, right? So I learned a lot through my life that you can't just show up to something if you want to have that excellent outcome, that really exciting outcome. And as I started to adult more, I had children, I learned I couldn't leave the house without a packed diaper bag, and I couldn't go on vacation without a plan. And the fact of the matter is you can do all of those things, but the outcome isn't necessarily what you're looking for if you don't prepare. And so as I was building my business, I quickly realized that when I took the bold leap to become a designer, and just like Rincey, I have a science background. I actually have a biology degree and a master's in education. So I taught high school and middle school science my previous life. And so what I actually learned was that I just couldn't show up and be super successful. I could show up without a plan and get by, but that's not the type of person I am, and that's not what I was looking for. So even when I was a teacher, I couldn't show up and teach biology just by like talking. I had to have lessons, diagrams, videos, drawings, all those things to drive home the point. And so the chapter being called Showing Up Is Not Enough really just kind of was a common thread in my whole life. But when I entered my design business that first year, I showed up. I put on my hat and I said, I'm a designer now. And I was so excited, and I would get a consult, I'd get an inquiry, and I'd show up and I'd say, hey, what are we gonna do? And they'd look at me and say, that's what I called you for. I don't know. And so we kind of aimlessly walk around their home. I'd be taking notes, and I didn't have a good plan. Well, fast forward to the end of my first year, my result wasn't what I hoped for. Financially, I didn't feel good about my business. I was fed up, and had a long narrative with LuAnn kind of that second 6 months of my first year, where I was just so confused about why it wasn't working. I'm good at design. Why didn't it work? And it was because I didn't put in the effort prior to showing up that made me differentiate myself. And the thing about design is that in track, I show up to a race and there's 25 other strong girls and women who are ready to kick my butt in the track meet. In design, if I show up and prepare, and I can really explain my values, show my processes, and make a client really aware of how we're going to make their life amazing and beautiful because of what we bring to the table, I'm going to impress them, and I'm most likely going to get that job because they don't have 20 other designers lined up outside saying, hey, I'm ready to kick your butt, Sarah. It's not competitive like that. And if you do your marketing well, and if you're on social media, and if you're attracting these clients, they are seeing you. They want you. You show up, impress them, get the job, and then design the crap out of it. And that's what you're there to do. And when you prepare, you have the ability to do that seamlessly. So it's not about being a one-up over my competition. As I came into the design world, it's creating and being able to share my value with clients and show that like we talked about yesterday, yes, I'm expensive and yes, I'm all those things, but all that doesn't really matter because I'm here to serve you, the client, and here's how it's going to work. And it's going to be so awesome and amazing. And you just got to get on board. What are we waiting for, right? So really that's kind of where the title of the chapter came from. It's lots of life lessons. And I think everybody knows that. Like if you ever try to lose weight and you just show up at the gym, it's like, this doesn't work. I actually have to do something. So, and then even if you work your butt off at the gym and you don't eat right, it's all of those things that come together for that perfect plan. That's when that perfect chemistry comes together and it starts to work.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And it's funny because as you were talking and you talked about the going into the 1-year anniversary of your business, you actually came to me with a very similar question that Rincy had. And you said to you, we were getting ready for the Power Talk Friday tour in High Point. And you're right, we had been communicating all summer. And you said to me, this is, $1,800. Like, should I be investing that in my business if I only made, I think you made $10,000 at that point. You had I have 10,000 in the bank. And same thing. I was like, if you come and you learn something that builds 10 more thousand, then that 10,000 builds 20,000. And so it's sort of what I was saying this morning in the opening. And you two ladies are the living, breathing testament of it, is to reach out and understand where your gaps are and to not be afraid to ask for help and to engage help, just like we want clients to understand your superpower and hire you, we have to do the same. And so, okay, so Rincy, OMG. First of all, I have to say, Malky said in the chat that she loves hearing every time Dubai props up in my life because this is on my bucket list. The Vin Man has no desire to go to Dubai. So that that means I have to be invited to speak in Dubai. Otherwise, he's going to be like, we're not going to Dubai. And I'm going to be like, but I have to go because I've been hired to do that. So Malky is saying she loves that every time the connection comes up because she knows it's going to happen. So, Rincy, tell us, what was it about, what did you learn from Sarah that you took to your business that made such a significant difference? Because here you are, literally only 1 year out from it. So it's not like, let me try and remember 20 years ago the hard lessons. It's like right there. So get us in the meat and potatoes, Rincy.
All right. So I gotta add something, LuAnn. The 256 was from June of 2020 to November of 2020. I'm talking 6 months.
Whoa.
Because at that point, I had a project already. And while I was doing the program, there were another 2-3 inquiries. But from there, right up to November, I had 19 inquiries. And that's because of the, not inquiries, sorry, 19 projects, completed projects. That's because of the process, the confidence that I had in doing up this whole process, right from onboarding and to the end, to the vendor relationships. Like the thing about the Process Leads to Profits course is it kind of includes the entire journey, right from onboarding. And when you talked about gaps, I realized I had gaps everywhere. I mean, there's no point in being good in design. Honestly, there's no point. You can always hire somebody, have a team, and still do well in business who does, someone who can do great design. But you need to be able to have your processes in order, including your business processes, your client relation processes, your vendor relation processes. I didn't realize this. I thought great design, somebody's gonna hire me, they're gonna love this, and I was doing all the marketing, and I'll tell you an example of onboarding. I've now automated a lot of the things. It's fabulous, my whole automation process. Like I don't even have to, I wake up in the morning and I have this whole new set of inquiries waiting for me, that everything is already done, and I just have to log on, and I even know which are the days and the hours that I have set out to get on these calls. It wasn't like that before. It used to, earlier, people used to book calls on my calendar, And then I used to be driving to another project and I'm like, oh my God, I have one more. I got to finish this meeting quickly and then move to the side of the road and get on this call. It was that bad. It was that bad. So right from the beginning, I plugged in each and every gap in the process. And even my vendor relationship, for instance, I never thought that was something I need to have a process with. Like, I was always getting annoyed that we're missing out a lot of information between each other, even after being so clear with them. Now I have processes. I've made their business better. They're improving, and it's fabulous. And it's crazy how clients at the end of this all, especially clients who have already used other designers, they really come back to me and say, we loved your process. You made us enjoy this whole thing. And that's such a joy. I mean, I'm even having joy doing the project. It's not stressful. I know exactly what's happening, and I know exactly what's the next date, like how Sarah taught us, when the next meeting is going to be with the client, and the clients also are completely aware of it. It's beautiful,
I love it. I love it, Rincy. And so if I hear you correctly, it seems like to me what I heard in there is that you had been developing, your marketing was in place, and you weren't at a point where you were struggling for leads. So you had the inquiries, but because now of really understanding how to break down every single point that touches the client and your vendor and your back end to a defined process, you were able to manage 19 projects in a 6-month period and close that money down, right? So the opportunities were there, but you would have maybe fuddled through them and may have taken 6 months, some 8 months, a year, 2 years on the others. You would have probably lost some along the way because you would have dropped too many balls and they would have fired you, right? But instead, you're efficiently running through 19 projects and the money is coming in and the money is, in your firm. Okay, that's very important because I have to tell you, at WindowWorks, we recently hired a design sales assistant for the sales team, because Vin and Bill and myself know that we are driving enough business to WindowWorks, but we've got 3 salespeople that are like blah, 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 trying to get it all done. Kimberly in particular, who is handling, I would say, 85% of all the designer accounts with all the details. And we literally said, if we can get somebody in a system, in a process to support the salesperson, then those same projects that are coming in are going to get done more efficiently, they're going to get done better, and most importantly for the VIN man, the deposit comes in and the balance due comes back quicker because we are running the project more efficiently and we're closing down the sales process and closing down the execution process. So that's a big aha. That's a big aha to make sure that everybody understands, because do you have more people? Is it just you in your firm?
No, we have 3 of us.
You do have 3. Okay, so even with 3 people, you were running around in circles and not being efficient, is what you're saying.
Yes, yes. Initially it was 2. I got 1 more now.
Of course, because you have $256,000 in 6 months. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, Sarah, when you hear all that Rincy is saying, like when you think about, just getting your processes fine-tuned, like what are some of the key things that when you think about where Rincy was with a lot of opportunity but not handling it properly, speak to a designer listening that might be in that same position, whether it's 3 projects with an opportunity or 19 projects, it's still, we get those 3 done better, faster, quicker, with a better experience, we're going to free ourselves up for the next opportunity, right?
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. And with so many questions, especially in the current environment we're in, it's so nice to have such concrete foundation that I've created in my processes, where when clients ask a question, I can at least very clearly predict the timeline of the design component of the project, the timeline in which the pay schedule, I guess. So you will pay on these dates. This is when we need to come up with this money. I'm able to pinpoint so much of the process because of having it nailed down and knowing who's going to do what in what order, and having kind of those kind of checklist set up. And I know what it feels like to be in a position where it's all up here. So you are running around with this like tornado of what I call this mental load. And in life, if you have too heavy of a mental load, like I used to find myself like delayed. If someone would ask me a question and I'd be like a few minutes delayed in my response, or a few seconds, because I was always like running through 18 million things in my head. And that's just not something that you can sustain. It's not a sustainable business model to have that. Even if you've been successfully doing that for 10, 20, 30 years, it's exhausting. And if you think about how much more efficient a process could make you and a system could make you, you're not being successful because you're leaving money on the table. So you can predict, like Kim was saying yesterday, you can predict cash flow based on having processes in place. You can predict, my process for full service design has a minimum of 3 to 4 spaces that we work on at a time. That's the only way you unlock full service. So if we have those ground rules, when somebody comes to me and is like, oh, can you just do one room? The answer is usually no, but it's not because I'm like high and mighty about it. It's because that's just not how the process works. We spend way too much time in procurement doing one space. If I can utilize my buying power and utilize all those processes all at once and do multiple spaces at a time, I can have the ability to have less clients, which then makes us more efficient because I can work with one or a couple, one family at a time, as opposed to 15 one-room jobs. And I found that that was just a more efficient and streamlined way to run our business. And having the process really pinpointed how that would work. And it let me predict that I knew how it was going to end up. I knew that I could take on that responsibility of the project. And as you refine process, you can start to figure out where your capacity is. And so Christine is on my team. She's my project partner, and she's like, if I'm all things design, she's everything else. And so she's kind of the back end of the business, and she's helped us to figure out our capacity based on process. So once you get to that point, Rincy might find that if she's got 19 projects, that she's reaching capacity. And so therefore it's time for another hire if you can predict your pipeline is going to kind of go the way that it looks like it's going to go. And so when you start to work over capacity based on your process, so you can see if I onboard a client now, I'm going to have a design plan presentation in 8 weeks. I can't do an install and a design plan presentation on the same day, or even sometimes the same week, depending how big the install is. So you can really start to plan out your business and your cash flow, and all of those elements calm down and fall into place, as opposed to the swirling tornado that you're just like, I'll get it done, I'll figure it out. And it's so stressful to do it that way.
You know what I heard in there that I want to pick apart and go back is when you were explaining that you cannot unlock full service unless you do multiple rooms. And so what I love is that you're saying to a client, the energy that I'm going to spend on your one room, I can't maximize the leverage for you on the buying power. I can't maximize my time for you on this project. And so therefore it's more cost efficient when it's more cost efficient for me, it's more cost efficient for you if we do multiple rooms. But the magic there is the saying no to the person who says, yeah, but I just want one room. And it's right there, that moment that where you have come into your own as an entrepreneur, Sarah, and I've watched that growth in you, where you're just like, right, but this is my business, my process, my system. And also there's nothing wrong with a little takeaway there, quite honestly, right? Because the thing is, on a much more blown up level, it's sort of like going, when we go to, Costco or Bob's, box store or whatever, and we're like, oh, I love that, the ketchup is $1.99 for the jumbo thing, but I only want one of them. I don't want 12 of them. Well, Costco doesn't say, no problem. Take one out of the box. And that's exactly what you're saying. It's like, in order for me to deliver my process, and it's from the other side, what I'm hearing from you is, because you have so much precision and so many layers into delivering a luxury process, it takes a lot of time in order to do it well and effort to do it well. So if I'm going to do it for you, lady, you're taking 6 of them. You're taking 6 ketchups home, not 1, because it's too much for 1 ketchup. You know, right?
Absolutely.
I
Yeah.
love it.
I mean, the inside voice is a totally different conversation, but the
We've had many
outside voice-
inside voice conversations.
Yeah,
Right?
very many. But yeah,
Tell me
for sure.
about
I
it.
mean, it's about efficiency, and it's about not, our clients want us to be profitable. They don't want to know we were agonizing and working at 3 a.m. to like present them their project the next day. They want us to have a good life and a balanced life. And so we just need to charge so we can create that, instead of giving away our discounts and then complaining that we don't make enough money on the product. It's like, what? Like, why? So, there's all those nuances that I had in the beginning were, when someone first told me trade product, I was like, what does that mean? Like, I don't know where you find that stuff. So, I have not forgotten what exactly it felt like, 2.5 years ago. But I just know enough now that if I'm going to spend my time doing that full service scale, that full service spectrum of our process, then it has to be worth it for my team. And that's really essentially what it comes down to.
Yeah, I love it. So Rincy, you mentioned that you have put some automation into your process. Is there something that you would like in particular to share with your colleagues? Because, you are paying attention. I don't know that you probably can't see the chat, but I can see the chat. And they are just loving on you, and they're so proud of you, and they're giving you high fives. You have many of your course colleagues in here. Dee Pugh is here. A couple of other people I could see that were in the course with you. And so for those that are saying, give us some of the details. Give me some tip that I can take today to my business that, made a big change for you in your business, Rincy.
I'd love to. And I'm going to give you some real juicy content right here.
All right, get ready, get your pens out.
I'll start off with right from the beginning of the onboarding process. So one of the things that Sarah taught us in the class was, do you have a process for getting all these people to capture this information, the database? So I typically get inquiries on Instagram, most of it, and then some of it on Facebook, and then phone calls through referrals. And I get back to them once, and then I go like, okay, they didn't get back to me, maybe they're not interested, and I'm just gonna continue marketing to other people because I'm having these inquiries, right? But what I realized is I am spending so much more time and energy on trying to market, trying to create the perfect feed, trying to create good conversation and relationships, and spending so much of my time talking about the processes. That's number 2 in that whole in the whole content that I'm going to be telling you now. So I'll come back to that. So I'm spending all this time trying to market to 100 other people when there are 10 hot leads just waiting to be, tapped on the shoulder and say, hey, do you want to really go back and think about doing the design that you asked me about? And, so now what I do is I actually have, whenever people come into for inquiry anyway, through Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is, I have a Google Keep. That's an app that I use. That's kind of like my brain dump. I have it on my phone, I have it on my laptop, and I have G Suite for my email, so it kind of talks to each other. It's there on the side. I have it in different boxes. I have it like inquiries to follow up with, and it's so simple to just brain dump. It's easier to use any better than any CRM system or anything. I wouldn't say CRM system, project management system actually. And then even if I'm like, on the road or something, I have a bad memory. I don't know if a lot of designers can relate. So So I literally, while I'm driving, I think of something, I stop by the side of the road, I take it down on the petrol bunk. I think you guys call it gas station. I stop by the nearest gas station, and then I I just write it down in my Google Keep. I'm not losing this time. And then I even can collaborate with my assistant, who can actually take it forward from there and do the needful of getting it all on an Excel spreadsheet, and it's there on my Google Drive. And I have all of these people. I know exactly when are they contacted, what date, how many times we have followed up. All of that information is right there on my Excel sheet. And now, here's the next thing I did to automate. I already bought into a CRM system, which I didn't use because I did not have my processes set up properly. Now, once I had my processes set up, I had it like, now I have this whole pretty pictorial graph, and then I have an explanation for each of them. I even have like a comparison of the 3 services and what you get in each of those services. I have prices, like a good, better, best list. So I send all this information to the people who inquire. So now when they're inquiring, they get onto my contact form, which is, oh, by the way, I have like, what do you say, a template on my notes app in my phone. I just copy paste that onto Instagram, send them, change the name, and it always links them to my website, because that's good for SEO. We all know that, right? Everybody push them to your website, and then they go onto my website, and I get the very first basic information that I need, and that is their first name, second name, phone number, email address. If Instagram shuts down tomorrow, I have a great database to get back to. And then I've used a system called Zapier or Zapier, however you call it. It's an automation system that speaks between 2 systems. So that kind of connects. I use Dubsado as a client relationship management system, like a CRM. So my contact form is connected to Dubsado, and it's also connected to Zapier, and it's also connected to Flowdesk, which is my email newsletter campaign. So when someone fills up a form, Zapier captures their name and email right there, puts it into my email campaign, Flowdesk email campaign system. And now I have this whole database automated. Earlier, I used to go and do it physically, and there's too many tasks to do because I've got to do this by myself. And then they get, through the CRM, once they fill up the basic information, through the CRM, they get an email, an automated email saying, let's meet and let's schedule the call. And then they click on the button, and then 2 forms pop up side by side. It's very pretty, it's very cute, all set up very nice, just like how they'd expect an interior designer to be. And then they cannot schedule the call until they finish the questionnaire. And the questionnaire, I already had one, but then I really made that questionnaire really detailed after Sarah's class, and I got all the information that I need. And now they can only schedule a call once they fill up that questionnaire. So now I wake up in the morning, I open up my email, I know everything about this client, and they pick the time. So they're not going to be fussy about it. They get to pick the time. You're giving some sort of a, hand in this whole process to the client through this CRM. And they love it. They love the detail, and they know what to expect because they're answering all these questions. They know what to expect on our call. And here's the best part. So when that email gets sent, with all that, information, like, your call is up and blah, blah, blah. And then I send them a link to follow that has 2 things. One is a price list of everything that's like in the good, better, best list, so they can go through it. More importantly, they have the entire process listed out. It's up to them if they want to read it or not, but most people do, because if they've reached this far, they're real hot leads. And then they have already read it. And now when I get on this call, which is supposed to take me 15, 20 minutes, now that it does, in the past, it used to take me 1.5 hours. 1.5 hours of trying to convince these people to get on this whole journey, and then boom, they disappear. Crickets. I don't hear anything from them. And my retain rate was probably like, out of 10 people, I probably, got 2. I converted 2. But now out of 10, I'm converting 9, you know? Imagine the amount of time I saved. Imagine. And I told you about how I'm taking these calls, like, all over this calendar. And now I fixed my calendar. Dubsado has this, it's an all-in-one. So I can get my contract set up on there. I can get my proposals, my invoices. I can get paid through there. I can even, send them a scheduler and questionnaires and things like that. So I'm not paying separately for HelloSign and Typeform and all these different softwares which I used to before. And now I have it all together under one umbrella. And I think a lot of people in the United States and Canada, they use like Mydoma and Ivy and all of that. But it doesn't work for us because we don't have tradespeople that we can use through there. So I use this system. And now, my calls go, so fast. I retain these people so fast, and I'm getting these people to come on board. I'm not spending so much time marketing either. And I also have them on my flow desk. So if I want to send them a newsletter, they're already waiting there. All the warm leads waiting to get into hot leads.
This is remarkable. I mean, I'm like dying to look at the chat and see is like,
Can't even imagine what they're saying.
oh, and God, I mean, honestly, like, so there's, first of all, what you're going through, how the lead comes in and Zapier sends it to Flowdesk and Flowdesk puts them into Opsado, puts them into automation. It's reminding me of the episode with Kay Whitaker a couple years ago now. And she went through the whole digital email marketing sequence campaign. It's outstanding. The question that I have, what I love is the initial reply coming into Instagram. You've got it on your notes. It says what it says. You change it to the person's name. It has the link to your website. And that's the first thing you do. When somebody DMs you, that's the first thing you do. So when they go to your website, Rincy, do you have a lead magnet? Because they haven't necessarily given you their email yet. So how, when you get to the website, you're still hoping that they click on one of your lead magnets?
Yes. I actually, like I said, when they first contact me, I put that down on my Google Keep. And then once I have it on there, I follow up. So that's something I learned with Sarah, to continuously follow up. And she almost said, like, until they say, get out of my back, follow up until that point. So I do that now. And people, if they're not your client, they're not your client. But if they want to come on board, they're going to do the work. And they'll continue to do the work when you're clients.
So here's the thing. I have to say, knowing just enough to be dangerous with this, okay, with all of this tech, of course, I don't do any of it. Like already, you see me, I'm writing notes. I'm like, oh, we need this. We need this in LuAnn's life. We have to do this. Why am I not automating? Because I have so many conversations too, right? And what I just heard in there, here's my aha. Like, I'm learning with you guys all the time too. And I'm going to tell you what we always say. You hear it when you need to hear it. Kay Whitaker's told me, Nicole Heimer has told me, Sarah is developing the course. I've seen the course, what the process is. And all of a sudden I'm like, you could condense all of the conversations that I'm having to the point to what you said, Rincy. Now it's 20 minutes. The potential client is exactly at the same page with you, and it's just a confirmation. Does the personalities gel? Is the project actually right? It's not that whole big, let me tell you every blasted thing about myself and my company to see if we're the right fit, right? But I have to say, somebody in the chat here said, it's too much tech for me. And this is where I tell you, I know it's enough to be dangerous. It is not too much tech. It is probably literally an hour of time to get it done, right, Sarah? Like, it's not too much tech. Right.
So
I know.
Rincy's an A+ student, okay? She's taken it like extreme level here. So, and keep in mind, this is one module in Process Leads to Profit. So this is actually module 2. So this is something we learn in a 90-minute session. And I didn't tutor Rincy separately. Like, she was able to pick it up and take it that far. But there's a couple of things you can do out the gate that can get you up and running. It's not all under one umbrella, like Rincy is saying. But if you have the ability to create a page on your website that's For example, mine is Sarah Lynn Brennan /discovery call. So that is my auto response. Hey, Sarah, I'm building a house and I'd love to work with you. Awesome. So I say that's so great. Thanks for reaching out. The next step is to book a discovery call. Here's the link to do that. So I send them that link on that page. So this is coming straight from my website. It says, take the questionnaire to get started, and then you can book your discovery call. Again, the sequence here is having that questionnaire completed before they book the call. If they book the call first, then you'll be chasing them down to try to get that questionnaire before you jump on the phone. Wasted time, process doesn't work. So they click that button that takes you straight to what we use, which is called Typeform. You can figure this out. Okay, you can figure this out and it will save you time, money, energy, and it will make you look good. Clients love taking the questionnaire because it's like soul searching. They feel like they're in therapy because my questionnaire takes, I think, 18 minutes on average for somebody to sit down and take. I don't charge for the discovery call, but they do have skin in the game, which is time. So they take the time to fill that out. They submit the button, and upon hitting the submit button on Typeform on the questionnaire, it launches them to another app which is called Calendly, and that is a place where I can make all of my calendars. So on my days where I want to have discovery calls, Tuesday afternoons and Friday mornings are when I take discovery calls. So once they hit submit on that questionnaire, my calendar pops up with my real-time availability. They pick the one that meshes with their schedule, and now they're on the calendar for the discovery call. From Calendly, you can send follow-up emails. There's a tab that's called Advanced. If you're not advanced, don't click the tab. Don't do it. All you need are those 2 apps in order to automate the 90% of that intake process. And just like what Rincy said, once you've collected that information, I'm reading what they want me to do in their home, what they think they're looking to spend on a scale of 1 to 10. I know they don't know that answer, so I don't ask them a dollar amount. I say on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you think you're going to spend on the project? 90% of the time they're wrong because they don't know or they're afraid to say, but at least I get a gauge. The other thing I ask is the home address. So I can look up the neighborhood. I can look up, if they're thinking, if it's a $200,000 house, they're probably not going to do a $200,000 kitchen renovation. So it just helps me gauge where to place them, what kind of conversation to bring to the table on the call. So I get all that information that I review at my own pace, oftentimes in bed the night before the call, because I just have it on my phone. And then I jump on the call and I'm like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. This questionnaire is great. They're usually like, it was so, I had to search my soul to answer half these questions. And so they're always thanking me for it being a fun exercise for them. We chat for a few minutes and I'm like, okay, so the next best step is in design consultation where I'll come out, we'll walk the space together. It's kind of like a first date. If we love each other as much as we think we do, we move on and we go into the full service design you're looking for. If we're kind of unsure after that consult, then we'll evaluate if there's another path that we can take. But that discovery call that we have is like, hey, I got your information, let's chat for a few minutes, and what are you waiting for? Let's book the consult. So I send them a link manually. I send them the link as a follow-up to the call, and I kind of include a few personal notes like, hey, it was great talking to you, and out they go. Literally within a day or two, they're booking that consult, and then the project flows. So I've invested maybe 25 minutes of that whole intake process, and it sealed the deal. I mean, just like Rincy, we close 9 to 10 out of every 9 out of every 10 discovery calls I have.
I love it because here's the thing.
LuAnn,
Yes, go ahead, Rincy.
I got to add something.
Go ahead.
I actually paid somebody who was good at Depsata to help set it up for me because it was too time consuming for me to figure that all out. But I could do that only because I had my processes set in stone. Unless you have that, you cannot figure out what goes into a flow chart or a workflow. you know, and it's not much. You can get these people to do like a part-time thing. They'll set it up for you, explain all of that, get these great videos that you can keep referring to. And I'm more of a creative brain, so it's a little difficult to get there, you know, to understand.
Yes.
But I watch it like 100 times. I even watched Sarah Lynn when for the recordings, like another, you know, couple of times to get what she said, because I'm a bit slow, and I don't consider myself as an A+ student. It just takes a little bit of hard work, but you want to get there, you know, you want to get to that point, like, and then once you get there, it is so freeing. That was my core value of starting this business. I mean, my why, like how Sarah started the whole, you know, the chapter in her book, you know, understand your why. And my why was freedom. And I wanted to be free from talking so much and not getting these clients. I wanted to be free from doing all this manually. And that's why I set it up. And then I couldn't. I hired somebody. And at that time, she was running an offer like for $500 or something like that. And then that $500 it multiplied itself so much.
I love it. You know what? I have to say, a couple of questions. We have about 10 minutes left, and I have a couple of questions to dig into there. So, number one, Rincy, yay for mentioning the fact that you needed to ultimately hire somebody, because in the chat, they're saying, well, Rincy's an engineer. Of course, it's easier for her to do. And that's a knee-jerk reaction that I would have had as well. Okay, so no diss on Nicole Kohler, who said that comment, because I automatically, look, you know, I have Nicole Heimer. She's on retainer for me. She's like part of my team. I'm just like, we need this. I don't even attempt to figure this stuff out. But I do know that from all of the designers that I've been working with one-on-one, how many of you do this system and put this into place by yourself. So it's not as hard. It's more about, I say all the time, you're going to spend it in time or money, right? If you got the time, do it. If you got the money, get somebody else to do it. So thank you for sharing that it wasn't easy for you to do, and that you ultimately understood that it made more sense for you to spend money to have somebody help you do it. Sarah, my question for you is, MyDoma Studio, you use MyDoma Studio. So MyDoma Studio, how does that fit into your automation? We have 9 minutes, but I know that I just want to bring that into the conversation too, because we do have a lot of MyDoma Studio users, and because I don't use it personally for my business, I wish it. Like, I keep telling this, Sarah Daniele, could you build a MyDoma Studio for podcasting? That'd be awesome. But tell us how that factors in.
Yep. So you could have a free package on MyDoma where they enter their information, so their name and their email address, create an account, and once they're in their accounts, we're talking about like the client or the potential client at this point, they put their information in, they log in, and they can set up, they can click a button that says questionnaire. So they take that questionnaire, and then after they take the questionnaire, they can come back to MyDoma, and there's a button that says appointments. So you can absolutely run this through your MyDoma. Once they create a client profile, then you have that information in your system. So it's kind of like what Rincy is saying with her Dubsado. You can have that there. And then as you create like the consultation package for me, that's what the client goes and purchases through MyDoma. It's a package set up through MyDoma where they can see the deliverable and the process and everything they're going to get, the value of the package, and they make that purchase through MyDoma. And then as we move through the process and they do different types of consultations or package purchases, they can also do that through MyDoma. And then once that client has an account, once we start their project, we can then create spaces for them. So if they decide to do full service and they want their living room, dining room, office, and family room, because they've got to have those 3 spaces, then we can then create their account that they've already had set up through that discovery call and initial consultation purchase. So it does layer upon itself as you move through. And if you want to use MyDoma for that whole thing, you can take those extensions I was mentioning, Typeform, create your questionnaire from there, insert that link into MyDoma, and then you can take your Calendly and take that link, insert that into MyDoma, and all of that is housed under one roof when you do it that way.
Okay, all right. Thank you for explaining how all of that works. And I do want to just go back and emphasize a point that Rincy made before she went to hire somebody, a professional, to teach her with the CRM platform that she's using. She said, you can't go to them and say, automate my world, if your world is like in a jumble. Like, you can't give them the ball of yarn and ask them to figure it out. You have to come to them and say, this is what I want to happen. You don't have to know how all it happens, but you have to know the steps that you want the things to happen in. And so that's very, very, very important part for us to understand, because it's just like if a client came to you and said, I want a beautiful living room. They can't just walk away. They have to say, well, I have 3 kids and 2 dogs and a husband and a wife in this house, and we want to watch TV in the living room, and we want, they have to give you the criteria, because it's the same as with having these outside people do your system. So yay, love it, love it, love it. All right. Susan is asking you, Sarah, we've got 5 minutes. Susan is asking you, do you then capture the leads somewhere else so you can follow up, or does the data live in type form? So I think we're talking about when Rincy's capturing them, put them in Google Keep or something. So get us clear on that. We have some questions on that.
Yeah, so a part of our process is when anyone says to us from any outlet, whether it's in person in Carpool Line, whether it's in Instagram, whether it's in Facebook, whether it's an inquiry through our email or website, someone calls our office, there's that initial process of like, what do you do with that information so you don't lose it, or you don't, because you're in a rush, forget. So you immediately create a spreadsheet of all of the inquiries you've received. And that's where you can start to track, okay, I sent her that discovery call link, but she never booked one. So every Monday we check that spreadsheet, and I'm like, okay, Sally, you were gung-ho when I was talking to you in Carpool Line. Where did you go? And so I'll follow up with Sally, and I'm like, you told me you wanted to do this. Let's do it. What changed? And so I'll follow up with her again. And so we have this system where every week, nobody gets past us over the span of a week where we don't reach out and say, hey, where'd you go? And by the 3rd time we reach out via email, if they don't answer, we will typically try to call them. Well, actually, I will try to personally call them, because I'm typically the one that will, close the deal on that sort of project and get them into the discovery call pipeline. But we're always tracking that, putting them here. Then once they book the call, we move them here. Once they take the questionnaire and we're scheduled to get on a call with them, we put them here. Once we move them to a paying client, which is always the goal, right? Then we move them here. Then once I have them there, it's like, what are we doing? And it's not necessarily like I'm trying to fit all of my clients into the full service bucket. We have other offerings where I'm not fighting with them. So I have a package where if you don't want to commit to purchasing the furnishings with me, I'm not fighting you on it. Or if you're like, I will only buy this Pottery Barn sofa, that's all I'll buy, or Restoration Hardware or something like that, then I'm like, good for you. I'll design the plan. I'll tell you what size. I'll tell you what color palette. I'll do all those things. And you can walk into Restoration Hardware with my design and say, hey, my designer created this for me in my home. She was there with me. We've selected it all together. Here's how you can take that and run with it. So I can still serve multiple types and levels of clients. But when that full service bell is kind of ringing, when I see all those stars are aligning, then that's when it's like, yeah, this is when we're going to do our best work. That's typically for us 2 parents in a household are both working. They have high executive type roles at their jobs. They have a busy family life, just kind of like we do. And that's the avatar that we've created for that package. And the process is kind of built around their lifestyle and what we know they would need from us.
I love it. I love it. It's so good. Look, there's a lot of comments talking about, they're not using the words intimidating, but I know it's a lot. It's what I said to you this morning. It's what I say all the time. No, there's no promise of it being easy, But when you do the hard things, when you stop the train and you create your process, and then you take whatever you can in that process and automate it, it's painful in that moment, whether that moment is an hour or a week or whatever, but then you just are moving through and you can look and create the types of things that both Rincy and Sarah have created in their young businesses. Understand, these are not women in business 20, 30, 40 years. These are women in business that have just decided, I'm not going to do it the painful way all the way. I'm just going to make sure I do the hard things now to make the rest of it easy. So I have to say, thank you so much for sharing your time with us, your insights with us. And Rincy mentioned how she listened over and over again to the different recordings of Sarah's course. You will have the recordings in 3 weeks for this event, and anything that you need to go back and listen to again and take notes and all of that, do it. Don't just have them come in your email and like whatever, okay? And the same with all LuAnn University courses. They're all recorded. You have them forever. So if you want to re-listen to one module 50 gabillion times, you can, because that's what happens. It's like a good book. You read it once and you get some information out of it. You read it again, you get some more information out of it. Like we say, the information, you hear it when you're ready to hear it. So I'm really proud of both of you ladies. You're remarkable and you're inspirations for us, all of us here. So thank you. Stick with us for the rest of the day, you ladies. Everybody wants to talk to you. There's 1,000 questions in the chat. Maybe when we go off, you guys go off air now, you can get in there and answer some of the questions for your colleagues, okay? And Rincy, I have to just take 20 seconds longer to tell all of you that I invited Rincy to do this, and then she came back and said to me, she said yes, and then she came back and said, my sister is getting married in India, and I asked her to move her wedding date so I could do this with you. So Rincy, who lives in Dubai, is coming to us from India, and her sister moved her wedding date so she could be here. So thank you, Rincy. We're so glad you did that. Thank you, ladies. Love you both.
Thank you, LuAnn. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Rincy.
Thank you, Sarah.
Oh my goodness. So how amazing was session number 5? Like already so much value, so many notes. I was listening, I was taking notes, watching the chat. You guys are on fire in the chat, by the way. I love this. So, we talked about the ways you could capture your notes, the 5 categories you could capture your notes with today. Bob added a new category, Bob Barnett. He said he has a category called Who I Want to Meet. I love that. Lots of people in the chat are asking about when they can take Sarah's course. Sarah, like when you get in there, you'll see they're all basically saying, take my money, swipe my card, tell me where to pay. They are ready for the process leads to profits course. So I think I'm definitely going to be signed up for that as well. And then Rincy, the brilliant engineer mind, gave us so many tips and tools. Some of the tools that she mentioned, just because I know it was going so fast, was Dubsado, which you probably want to hire somebody to help you build out, Zapier, Flowdesk, Google Keep, and then Sarah also added on Typeform and Calendly. So lots of tools, ways to implement that. But I want to get into some prizes. So we've got a giveaway for this session. And of course, the session was sponsored by the Window Covering Association of America. But this particular prize is a giveaway for a 45-minute coaching session with the very lovely Sarah Lynn Brennan. So the winner of that session is Veronica Frost. Congratulations, Veronica. I am a little bit jealous, but I know that you'll do well with that prize.
I'm so excited. Thank you.
Yay! Yay! Are you did you take tons of notes during the session?
I did. I have a ton of notes. Yes.
Well, now you get to take all those notes and go, okay, I've got 45 minutes. What is the burning question that I want Sarah Lynn to answer for me immediately during the session? Not an easy task.
No, and I've actually had the pleasure of having Sarah as a coach earlier last year.
Awesome.
And I'm super excited. Thank you.
Well, I am excited for you. Your room, where are you? What room are you in? It's lovely.
Oh, thank you. I'm in my living room.
Okay, I like it. There's a little bike. Is there a little bicycle in the corner?
There sure is.
2 bicycles.
Yes.
Are those scooters?
They're little, scooter. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. That's my new thing with Zoom. It's like, looking at the background and then figuring out like the little Easter eggs planted throughout the rooms.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your prize. I'm so excited for you. And I hope you have a great rest of this event and get lots of other aha moments and nuggets. And then I have another surprise for all of you. We are all winners because Window Coverings of America is also offering us all the chance to use the code LuAnn 2021 to get $15 off joining the association. So I'm going to put that in the chat later, but just know that all of us have access, if we use that code LuAnn 2021, to a membership in Window Coverings Association of America. So you guys, we're going to take a really quick break, grab some fuel, some coffee, some water, and then we're going to come back and get right into the next panel discussion. Hey everybody, okay, we are ready to dive right into panel number 6. And this one features Jamie Lieberman and Blanche Garcia. And it's called The Secrets of a Well-Designed Contract, sponsored by Exciting Windows. Now, Exciting Windows is a mastermind group and think tank network of like-minded, driven, high-achieving entrepreneurial window treatment professionals. And LuAnn, our very own LuAnn, is excited to announce that she, Vinny, and Billy are now majority partners in this amazing group. So we're looking forward to them bringing more value to us through this incredible membership opportunity. So now let's get to know these hashtag smart ladies who will teach us all about how to set ourselves and our projects up for success from the very beginning. And we want to welcome in Jamie and Blanche. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
Well, Jamie is an attorney, a podcaster, and an entrepreneur dedicated to making legal accessible and to sharing the message that legal does not have to be scary. As the owner and founder of Hashtag Legal, Jamie draws on her experience working with influential professionals, creatives, and business owners to help her clients grow and protect their businesses. Jamie is a highly experienced speaker and is the co-host of the Fearless Business Podcast. And Blanche is a certified interior designer with over 25 years of experience in hospitality, residential, and commercial design projects. And she's the owner of B. Garcia Designs, based in Montclair, New Jersey. She is a Green LEED accredited professional through the United States Green Building Commission, and she's also a member of ASID. She utilizes her skills to develop healthy she's utilized her skills to promote spaces that are healthy for her clients and that focus on making sure that they are built for the environment. So, ladies, Jamie, I'm gonna start with you. I did not think that I would enjoy the Legal Eagle chapter quite as much as I did. I thought you might do. But you somehow made that chapter so interesting. And I have had a contract or letter of agreement for years in my business, but you gave me so many nuggets on how to make it stronger. So thank you for all of the knowledge that you brought to that chapter of the book. Also, I love all of the conflict resolution tips, because let's be honest, this is not unicorns and rainbows, and inevitably something comes up. And so you prepare us really well in this chapter with how to make sure we have the right language to deal with those things. I think that's brilliant. I'm so excited to meet you today. And I want to ask you, what are you excited about, or what aha moments have you had in this experience with LuAnn Live?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, thank you, because no one ever says that the legal stuff is interesting or they want to read it. So that just makes my whole day. Oh my gosh. I work with so many interior designers in my practice. It's just hearing about your businesses helps me make my job so much easier, because every designer's business is different. And so when someone comes to me and they want to work on their letter of agreement or their master services agreement, or we could call it a lot of different things, there is no one size fits all. So hearing how so many different designers approach their businesses helps make me more efficient and be able to give, the designers that I work with the benefit of the knowledge of the fact that I've spoken to so many and worked with so many different designers. But seeing the chats and getting to understand where the pain points are helps me in my practice. So that's it. You can't even measure how amazing that's been for me.
Great. Yeah, it definitely helps for you to wear your brain and then ask us the right questions so that we're fully protected, because we do take on a lot of responsibility and liability with our jobs. And so, many of us have dipped our toe into this business without the contract and found out real quick it's not the way to go. So now, Blanche, you have been in this game for 25 years in all areas of it. And I would imagine being in all of those different realms, you have to know how to manage client expectations to, number one, be successful, but also to love and want to continue to do what you've done. So even someone as experienced as you, what are you excited about either learning or sharing with us during this session today?
It's really interesting because I started in the industry. I was probably about 17 years old. And so my life has been interior design. I have been in different aspects of it. But oddly enough, one of the things that people don't realize about me and how I run my business, they think because I'm really good at contracts or connecting with clients or how we establish boundaries, that's something that came second nature to me. And actually that was born out of the fact that I don't like being uncomfortable. I don't like situations where that pit in the middle of your stomach happens, which will happen when contracts and negotiations or even projects go sideways. You end up at this impasse with a client that you're just like, oh crap, I hate this feeling and how do I get out of it? I realized very early on in my career that I didn't want that feeling to happen. I wanted less of that. And out of that was created all these different processes and contract awareness that I implemented throughout the years. I think with LuAnn Live, I'm very interested to see everybody's different viewpoint. I love to see how everybody handles different things. I don't think, and I never have thought that I'm the smartest in the room, but there's one thing that I have always known, and I've always known who I am, what I want, and what I will allow into my life and into my work hemisphere. And so because of that, I don't have to be perfect or be the most amazing, but I do have to be perfect for me. So I love that on LuAnn Live, there are different people and designers that are sharing their experiences that you can kind of pick and choose and implement and make it your own. And I think that's the most important thing, not trying to live in somebody else's shoes on how they run their business, but taking what they have, gleaned from it, and then making it your own to what feels intuitively a connection to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that that's really the name of the game and the big theme of this entire event. Each of us bringing our little bits of knowledge to the table and sharing them and kind of breaking down these silos where this industry sometimes feels very isolated and kind of, you know, that you're on your own. So I'm excited to hear what you guys have to say. For you guys watching, go ahead and drop in the chat what your level of confidence is on your current contract on, you know, scale of 1 to 5. 1, what contract? 5 being, oh girl, please try me. Please. I got this, right? 1 to 5, drop in the chat. Let me know where you are. And I'm going to toss these over to LuAnn for the discussion.
Are talking to them, like we talk about #SmartLady. And so I'm very delighted to have these two ladies. We're going to pick into it, but I want to just correct something. I mentioned to you these fabulous boards that each of the co-authors have. And I said that Annalee Waterman designed them. Well, that was because Annalee Waterman designed mine. Okay, so we have Annalee Waterman designed my board, which you haven't seen yet, Darla's, Kim's, Sandra's, and Eileen's, and Lauren Brantley has designed Jamie's, Amber's, Desi's, Amanda's, and Sarah Lynn's. So sorry for that. I'm like, you know, living in my silo there for a moment. So just a little clarification. And I am just really delighted to get going and talking with Jamie and Blanche. So I think we're having, okay, oh, there we go. Okay, awesome. Well, I'm not quite there. Well, you know what? It wouldn't be live broadcast TV if we didn't have one tiny little itty bitty glitch, right? But we're all good. We're all good. Here we go. So, first of all, delighted to have you ladies here with me. So excited. You're both like superpower rock star women, okay? And you're both Jersey girls again. I mean, I don't know. We grow them good here. It's all I can say. Blanche, it's interesting. You were talking about how the contract is the backbone of what you already bring to the table and know for your business. And so I want to dig into that a little bit because that is one of the first things that impressed me the first time I met you for interviewing with the podcast was that sense of core for yourself. But Jamie, tell us first this overarching message that you want the designers who read the book and are here in the event to take away from your chapter.
Yeah, so I want us to love our contracts. I want us to stop being afraid of our contracts. I want people to understand that, like what Blanche had said, having a really strong contract and understanding your contract is both beneficial for you and the client. Because the best thing that can happen is that we never have to look at our contract again after it's been signed. But if you have a really strong contract, when you understand what it means, which is why I wrote the chapter the way that I did, and once you sit down and really spend a little bit of time having it explained to you, you'll feel so much more comfortable and you won't be afraid of it anymore. And that's the key. The second thing I really want to stress is I get a lot of people who come to me and say, well, I'm really afraid I'm going to lose clients when I present them with a contract. I don't want to give them this 15-page contract, because I'll say interior design is a complex business. And you guys have really complex projects that you work on. And there's sort of a sliding scale depending on the type of work you do, but it is not a one-pager. And that's okay. And getting comfortable with the fact that it might be longer than that, but also being comfortable with the fact that if a client won't work with you because they don't want to sign a contract, I want you to turn that from feeling like it's something negative and you've lost business to feeling like it's actually a gift that someone has given you. Because that client is going to be the worst client you have ever had. It is a big red flag when someone doesn't want to sign a contract or when they push back really hard on things that just shouldn't be pushed back on. So when someone shows you how they're going to be, particularly in that honeymoon phase when you're just signing on, listen and take that as a gift that you can move on and sort of dodge that bullet.
That is, you nailed it on the head, right? We're all in love here. We're all having a good time. We're just having a conversation. And already you don't want to say, I will uphold the other end of this bargain. You're right. Huge red flag. See you bye. Rear view mirror, right?
Yep, there's so much power in saying no.
Yeah, I know. Every time I talk to you, I'm like, yo. And I got to tell you, I know you've been getting to know Blanche, but Blanche is on the same page as the two of us. And so, Blanche, to go to that point, this is the thing. When I first met you, is you're all about, what am I? What do I do? How do I do it? And you fit in my lane, or you don't have to be in my lane. I remember when you were on the podcast, one of the most controversial things that got so much feedback and, emails and chats and all the things was you said, sometimes I charge for a consultation, sometimes I don't. It depends, but here's what happens. I make the decision when I charge or when I don't based on the discovery information. And if you pay for the consultation, then I'm going to share with you my expertise. If you don't pay for the consultation because you want to get to know me and I want to get to know you, then don't ask me if the sofa should be blue. Don't ask me if we're going to do this, right? So tell us a little bit, you're born with it, you're raising it, your mama put it in you, share us a little of that confidence there.
I think that it came from a fact of boundaries, right? So I learned really early on when my boundaries were stepped on how that felt. And I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't feel right. And because I started in the industry really young, I started at 17, I was on job sites, I was dealing with things. And because I was very green and young, people thought they could take advantage of me. Well, my background was in construction. I had done volunteer work. So I had expertise in the technical field. And I learned really early on that if I didn't want to seem like an idiot, that I should learn as much as possible. And if I didn't want people to treat me a certain way, then I had to teach them how to treat me. And I learned that really quickly because I knew how I didn't want to feel. And that really, it's that feeling because I'm very much, I lead my business, even though from a business standpoint, there is a backbone like my contract, I lead it from an intuitive place. And so for me, I feel how I feel about a project or a client before I put in the legality and whatnot. It both have to match. And so my father was a businessman. My mother was very much a strong example for me growing up. My father died young and my mother worked cleaning houses, but she was very smart and she cleaned houses just so she could be there for me when I got home from school. But it wasn't for lack of being smart and my dad was very much about street smarts. So he was a businessman. So for me, even though I loved interior design, the business end of it has always been a big attraction for me. And I always loved negotiation and whatnot. I grew up reading books on how to negotiate, how to connect with people. When I wanted to be a designer, I wanted to learn everything about being a designer, and that included the business end. And all women and all designers that are on this webinar and all these discussions know that as a business owner, you have to wear many hats. So in order to wear many hats, because you don't have the money to hire out in the beginning, you have to be able to do it well. And so for me, that meant learning as much as possible. So I said to myself, and this kind of goes in line, and LuAnn, we spoke about this when I did your podcast. I'm very much into meditation. I'm very much into yoga, into all of these things. And with that, it teaches you about knowing yourself. And I feel like a lot of people in my industry that I've come across haven't taken the time sometimes to know themselves, to say, what does this mean for me? What do I want? And what am I willing to take? And what am I willing not to take? When you set those standards up for yourself, then you know that there's a yes and no answer to everything that comes into that hemisphere, right? So every client that comes to you, when they come to you and say, I want this, or I'm not going to do this, you can actually say to yourself, is this a yes or a no to me? It's not like hazy. It's not like, oh, I don't know. What do you think? Because when you have those moments, there's clarity. And the only way to have that clarity, the only way to have that confidence is to get to know who you are and what you stand for early on. Once you do that, everything else falls into place and every answer that comes to you. And I'll leave you with this. And I explain this to not only people who come to me for business advice, but also my clients. As a designer, we create a master plan so that as the project is, whether it's 6 months or 5 years, any question or issue that may come up, the answer is in the master plan. We go back to what did we plan out? So every decision has a reason, right? You're not just saying, oh, you know what? Yeah, let's change this to blue. Why not? You look at everything and you look at the master plan. And so every decision is derived from there. It's a ripple effect. The same thing is with your business. If you know who you are and you have that confidence in yourself, if you've taken the time, then every decision that you make, regardless of whether it's a client interaction or behind the screen of your business, will have a very purposeful answer.
Well, I mean, are we repeating a theme here over and over again? Understand your mission, vision, values, right? Like everything connects to it. And if you don't take this time, to your point, Blanche, and what did I say this morning? When you know it, and you just repeated it, every decision you make goes back and refers to that. And it's the same when you work with Jamie to develop your contract or your own lawyer. If you think there's a lawyer that's as good as her, okay. I don't know. I mean, I just love this lady. But the point is that your contract is going to be like Jamie says. She doesn't just send you a template because she knows enough to know, just like you just don't send out a template for a living room design. Every business is different. The things about your business, the way you deliver it, have some things that are unique to you. And so, but you have to start to figure out that first. What is it about me that I want to achieve here? And what are my boundaries for doing that, right? And where are those lines? And then when you know that, the way Blanche is teaching us to understand that, then that converts. It converts to Jamie enunciating it in a legal way. It's like in the last session, Rincy said, you can't have the tech create the tech for you until you know what tech you want created, right? So we create our boundaries, we create the goalposts for our businesses, we create the way we want our projects and our agreements to be, and then it gets translated into a legal document that we understand and we know, and we can, who was it saying yesterday? Beth, she knows it. That's section 1, part 2, letter B, don't go there, right? It's not this thing that sits in her drawer that she emails out to somebody that she doesn't understand exactly what it is. So I love that you are literally reinforcing so many things that we've already covered in the day and a half that we've been here so far. And then I can't help but, here's Blanche telling us that she grows up reading books on negotiation. I mean, if you guys don't know by now, by this many pairings, the care and effort effort I take to figure out who goes with who, right? The three of us, okay, let's see, Nancy Drew or, let's read a book on sales and negotiation. Yeah, and probably all three of us read both, but not just Nancy Drew, right?
That's right.
I love it. I love it. All right. So I have to say, in the chat here, Jamie, one of the designers mentioned that my contract is only 4 pages. Does that mean that my contract is not a full, document that I can rely on? Does it always matter the length of pages? Tell us a little bit about that.
So this question actually reminds me of law school, and I'm going to laugh very hard because I remember I was a first-year law student, and this law professor I had, he was a contracts professor, and somebody said, well, how long does the answer have to be? And he's like, as long as a piece of string. And we were all like, what? But it's a great answer because your contract is right for you. And so if you feel confident and comfortable that everything you need covered in there is covered in 4 pages, then that's fantastic. There is no set number of pages that you need for a contract. You just have to feel comfortable and confident that you are covered, that the things that need to be in there that are important to your business are, that they're written in such a way to both protect you, protect your client, and are easy to understand. And if you're not sure, then I definitely recommend talking to an attorney who can take a look at it and see if anything might be missing or if it's great as is.
Right. I love it. Okay, so one of the things that you covered in the chapter, Jamie, and of course you've covered it on the podcast too, is what I like to say is if we get to the point where we got to whip out our contract to our client and say, hey, you sign this, we've skipped some valuable steps. We've skipped some valuable things in the process where we could have, roped a problem in, reframed a problem, and got to a better solution besides, here we are, this is my contract, you signed it. And of course, getting through that process, those difficult conversations, does rely on our negotiation skills and staying on point in those skills. And so since it's a superpower that the three of us happen to share, talk to us a little bit about the steps in negotiation, Jamie, that are the technical pillars of negotiation, and then we'll ask Blanche if maybe she could share some real life examples in the way it's helped her keep herself from needing to throw her contract in a client's face, right?
Yeah. So the biggest piece of advice that I have when you're sensing a conflict, we all know that they're there, right? You know when it's coming long before it's actually come. And many of us ignore it because it's super uncomfortable. So sometimes we just have to dive head first. The thing that I find that is most helpful, particularly when somebody mentioned a pit in the stomach, or when you know something isn't quite going right, is do your research. That's number one. That is the absolute first step that you should be taking in any negotiation that you're doing, is gathering information. And to gather information, you're listening. So sometimes all your client wants to do is be heard. You may not be able to solve the problem in the way that they want. You may not be able to give your client what they need, but sometimes people just want to be heard. And so when you're listening, and when you're doing that research, and when you're asking those questions, trying to get to the bottom of what the real issue is, because I will tell you that a lot of times the real issue has nothing to do with what's caused the conflict, and we can often uncover what is actually going on. When you're researching, when you're asking those questions, when you're really getting to know what is happening, you need to come at it from a non-emotional place. I know that business can be extremely emotional for entrepreneurs. We own our own businesses. I own my own business. I completely understand. When I have a client conflict, I feel emotional about that as well. But I have to remind myself, and I think it's really important that we remind ourselves, that this is not personal. This is business. So when we're gathering the information, we need to gather the information from almost a neutral place, where you are just trying to figure out what happened, what went wrong, what the frustration is, why your client is feeling the way that they're feeling, and then try to, without necessarily solving the problem, just really clarify. That is a lot to do with it. The researching, and then the asking the questions, and then the clarifying the points of your client. This is long before you're even coming up with a single solution or you're trying to strike some kind of bargain. So I think that is a step that most people skip. they either assume that they know what the problem is, or they're very frustrated, or they're feeling angry, or frankly, you're scared. I mean, there's so many emotions that go into a conflict with a client. And so having those conversations early on, keeping those dialogues open, getting off email, get on the phone. I can't stress that enough. The connections that you can make while either being face-to-face with someone or getting on a phone call with someone are going to be so much deeper than over email, where things can be misconstrued or misread, or, you know, various other issues that can pop up over email. You certainly can follow up with clarifying emails if you feel like that's something that needs to be done, but having those conversations. So really, research, listening, clarifying your client's position. And then once you get through all of that, that process can take a little bit of time, then you can start thinking about problem solving. But problem solving from a place not of fear, but from a place of just, this is what the business, this is just what the reality is, this is what I can or can't do, and really having that open dialogue with your client. So the biggest piece of advice that I have when approaching a conflict is listening, and research is a really great place to start. And then eventually getting to that space where you feel like you might be able to start having, I want to call it a bargain, but it's more of a, from this instance, like a conflict, less about, you know, making a deal, but from a conflict perspective, it's more about the problem solving.
I love it. And I have to say, there's so much in there in the skills of negotiation, as you described the various steps. And the biggest thing is that you don't learn it overnight. You have to practice it. It takes tons of discipline to come to a conversation with an open mind and to spend as much time as you can in that listening phase, right? That's where all the gold is coming. Because how many times have we come to the listening phase? Both of you women, I know you know this. It's happened to me also. It's all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is actually something I can easily just say yes to. You know, you got 16 text messages, 3 messages from your admin that the client is unhappy. And when you get on the phone and you listen, you're like, yeah, no problem. I'll give you that. And the thing is, by contrast, for your number one point that you made, Jamie, is to not avoid it. Because that simple thing that you avoided day 1, day 2, day 3, because you were afraid to come to the conversation, you were uncomfortable about the difficult conversation you anticipated. By day 3 or 4, when that client has been kicked around from admin to your text to this, now they're legitimately Mach 10 on something that could have been a simple thing, right? And it isn't always that. Sometimes it's a Mach 10 and you still have to deal with it. And the only point I wanted to make is to hammer home that you are not helping yourself one bit by ignoring the moment when you have to stand up and do it. And if you find yourself, any of you find yourself the next day, the next week, the next year in that moment, and you're like, what were all of Jamie's tips? Pull out this recording, review them, and then craft your conversation and your phone call, right? So, Blanche, give us some more wisdom on, you said that it came, a lot of it came from having your boundaries pushed and having people expect, because you were younger, that maybe they could walk over you or just maneuver you into situations and decisions that you were just like, that's not going to happen. But share something with your peers on maybe the moment when it was hard to do it, and maybe you didn't have quite the confidence. I don't know if that ever existed in your life. I know you might say, lady, I was born with it, right? But you know what I'm saying. Give us some,
It's happened. I would say that to piggyback onto what Jamie's saying is that it takes a lot of what I call emotional intelligence. There takes a lot of connecting. And I think that there is a lot of self-love instead of fear. You have to have enough love for yourself to say, again, how do I want my day, how do I want my minutes to be taken up of my life? Do I want it to be in fear of connecting with this client who's having an issue and just let this linger and linger until it festers into a huge mountain? Or do I want to have enough self-love to say, you know what, I don't want this in my life right now. I can't handle this in my head and my body space. So I need to connect with it, meet it head on, come to some sort of resolution so that we can both be happy. For me, any time of negotiation, or being happy with how conflict has been resolved is when both parties have reached something that they're happy with. Now, that doesn't say that you're going to be happy with everything on both parts, but something that you can both walk away from and be happy with. There have been plenty of times when I was younger, and even it has happened now here and there, that I have had clients that have pushed me, and it has come out of left field. And a lot of times it really has nothing to do with you. I had one client that it was about a year and a half ago. And by the way, to that designer that asked how many pages your contract should be, as you work along your process, whether it's years or client to client, when something goes wrong, those are indicators to add that to your contract. And so that's how some designers have 15-page contracts, because they're like, ooh, yeah, maybe next time I should make sure that they know that I actually don't take calls after 5:30, and this is how I want to be communicated with. Or, ooh, so these are how you add on things. So a contract can be just a few pages, but the nuances where how clients have gotten at you can kind of affect how long it ends up being and how detailed. So that being said, a couple of years ago, maybe about 2 years ago, I had a very large project come to me through a recommendation through a vendor, a trusted vendor. I met with the client, the housewife, not the husband. She seemed delightful, very nice. We connected automatically. For me, there was a lot of things that were checked. I'm like, great. I went over my contract. It was very flushed out. We went over everything. I did the first round of designs and I was very happy with it. My assistant was very happy with it. We were like, wow, we've really hit upon everything. She should be amazed. I noticed something then. She was just like, not happy. She found things to pick on, but they weren't things that made sense. She was like, so on the pilasters or on the columns, I don't like when they are squares. I like them to be rounded. Didn't you know that? And to this day I laugh because you're just like, huh? And then I realized something there. I realized that something was off. And I realized that she was having some problems emotionally within her marriage. There were other things that were going on. And I picked up some red flags and I said, this is a manifestation. How she's picking on this is because of what's going on. And so I talked to her about how we could better vet out what she wanted. Okay, crisis averted there. Then we came to our first installation. We installed. Everything looked beautiful. And then she seemed happy. The next day called me and was like, I just don't think it looks good. It looks really cheap. It was countertops. It was about $50,000 worth of kitchen countertops. And she thought it looked cheap. And I said, you picked this, you signed off on this, blah, blah, blah. We went through the whole thing. And again, it was emotional for her. And so we had a conversation and a come to Jesus, right? And, we were able to stave off. We had a couple of these instances throughout the project. Now, usually I'm the type of person that I don't think that every project is for you. And there are times during a project that I go, we need to pull the hatch. We need to escape and we need to communicate to the client how to hand off in a proper manner because this isn't going to work for us. This was not one of those projects and we had to see it to the end. We were too far in. This required a lot of emotional intelligence. Now, I could have sat down with her and I could have said, listen, lady, you signed off on my 18-page contract and you signed off on ordering all this stuff and here's your signature and take it or leave it. But I didn't. I realized there were other things going on with her. And so I connected with her and we were able to find resolution that was ongoing. Now, I knew that this client was not going to be happy with everything overall at the end of the day. There's some people you just can't please and you realize this. And every designer out there knows this. And sometimes what they do mistakenly is get held hostage. And I've had designers come to me and they go, well, I want to make sure I've spent too much time and invested too much of my efforts that I want the photography. I want to make sure they don't speak badly about me. I want all of these things. So they think they can control how the client feels. Now, you can empathize with the client. You can connect with them to stave these things off. But at the end of the day, there are boundaries, like I said, that you have. And so I made very clear what I would not do. So when the client came to me and said, oh, can you fix this for the second time? Can you give me money back on this? I gave her some things, and then other things I said, no, I'm sorry. I don't feel that that's right. It wouldn't make sense because I can give you some things. I want to make sure that you're happy, but I also need to be happy and honored too. And I'm not going to walk away from this basically having known that you walked all over me just for the hope and dream at night that maybe you don't tell your friends that I sucked, or maybe that you don't, that you let me have a photographer in there. And by the way, I don't bring photography and get photography done on projects that I think bring bad juju. So if I didn't have a good client connection, by the way, I don't photograph your project because I don't want your negative, crappy energy in my portfolio.
Preach, right? Preach. I mean, come on. I love this. I love this. Okay. So a couple things that I want to pick apart in here is, number one, as Blanche was describing that first she had the problem with, didn't you know I liked round pilasters or whatever? And, I'm sorry, the $50,000 countertop looks cheap, because you even actually know what looks cheap or what doesn't, right? Like, stop, lady, right? Okay. So the thing is, though, what I love is I heard in there that when clients start to push in this way, Blanche is not saying, what's wrong with my design? She is not saying, what did I do wrong? Why couldn't I make her happy? And the thing is, sadly, there are many people who are unhappy. And I thought for a moment that you were going to describe that you ended up learning that she was treating you the way she gets treated in her life, that there's some critical person, right, in her life that's like, the chicken is fine, but it's a little overdone.
Her husband was very critical of her, and she was taking it out on me when they had a big fight.
It's like a pack of dogs. The alpha dog is here, and everybody tries to do it to the one below them, right? And so, sadly, in this poor woman's life, this is what she's experiencing. She can't push back at her alpha, her husband, and so she looks around and says, well, who can I push around? And, the fact is, there's many injured souls among us that do have their own things that contribute to who they show up and how they show up in the world. And what I love is that you have that sense of, don't automatically assume it's me, my design, my deficiency, my this. You have compassion for the woman who's going through what she's going through. We don't turn around and say, hey lady, your life is F, so I can't worry about it, right? But you also understand that there's a moment that you have to kindly say, I just have to say, that doesn't sound fair to me. I'm willing to do this, but not this. And I love who wants the photography with the bad mojo? I've never heard that.
Well, it's true, because honestly, and honestly, my assistant has said to me, there have been quite a few large projects, by the way, that she's like, are we going to go back and photograph with them? And I go, no, I never want to talk to them. I don't want them in my energy field. I don't want them on my phone. I don't want to ever talk to them again. I wish them well. I'm happy with the work that we did. I don't care if they talk to Jesus bad about me. I don't really care. I've made my peace. I've done what I can for you. And now go on and live a prosperous life. But I don't want that memory of that project ever again, because I'm creating something positive. I'm creating positive projects and memories. So the clients that I want to attract to me are getting attracted to me with the projects that I'm showcasing. So why would I showcase a shitty project that I had a shitty experience with to attract more of their shitty friends?
I love it.
I can't stand it. I just can't stand it. I love it so much.
Money out there, Lou, but there is good money with good people and good juju, and then there's messed up money that you should leave on the table, and you need to know the difference.
But this also is all about confidence, right? Like, it's confidence in knowing, and that's where all of this comes from. And you only get confidence if you practice. And so that's what the key is. You have to be able to overcome those first few hurdles, those first few really uncomfortable times. I mean, I remember when I know, LuAnn, you used the term baby designer. I think we laughed about this because I remember when I mentor lawyers, and I've called them baby lawyers in the past. When I was a young lawyer, and I remember the first time I had true conflict because, prior to my practice at #legal, I was a complex commercial litigator, which meant I was screamed at 24/7 by various people. So I've dealt with so much conflict. And in the beginning, I was always looking back inside myself, like, what did I do wrong? What mistake did I make? And I realized very quickly that it is almost never. If I made a mistake, I know I made a mistake. It is always something about the other person. And so when you can turn and have that empathy, but also the confidence to know that, yeah, I did my best and I gave them my best. And so I'm going to try to help them, but you can't control the other person's reactions. You can only control your reactions to them. And so once you focus on what you can control, it makes conflict so much easier.
Absolutely. And I do have to caution here, though, because I know from perusing all the many outstanding designer Facebook groups led by our peers, Claire Jefford, Nancy Ganskaufer, Veronica Solomon, Darla Powell, Leslie Crothers, all of these, Jenna Godusik, all of these amazing places where we can go and, talk amongst ourselves. We have to know that we've done the right thing first. You see, right. Because what I see so often is with lesser experienced entrepreneurs is that a client will push back and say, hey, you, this, that, the other thing. And there's this knee-jerk reaction that you will literally see the post, my client did this and they think I should that and blah, blah, blah. And I take it to the bank. Within the first 10 posts, 5 of them will be, fire them, fire them, fire them. And I'm just like, well, can we just find out first if we did deliver the things that we said we were going to deliver, right? Because it's not always the client's fault either. If we don't come with a really great process, right? We have to at least look and say, okay, did I do, was I told that the pilasters needed to be round? Oh, yes. If the case had been yes, then it's sort of like, we don't call that nitpicky. We call that deficiency on my part, right? Yeah. But it's don't knee-jerk reaction. When you are, my dear audience here, when you are in the presence of strong women like Jamie and Blanche, it is so easy to be like, yes, I admire these ladies. I've got to get some of this gumption in. I've got to, straighten my backbone. But you got to bring the work first, right?
Yeah, don't go on punching in the face.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Right? Yeah. That's right. Yeah. And so, and that comes.
And if you make a mistake, apologize. You're human. It is okay. We all make mistakes. I can't stress that enough. So many people get so defensive and so worried. It's okay. Yeah. Just make it right. And that's usually what all your client wants, is just to be heard and to have things made right. And that's key.
And the thing is, what you just said, LuAnn, you have to come correct first. And I agree. I think you have to, if you know when you are coming correct, right? Like when I come at a client, when my presentations are there, or when I'm working with a client, I am accessible. I am giving you all of me. I am there. I'm coddling you. I'm doing whatever. There are certain things I don't do, and I'm very verbally I tell you what I will not do. But when you give everything and then something goes wrong, when you're standing in your power, oh, no, don't even give me this. But then you know the difference when you're like, maybe there's a little truth there and I need to swallow some humble pie and go a little bit above and beyond. You know the difference. Everybody does.
Yeah. That's what I always say. And it's so funny because I raised my girls that way. I used to say to them, let me tell you something. anything that goes wrong, anything that happens, a teacher wants to say this, another, whoever, I said, if you can look at me and you tell me that your inner goddess okayed that course of action, man, you got me Tiger Mama on your side all day long. And I will take down the entire world around us to defend you. But let me tell you, sweetie, if you look at me and say, I kind of knew I shouldn't have done that, then we're going to have a problem. I said, I'm still going to help you out of it. I'm still going to guide you. I'm still going to hold you. I'm still going to cry with you with your tears. But we're not, burning any doors down, defending you.
That's right.
We're going to go with our little tail, and you're going to say sorry. And I'm going to say I'm sorry because I raised that kid, and she shouldn't have done that.
You raised it right.
There's a lot of power to I'm sorry, it's the mea culpa. I'm sorry, I messed up. Let's fix this. Let's not let this grow too big. And let's really just figure out a way forward. It's all about problem solving and just, listening.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, when you put yourself in the place of whether it's an employee, it's a trade, it's a client, when there are times, most of the time, when somebody is making excuses for a mistake that they've occurred, we already know it. We already know that they made the mistake. So the excuse making is just so aggravating, as opposed to the, I blew it. I'm sorry. You told me about the roundness. I completely blew it. There's 9,000 details on this project, lady. I'm going to get you round pilasters. Hold your jets. All inside voice. Outside voices. You know what? I reviewed my documents. You're 100% right. I've called the contractors. You don't even think twice about it. Those square things, those horrible square things that you should never have seen.
Corners in the walls of your houses. How dare they have corners? That is just bullshit. God.
Oh my goodness.
Molding.
It's the truth.
Animal.
Oh my gosh. I have to say, let me just see if there's any questions. Well, somebody says I got to add some Jamie and Blanche personality to my life. That's it. Oh my God.
Jersey girl.
That's it. That is it. It is so true. You know what? While I look to see if you guys have any specific questions for Jamie or Blanche, I would love to give Blanche 2 seconds. Jamie, indulge us. Blanche has a major project that I think is of interest to all of us. And if you take just 2 or 3 minutes, Blanche, and tell us about it. It's Marywood project. Is that what it is?
Yes. So it's a really interesting project. So as a designer, especially I'm a well AP and a lead AP. So for me, I am able to, when possible, combine my loves, which is holistic design connected with interior design. So there's a project called Marywood. It's a first of its kind sustainable community in Maine. We are designing and building about 50 houses, 3 different models, as well as a lodge, a wellness center, and a self-sufficient farm. And it will have land about 1,000 acres that you can be a part of. So I'm putting it out there because there is a small window to lock in a model. We are designing all of the models with different packages, but these are going to be self-sustaining houses. They are going to have green initiatives. They're going to have well initiatives, solar powered. There will be a sustainable farm that will be professionally manned or that you can help out in. It'll be year round, so you will have farm to table food. There's going to be a lake with a fleet of boats that will be on your property as well. A wellness center for meditation, for yoga. There will be all sorts of stuff, forestry, and you will be 20 minutes from a local town. I put this out to the designers out there who have clientele who really are looking for that second home. This is in Maine again, but that also wants that next echelon of living, right? So this is for in response to COVID, in response to global warming. This is a community that, if need be, you will have everything you need, including medical, security, or whatnot, within the properties, or you can be close to a township and everything else that you need. These are homes that are going to be state of the art. We are putting all these different initiatives in there. We're doing biophilia. We're adding so many local options that are going to be integrated throughout the home. There'll be composting. You'll have all sorts of different things. I can't say enough about the community. There is a small window right now that the first, I think, 10 or 20 people, I think it's 10, that lock in their lot will get a substantial deduction on their entry fee. And it does cover a lot, and it does get a lot. So I just kind of put it out there because I think that now we are down to 44 lots. And so it's something I'm really excited about. As a designer, when you design a community and housing that is not only going to support a healthy construction and healthy planet, but also healthy living and the backdrop to how families are going to live, it's very exciting. So I appreciate you, LuAnn, letting me put that out there.
No, you know, I have to say, Blanche, if I thought for 1 second I could get the Vin Man to go to Maine, when I saw the website and the designs that you have created, I was just like, oh, sweet Jesus, if that could just be like in the Poconos, that would be amazing.
Well, we're working with Bryburn Architecture, which is a local Maine sustainable architecture team. We have so many amazing people on the team. So it's not just me, and that's what's amazing about it. So everything is so thoughtful, from the climate, the roofing, like layers, everything is so thoughtful that honestly, it's one of those things that it's like a why not? You either buy a home that is in the middle of nowhere and you have none of these features, or you buy something that really is like family and environmentally vested.
Yeah, love it. I love it. I love it. I encourage all of you to check out the website. Okay, now, Jamie, I do have some actual questions from the audience for you. So 2 questions are, can you cover what the basics should be included in a good contract? And also, oh, here's the website up there. She put it up there for your Marywood community. And then also, how much general liability should we have? So we have 17 minutes left. Let's see if you can give us some tips on the actual contract.
Yeah, for sure. So there's a number of different provisions that you want to include in your contract. We've detailed a bunch of them in the chapter in the book, so you can always go back if I use words you're not sure about, or you're like, what does that even mean? I think some of the key provisions, your scope. Your scope to me has to be really, really detailed, because scope is what you sort of live and die by. And essentially, when it comes down to whether or not someone is coming outside of the scope based on the estimate that you've given. And so the way that I like to create contracts is to create what we call master services agreements. And those are essentially all the terms and conditions that would apply to pretty much any project you were to work on. And then you can attach to that master services agreement a scope of work, a proposal. Somebody had asked, I remember in the chat yesterday, someone had said, is the proposal a legal document? Your proposal can absolutely be a part of your contract. Some people lead with the proposal and then have all your terms and conditions after the proposal. And they can be what we call, the lawyers call incorporated by reference, meaning, hey, the proposal is a part of it. So the scope, the estimate, how our billing is, how fees are paid, all of that could be included in your proposal as well. I know some people do flat fees, some people do a hybrid, some people do hourly. It really depends on how you scope out your projects, but you should include all of that information in your scope, because I find that scope tends to be the place where if you do have to go back to your contract, you're probably going to have to go back to scope. And in that scope, you not only want to include what it is that you're doing, but you want to think about revisions. So how many times, if you are doing procurement, are you going to give potential items for purchase? How many rounds will you give as part of the process? If you're being paid hourly, you might do unlimited because you don't care. But if you're doing it on a flat fee basis, or there's a percentage that you're doing with markup, you have to think about how you want to scope that out to make sure that you're not getting taken advantage of, or frankly, that it's clear to your client just how many rounds that they get, because they may not ask for an extra round if they know they have to pay for it, but if they think they don't have to, they probably are going to. So scope is really key, and you can do that, like I said, through a proposal, a statement of work, through an exhibit to your master services agreement. Payment terms are key. Whether or not you take deposits, how you get paid, do you get paid up front if you're doing procurement, Do you charge for travel time? These are just examples. So I'm just giving a couple of examples of things that may go into some of these terms. So payment terms are also really important, that you're clear about how you get paid. You also want to note that if somebody is late, you may not deliver the items that they've purchased if they haven't paid for them, if you don't take money up front. You also may note that you may pause services if they're late in their payments. You want to have the ability to do that as well. And there may actually be a fee in order to start back up again, or the estimate may change. So some people, particularly if you have a client who's really late in getting back to you or not giving you the information that you need, causing the project to drag on. So that's another point that you may want to include in your payment terms. So you have scope, you have your payment terms. You want to list out all the specifics, like where the premises is, things like that, all of that information that can all go into your proposal or scope of work as well. Within the actual contract, you want to have a termination clause, meaning can your client terminate? And if they terminate, is there a kill fee? If, depending on what part of the project you're in. Some of my clients say, I'm going to take a deposit, and if you fail to start services, I'm going to keep that deposit because you've taken a slot from somebody else. Some of my clients don't allow termination at all. We have to see it to the end, unless there's what's called a breach of the contract. And a breach means somebody broke it. So you want to make it clear about how somebody terminates. You also want to make it clear based on whether or not you can terminate. Blanche talked about whether or not sometimes we're just like, you know what, this isn't working, we're going to get out of this. So you have to determine whether or not you want the ability to be able to terminate your contract as well. Other things that you want to think about in your contract, you want to deal with your third-party providers in your contract. My general piece of advice, just because every state is different, obviously, and general contracting rules are different in every single state, and obviously I can't give legal advice here, but you do want to have a provision in there about how you handle third-party providers, whether you are willing to sit in the middle and contract on behalf of your client, or if you don't. We typically recommend not to. It does help to limit your liability. Not everybody's practice is the same, and some people are willing to take on the liability of standing in the middle, and they're not running afoul of any licensing laws, obviously. That's important that you should know. But dealing with what happens in the event that there is an issue with a third-party provider if you are standing in the middle. So having a provision about that. Another great provision that you should include is safety. If you walk into a house, maybe you met with your client came to your offices the few times that you've met, and then you walk into that house and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to get injured, or this is not safe, or somebody's coughing in a corner, particularly now in the time of COVID. Having a safety provision that allows you to step out and have the safety issue remedied before you come back in without you being in breach, that's a really great provision to have in your contract. Having a COVID provision is another potential waiver, and knowing that obviously force majeure is another issue that has come up, particularly in the time of COVID. And a force majeure provision is essentially a contractual provision that says, in the event that there is, and this is a term of art, believe it or not, an act of God of some kind, meaning not that it's hard for me to perform, but it is basically impossible for me to perform, whether it's the pandemic or there's a tornado or there's war, whatever the case may be. It excuses performance so that nobody's in breach in the event you're not able to perform because of one of these events. So that's another provision that's good to have. I go through in the book limitation of liability, limitation of damages, indemnification. These are kind of tough legal topics, but I think I break them down really well. So I do recommend having those provisions in your contract, and checking out how I wrote about them, I think would be really helpful. I'm more than happy to go into it, but I think I might put everybody to sleep. And I don't want to do that. But those are some examples of things that you want to have in your contract. They are by no means exhausted. There are just certain things that come up time after time again that certainly are specific, especially in the design field.
All right, I love it, Jamie. So there's 3 important questions that are coming from the chat here. So one is, What do you find in your experience when you're working and an interior designer comes to you and they share with you the existing contract that they may have? Is there a certain thing that you find that is more likely to be left out of a designer's contract?
All the terms and conditions.
All the terms, all of it.
It's really, yeah, like everything I just said.
Yeah, okay,
But
so
But I do love what Blanche said, and Blanche is right. So what I tell my designers is, number one, when you come to me, whatever you did in the past, I don't care about. There's no shame, there's no embarrassment, I don't care. We're gonna make this going forward. And so you got this far, and that's incredible. Whatever you've written down in your contract, that's what's important to you, and I wanna know about that, right? Because it is something that happened to you. I have a provision, I'm not joking, because I had a client who was a designer who came in and did an installation, and they had installed something in the walls, and it made small holes because there were nails. And her client said, well, I didn't know there was gonna be holes in the wall. And I swear. So we now have a provision that talks about if there are installations, we included in this particular client's contract, there might be small holes. And if you don't like the holes, you will have to fix them yourself. Yes, I swear. So there are things that come up, that happen, that just, we all sort of were like, what? But you'll include those. And so those are really important to me. And so if you don't have a contract, or if your contract is very short, and I just ask clients for a big brain dump. So make your brain dump. What's important to you? What's come up? Write it in an email and just say, these are all the things that have popped up. This is the issues that I've had in the past. How can we sort of deal with those issues? And so they tend to be, if you've made it yourself, or you've cribbed it from a friend, or you took it off the internet, whatever the case may be, they just really tend to be what's important to that specific designer, and you wouldn't know to include an indemnification provision or a limitation of liability or any of those things. So they just sort of tend to be whatever's happened to that designer and scope, usually is what I say.
Okay, great, great. And then the other one is, how much general liability should we be carrying as a business owner?
So that's a real, like, I'm a huge fan of knowing your insurance broker. Your insurance broker is the greatest source of information for insurance. So you got to find one you really like, and that you're really comfortable with. And to do that, we're all friends, right? Reach into your network and ask, like, does somebody close by or somebody local that you're, maybe you guys are both in an entrepreneur group together, do you have a great business insurance broker? Because that business insurance broker can look at your specific business and say, here's where your liability is. Because at the end of the day, what you are doing as a business owner is assessing risk, right? I have some business owners, they don't care. They will skydive. They don't want insurance. They don't care. They're like, I don't need a contract. It's fine. And I have other business owners that are my clients who are like so terrified. They want all the insurance. They want the most ironclad contract. They want to call me for everything. And both are right. So you have to think to yourself, like, how much risk am I willing to take in my business? And then you need to have a conversation with those trusted professionals, like your insurance broker, to see what that right balance is for you. What's going to help you sleep at night so that you know if something does come up, you're covered. And it's very personal. It's the same with the contract.
I love it. I love it. And then one question is with warranty. We have 5 minutes left, so I just want to say there's a question about warranty from Janelle, and she's saying, how do we're responsible for executing the warranty because we're the point person, but we don't actually own the warranty, and so therefore, what's that gray area there?
That's a great question. I like to have that in the contract. That essentially says that whoever you've procured from, they are the owner of the warranty, that the designer will help facilitate, but does not make any guarantees and can't do anything if it's out of warranty or if the company has said, we're not going to honor the warranty. So ultimately, you can help, and there's obviously only so much you can do, and you can sort of help facilitate, but having that in your contract is really, really important under your procurement policies.
Okay, so that's a great answer. Janelle's right. Your hands are tied. So just say up front, my hands are tied on this. Say what you'll do. I'll do everything I can do, but at some point, if a company that previously was always amazing and delivered good service and good customer client experience to me, if all of a sudden they got a new CEO and they all jump ship, then you know, I don't know what to tell you. We're beat, right? But I'm not beat.
I actually had a client who had this issue, who had had a covering made for a piece of furniture, and it faded very, very badly. And so she came to me, and the client came back to her maybe a year later. And she came to me and she's like, I don't know what we're going to do. I'm like, well, I think you should reach out. We looked at the warranty though, and it was out of warranty, and there was not very much you could do. And so I just helped her create that email back and have that conversation with the client. And we just did it, and we showed her, you know, the client, here's all the things that we did. Here's our frustration. We're not going to use this company anymore. And the client was frustrated, but at the end of the day was frustrated at the right person, which was not the designer, whose fault it wasn't, but with the company who actually had really sold a product that probably should have still been under warranty.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we do sometimes get let down by our vendors and services sometimes, and it is just what it is. It's part of business. But then you remember, that's not a company or a product that maybe the company is still good, but the product isn't. So I love it. You two ladies are amazing. You have inspired so many people. I feel like everybody had like a weightlifting, pump lifting session today. Everybody's got their muscle on. You know, one of my daughters used to say when she was growing up and she was making her way from high school to college, and one day, I've told this story on the podcast one time. She said she was at college, she was trying to take care of something she had purchased at a mall, and they were really, like to Blanche's point earlier, they were minimizing her because she was young, and they were thinking they could push her around. And she said, and I was very upset, and they weren't helping me, and I started to walk away. And she said, you know what though? I strapped my LuAnn on, and I turned around and I went back.
That's awesome. That's right.
So strap your Blanche on, strap your Jamie on, like just let's go. Let's get those big girl panties out and big guy panties. Right. You know, you can do it. And I say it over and over and over like a broken record. It's the quality processes and systems on the back end. When you know you've done the hard work there, then the confidence comes through in everything you're doing. And Blanche said it a couple of times, you know, and you hear me on the podcast say, I know what I will do and what I will not do. And that's because everything is decided ahead of time. And so, all right, maybe I'll give you a little here, that's fine. Oh, you want that? No, see, I already know I don't do that. No. No, because I got it locked down first before I even talk to you. So you two are awesome. We have 2 minutes. Do each of you want to say one thing in 1 minute before we go and just leave our colleagues with some thoughts? How about you, Blanche? You want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I work with a lot of designers that come to me just because of these types of seminars. And LuAnn, you know, this is how we found each other. Yeah. And I think that we're all in an industry that could be very solo and also can be, you question yourself a lot. I don't have the cojones that I have because of some sort of divine light that has come on me. It's because every day, regardless of that feeling of insecurity, I choose to show love to myself and how I want to come, instead of the fear of losing potential work or potential clients that no longer serve you. If they are not for you, they are not for you. If you didn't get the job, it's because you weren't meant to. If they don't feel like they fit in, just follow that instinct. If you follow these steps and just stay true to who you are, you may lose a lot, but you will gain the right things. You may not win every project, but you will win the ones that are meant for you.
Love it, love it, love it. And how about you, Jamie? Any last final words of wisdom to shove out to our friends here?
I do. I think a lot of this comes with practice. And so even if you're so nervous about practicing with clients, find your crew. You have, 150 people on here. Find 1 or 2 other people who you're going to practice with, who you're going to say to yourselves, like, we're going to do this. We're going to have these conversations. I'm going to practice in front of you. I have my crew. 2 of them are actually co-authors. Yeah. We'll shout out to Amber and Amanda. And so we do it too. And it's really important that you find the people that make you feel safe so that you can get through some of these really tough times, because sometimes you do need a third party if there is a conflict, and you can call and say, am I crazy? Like, I really feel like I put my best foot forward, but like, did I mess? I actually did that with both Amber and Amanda not long ago. I had a client send me an email and I'm like, something's wrong. Like, am I nuts? Like, I don't want to react, you know? And they were like, no, you're spot on. And I'm like, here's what I'm going to do. We all do it, even, you know? Yeah. So find those people. I task you And if you don't have them, we'll help you find them. Come to us. That's why we're here. But find your people and then just form those little groups so that you can practice and you can feel so much more confident and comfortable when something actually does arise.
Love it. Such great advice from both of you. I just admire, respect both of you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to throw this back to Ariane, and she is going to announce who gets to have a coaching session with Jamie. So yay. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so once again, we said it before the panel, but now that we've gone through the panel, we know all that whole legal discussion could have been so dry, but Jamie is brilliant in her ability to make it really plain and simple and easy to understand. And then of course you throw Blanche in the mix, who, by the way, you know, I can't say enough about Blanche and her mojo. Like, I think my favorite moment of the entire panel was when she dropped that bomb saying, I don't really need your project with its bad energy in my portfolio anyway. And then she just calmly took a sip of her water. Like, that was everything for me. I want to be Blanche when I grow up. I want Blanche to record some morning mantras for me so that I can listen to them as I get, you know, ready for my day. That is everything. But some of the key takeaways that I took away from that group, that session was, you know, all about having confidence, setting boundaries, letting your contract be the person or the thing that you lean on if you need the help. But really, you've got to have that confidence in your boundaries and what you're willing to do and want to do before you can craft the right contract. So I was thrilled with everything I learned, took so many notes, so many to-dos, also added to my list of to buy. Apparently I want a lot in Maine in the Marywood project. That's all my things to buy on my wish list vision board. But now I want to go ahead and have some fun by giving away a giveaway. So this session, we have a 45-minute coaching session with Jamie Lieberman as our giveaway. And the winner of that session is Justine Denon. So Justine, congratulations.
Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Thanks.
I'm excited for you. Okay, so tell me, were you like on a scale of 1 to 5, 1, I don't have a contract, 5, I got a good one. How were you ranking yourself before?
So I was a 3.
Good.
But just maybe 6 months ago, I would have said a 1.
Okay.
I've recently made some improvements to it, but after, you know, I actually probably would have downgraded myself to a 2 or a 2.5 after listening to this and all the suggestions that Jamie had. So I was sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, I need to find out how much she charges because I go to her. So I'm so excited.
That's awesome. Well, I'm so glad that you, one, had the room to grow. You weren't like a 5, I don't need this, right?
No.
But I agree with you. Like, I felt pretty good about my contract because I've been kind of massaging it along the way, adding on little clauses when things happened. But, you know, again, reading the chapter and even listening now, you know, the parts about having the clause about that, you know, your health and safety provisions and like those kinds of things. Duh. In COVID, why isn't that something that wasn't top of mind? So I think I agree with you completely that I would have downgraded my grade of my contract had I known how much I would learn from this session. And how much did you love Blanche and her like whole energy and vibe, right?
Like you said, I want to be her when I grow up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I just need a recording. You know, right now when I do my makeup in the morning, I listen to LuAnn, her podcast. I'm going to keep doing that, LuAnn, but I also want to book in that with a little love from Blanche. Girl, look, you don't need them. They need you. Like, I just need her in her own way to just remind me of all that I possess and all that is good about me, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes. Well, congratulations. I'm so excited for you.
I'm so excited.
And for everybody else, we are going to take a quick break and then we're coming back and you get to chat with LuAnn.
Thank you.
amazing has this morning been? I mean, like, are you on fire? I am like literally on fire. Mind is blowing. I mean, Rincey and Sarah, the differences they've made in their businesses. I mean, this whole day, Corey Damon, and then, I mean, honestly, I mean, seriously, Blanche and Jamie, can you think of two more powerhouse women to inspire you to do your best, to be your best? I totally love it. All right, so who's got some questions for me? Who wants to talk to me? Actually, Natasha, I heard you, I saw you in the chat. Here she is saying, if I don't talk to Lou soon, I don't know what I'm gonna do. What the heck is going on, lady?
I said I'm gonna burst if I don't talk to you after Sarah's and Rincey's discussion. Well, first of all, I want to just say thank you to Corey. I don't know if he's still on. I think he's busy, but that talk just felt like a warm hug. It felt so special, and I felt like part of his world, and I just think he's amazing. But
yes.
But what really stood out to me is when Rincey and Sarah were talking about their processes and how they got there, and started throwing out all these names about different apps. There was like an overflow of comments. This is too much for me. I don't know how to do this. And I felt people giving up. So I wanted to tell you that a year and a half ago was the last LuAnn Live about, right?
Yeah, almost 2 years now. It's crazy.
Almost
March is 2 years. That's because one was a COVID year, which is like 7 years in 1 year.
Right. So it feels like a long time ago. But Sarah and I, we became friends at a previous event at Power Talk Friday. But Sarah and I decided to invest our literally last money we had in our business. And we did Power Talk Friday and LuAnn Live the same year. And when people started, when we sat in the first row, we were ready to go. We're like, we're investing. This is going to be great. And then people started talking, experts started talking, and so much of it just went right over our heads. We're like, what? What does that mean? But we didn't say, this is too much for me and I'm going to give up. We went back to our notes and one by one implemented those things. So when LuAnn talks about Sarah's success, it's because she actually took the steps to make that change. So don't get overwhelmed with 10 apps. Look one up, like Calendly. That's an easy one to do. Just look that one up. Use Google, use YouTube, whatever you need to do. But I guess what I'm trying to say is don't get overwhelmed. I know it's a lot of information. Just take it one by one and slowly implement it.
Thank you.
That's why I was bursting.
Thank you. I so appreciate your saying that because it's so true, right? It's like, this is, depending on where you are in your business, this could be 50 things that you're not ready to do yet. We need to find the one, the two, the three things that we're ready to do and just commit to doing them, right?
Absolutely.
And then you keep coming back every time to wherever it is, this podcast, another conference, and this conference, and every time build, and you'll always take what you need at that time, right?
Yes,
absolutely. Love it. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you for that encouragement. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah. All right. Who else has an aha moment? Malky has one. All right, Malky.
Okay, so whoever doesn't know me, I'm gonna toot LuAnn's horn all day long. So the number one thing out of the many things that I'm grateful to LuAnn for is the mindset. It starts there. Everything is born out of that. And this is for LuAnn to see how far I've come, because what a lot of people who are, beginning, or I've seen it with subcontractors, contractors, when they're trying to impress you with what they do, they're going to tell you why everything's a problem and why it doesn't work and why it can't be done, just to kind of show like, well, that doesn't work for me because I know this. Whereas the mindset has to always be, how can I make this work? How can this work for me? How can I use this? So that jumped out at me when Sarah and Rincey were talking. My client leads don't come off of the internet. They don't come, they're not coming to me that way. They're word of mouth referrals. They're people sharing my number with their friends. I'm getting calls on a phone and I'm like, all those forms and scheduling all that, that's not how it's going to happen for me. But what I'm looking at is, okay, so how can I make what I'm hearing? What can I take out of this and make it work for me? What part can I pull from this? Which for anyone else whose business does work that way, for me, it's like, I don't have to stop, drop, and roll and talk to whoever's calling me at that moment. We can say, let's schedule a time to talk whenever and go from there, or whatever works. But the point is always how to make it work. And now when when people are coming to me that they want a job on my projects, the guys who are telling me, oh, well, this doesn't work because this is problem, or, I can't do this because of X, Y, and Z. I'm like, you're not the guy I'm hiring. You're not going to be working on my project. When guys are like, oh, there's a truss here, and that's going to be a problem for hanging, the chandelier lift or whatever. But I figured out that if we do something like this, then I'm like, okay, so you have a shot at my job because your mindset is working.
Yeah.
How can we make this work? So
I love it.
if you're approaching everything, just what can I take, even if it doesn't exactly work for me, how can I get something good out of this? And that's LuAnn, because she knows that when we started talking, there are a lot of times where I'm like, but that's not how it works in my world. That's not how it works in my, and we've come around.
Yeah, no, I love it, Malky. You have really taken, your business is very different. The community that you work in and the way that your whole community works and the referrals work, it is different. And I've come to learn that.
Someone was talking. I knew it was someone from.
Right? There is always a way to make it work and to seek out and work with the people who think like you. Let's not talk about what can't be done. Let's talk about what can be done, right? So awesome, Malky. Way to go. Way to go. All right. Do I have any more hands here? Here?
It's Pete Lane. Can I talk?
Pete, is that Peter? Yes, Of course. The designer CPA can talk to us.
So first of all, I just want to say that I love coming to these because even though I'm not a designer, I'm a business owner and we're all the same when it comes to that. So processes is something that I've worked on at a lot of conferences that I've gone to for CPAs, believe it or not. I do those, even though it seems extremely boring. But processes are very important. I spent years trying to do it. I've gone to conferences like this where my mind blown type of thing. And people say it takes 2 years to implement everything that you want to learn in two days. So everyone just have patience with that. Also, like I had ideas for what I thought was best for my life and my business. I have 2 little kids. My wife works at a hospital. We never know what her schedule is after 2 or 3 weeks. So I can't be in front of a telephone. So I was like, you know what? I'm getting rid of my telephone. I'm using Calendly. I'm going to figure it out, do all this stuff. And a lot of people told me that my business was going to crumble and that would never work because an accountant needs to be in the office and be in front of your phone and ready. And I said, you know what? I can't do this anymore. And I did it and it worked. So my point to all of this is if it seems like right now, some of these ideas would be impossible for where you're at now, just slowly implement them, kind of come up with a schedule. Don't try to do everything all at once. Take 1 or 2 things. And over the next year, you'll see next year at this time when you go, that's what I usually do. How has my business improved? And just know 1 step at a time, and you'll be that much better next year.
Awesome advice. Thank you, Peter, so much. I totally appreciate your sharing your experience with, systemizing your own business and understanding that, it's kind of what Blanche was saying too. She wants her business to be within the boundaries that serve her. And so for you with, twins that are 7, 8 years old, your wife's hectic schedule, you know what? To heck with all the people who don't understand that to talk to their CPA, they make a simple calendar appointment. It works, it doesn't work, right? We throw away the ones that don't work within our world. So yay, good for you, Pete. So happy for you. All righty. I see Cheryl here, my window treatment peep. Hi, Cheryl, how are you? You have any ahas, Cheryl? Hi. Oh, sorry. Okay, where are we? Here, where did she go? Cheryl, where did she go? Here she is.
Hi, LuAnn.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fabulous. How are you?
Good, I'm good. I didn't see you in person this year because of no IWCE, but I'm happy to see you here at LuAnn Live.
Oh, I'm just so enjoying it, for sure. I said it's wonderful meeting all these people and listening to all the fabulous speakers. It's been very enlightening.
Yeah. So you service interior designers. So this is helpful for you to understand their trials and their troubles. And of course, like Peter, he's a CPA, he's learning business, and you're also improving your business through the process, right?
Yes,
yeah.
That's true.
Awesome.
We're going through that right now.
Good, good, good. I'm so glad you're here. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Who did we cut off? You had somebody else that was coming up there. Ingrid. All righty. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I wanted to piggyback on what Blanche, Jamie, and Peter just stole my entire speech. So thanks for that, Peter. I was just going to say we did a lot with our process in the last year, and if you asked me last year about Dubsado and workflow and the calendar and the contract going out via email and the intake call, I would have been like, okay, I'm on the side of the road and I'm grabbing my phone and I'm trying to type. So it can be done. It's just me. I just hired an assistant this year, and I feel like I've done a lot of work to get the back end ready. So when the rocket ship takes off, I'm on board.
Good for you.
So that's what I wanted to add. I had a lot today. Well, I love the whole thing, but today with the digging in, the deep dive with the process and the legal, and that kind of gets me going.
So glad, so glad. Thank you for sharing that. You know, it's give us all hope that it's possible. Believe me, guys, my brain doesn't function like this either. I am not the tech girl and all of the things. So, but you just, like I said this morning, you got to reach out, you got to find the people, you got to do it, because that's how you're going to grow your business or make your business more streamlined so that you just have more time to not be in your business, right? So you have more quality of life, right? So love it, love it, love it. All right, who else has a question? Anybody else have a question or a comment that they want to share with us? Oh, who do we have here? Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Nicole's learning a lot these couple days.
It's all mind-blowing, and I'm so appreciative of it. And I cannot really thank Sarah and Rency enough for all the information that they shared. Yes, it is blowing my mind because I'm a creative, and in our field, creativity is 20% of the job, and the other 80% is what we don't enjoy doing. And that's totally true for me. So when I hear all this tech stuff, my mind starts just exploding. And to hear on the chat, to see on the chat and to hear everybody say that you can do it, just take it one step at a time, it's very encouraging. So it's not so intimidating anymore. And I'm very grateful for that, because I want to tackle the hard thing first and get that off my list. And then I want to stop doing everything manually to save time, because I am a one-woman show and there's only one of me.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going to commit to starting with the hard thing first. Okay. And I have to say, we talk about all the time that we're creatives and that we don't really like all the other side of the business. Okay. I have to say, I don't know. I'll have to ask the Vin man, but I don't know that he would say, I love all that side of the business. I think if I ever really asked him, I think he would just say he likes the result of paying attention to that side of the business. Right? So that's very different than enjoying that side of the business. I'm very sure that there's many Fridays that he would not like to be in the bills all day. And, every single morning he gets up, he has his Life cereal mixed with shredded wheat, his cup of coffee, and then he goes over to the sofa and he opens up the computer and he checks every single credit card, between every single employee that has a credit card, each of our cards, all of the things. And he just looks at all the charges. Does everything look kosher? Okay. Then he goes to every single account, every business account, business bank account, personal account, just checking. And I guess there's some days that he doesn't feel like doing it, but he likes the result of doing it. He likes that when he leaves our house at 8:30, 8:45 in the morning, he knows his money is taken care of. There's no wacky stuff happening with his money. Our money. It's our money. Okay. But he likes to know it. So I have to tell you, I don't think that anybody really would say, this is what I love to do, but we love the results. So don't be intimidated by it. Just do it, because you have a lot of, you really do grow from having it done. Okay. And you get your confidence there from having it done. Okay. So Melinda, we haven't heard from Melinda over here. How are you out there, lady?
I'm good. How about you, Lou?
Good. I haven't talked to you in a little while.
I know, you look fantastic. I'm loving your pants.
Thank you.
I just wanted to speak more to what you were just saying. I am, which I think a lot of us can relate to, I get the deer in the headlight look when somebody starts talking numbers. But there's a confidence that comes where you can really just stand in space and know when you know your numbers. And it becomes so much more enjoyable when you know what they're doing and you know that you can stand behind what you're saying. So fight through the uncomfortable part, and it becomes more fun. I never thought I would say that.
Right. That's a common thing. You heard Lisa say it a couple of times. She said it on the podcast. She said it the other day, that now she looks forward to, understanding and looking at her Finance Fridays, because it's fun now to see what is possible, because she has a handle on all the different monies in the accounts and where she can go. And she watches that profit account grow, and she starts to dream what she's going to do with her business and how is she going to grow her team. So yeah, I appreciate you bringing up that point, that it does get fun. Okay. Yeah. So good for you, Melissa. Good for you. All righty. Who else do we have here? So Janelle, hi, love. How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. I wanted to just highlight something that you said actually during when Blanche and Jamie were on, which I thought was fantastic. And you said people treat you the way that they are treated in life. And that was just this that's when you have a difficult client and you look, there was one client I've ever had to fire, and the relationship between her and her husband and her son was just so terrible. It was just awful to be around. And then you realize why she treated myself and my team. And I had to let her go because I wouldn't allow her to treat myself and my team the way that she did. But it's just, that's exactly why. It's because that's the way that she was treated. And it's her way of, I guess, putting it out in the world. Not that it was right, but that was really eye-opening to hear that. And I also loved Blanche's know what you will and will not do, which is really simple, but super important.
Yep. It's I literally, when she said that, I thought to myself, I've said that 5,000 times on the show, because that's how you start every single thing you do. Yep. It's if you come to it knowing what you will do and you not do. Now what happens is, just like knowing your mission and vision and values, you're not trying to decide on your feet, should I do this or should I not do this? And it's especially important in negotiation. Like in those tough conversations, it's like, I literally sit and figure out, what do I want out of this? What will I accept? Where are the places I will bend? And where are the places that this is a non-negotiable? And we've got one of these coming up at WindowWorks on our plate now. And Kim and I have been talking about it. And my meeting is coming up in 2 weeks with the person that it's involved. And I've already said to her, be ready, sweetie, because I might be taking this one off the table, because there is a line and I know exactly where my line is. Up until that line, I will make it work. I will make it happen. I will adjust what our team will do or not do. But once we get to this one line, I'm going to say, sorry, would love to do it, but we're not the firm for you. So, but it makes it for me, like Jamie said, take the emotion out of it. It takes the emotion out of what I know is going to be a tense conversation, because I'm not freaking out about it. I'm like, anything up to this, I can say, okay, I can figure out it. It can be okay. I'll feel good. But I already know if we get to that one line and I say no, I'm not going to leave that meeting and say, should I have said no? Should I have not? Should I? I'm going to be like, you made up your mind 2 weeks ago on this. So that's how you come from it with strength and clarity. So you don't get coerced or pushed or moved into a place that you don't want to be, right?
Absolutely. And the last thing, excuse me, is when Blanche said that she doesn't want any of those negative mojo in her portfolio. And I was like, that is so smart, because usually, like, you work so hard on a project, you're like, I have to get pictures of this. Like, I don't care what a pain in the ass this client is. I want pictures of this project. And at the end of the day, like, that really hit home. It's so simple, but every time you look at that photo or those series of photos, you're going to think about how difficult that project was. And it almost makes it a little bit easier to let it go.
Yes, yes. And I have to say, that's the first time I've ever heard that in 600 plus conversations, that you did that when you get to that point in a project where it doesn't feel good, feel happy, that she doesn't even want that juju in there, right? And that's such a great thing, because, I know that you think like I do. We've had a lot of conversations. What goes around, you bring back. It's like that energy flow, right? But it never occurred to me what she said when why does she want to open her portfolio and be, it's almost like that, like there's that whole memory of that discomfort. Why am I bringing that back around to me, right? So I thought that was brilliant too. That was a great aha for me as well, Janelle. Thanks for bringing that up. Thanks for doing that. All right. We have 4 minutes left. Jenny Slingerland is with us. Hi, lady. Our Design Build for Profit 101 extraordinaire, Lou University teacher.
Hey.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi. I'm in a hotel room. I got a hotel room since I couldn't go to to Jersey. So I got a hotel room so I could just like separate myself from the family and from work and just like really focus in on everything. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Rincy. Like, first of all, like, what the heck, you had your sister change her wedding for this, but totally glad that you did, because I think having, been in the business for a while, I'm so impressed. And with your guests, especially, they always have such value. And I feel like for her to have come this far in the 6 months to a year, and all of the things that she had to offer, and the, the different, like, everybody in the chat box was like, we need the flow chart. We need the flow chart. I'm like, please send the flow chart. Like, we want to see how you got, just from the intake call, all the things that all of us can learn from, no matter how, long we've been in business. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah, I know. It's incredible when you see so many of us, I'm not going to say I was a Sarah or Rincy. I never would have been in my first 2 or 3 years in business and locking it all down the way they did. But there's no time limit on it, right, Jenny? Whether you're 2 years, 5 years, 20 years, just stop the line, just do it, just do the work, right?
And I do feel like when she admitted, like, hey, I didn't do this on my own, like, I hired someone else. So for anybody who's like, I don't know, that seems intense. It's like, if you can't do it, or you can't figure it out, or you don't have anyone in your family who can do that, or friends, then hire it out. Like, just get it done. No excuses.
Yep, it's time or money. You pay for it with time or money. And if I can do it in my own time, but it's going to take me 8 hours, or I can pay you money for you to do it in 1 hour, I'm not so sure I saved any money. Really not so sure I did. Right? Because what could I have created 8 hours in my zone of genius, in my superpower, right? We can't negate that. So thank you, Jenny. Thank you so much for coming in.
I'll see you this afternoon in our panel.
That's right. Hello, Walls. All righty. Well, you guys, I am so glad. I mean, I know there are more hands up, but we are moving on. We are going to get going on our show. We have our next panels coming up. We're going to have our breakout sessions coming up, and we are going to, just bring this thing across the finish line today. There's a lot left. All right. So do not go anywhere. All right. I'm just thinking the aha moments for tonight are going to be killer. And maybe we might have to adjust our schedule to give it a little bit more time. We'll see on that end. But I'm going to ask my crew here, are we able to get going onto our panels now and head over? So I would love to get this show on the road and see what I've got in store. Okay. All right. See you guys in a few minutes. I'm changing sets.
All right, we are already 2 panels down and we've got another one coming up. But first, how much do you just love LuAnn and her energy? I don't even know how she's doing it. I don't know how she's sustaining her level of energy and her enthusiasm, and then she's changing sets. I'm waiting for her to change an outfit. She is amazing. And once again, I just want to thank her for brilliantly figuring out that we needed this gathering. We needed this for ourselves and for our industry. But let's go ahead and dive into panel number 7 with Amanda Berlin and Dane Austin. This panel is called Why You? How to Tell Your Story, and it's sponsored by WindowWorks. Now, WindowWorks is your one-stop shop and go-to resource for all things window treatments and awnings. Most of us are very familiar with this company because our fearless host and leader sits at the helm of this company. So we all know WindowWorks, and we're so grateful that WindowWorks has sponsored this session with Amanda and Dane. Now, visibility expert Amanda Berlin is a communications consultant for entrepreneurs, and she is the host of the Empowered Publicity podcast. The chapter she writes in this book explores the many ways, not just the obvious, to increase your visibility and earn more business and be comfortable and confident while doing it. Dane Austin is frequently invited to speak and guest lecture on industry panels, and he's also a mentor to lots of design students throughout Massachusetts. He is a past board member of the American Society of Interior Designers, the nation's largest and longest established organization for design professionals. Dane worked in fashion before he began specializing in luxury interior design. So welcome, you guys. You look great.
Thank you.
Amanda, I'm really excited to meet you. One of my favorite lines in the chapter that you wrote was the one that says, we can pitch ourselves to get the opportunities we want. Not only can we must. Yes, all of that. Yes, all of that. All of that. It's so true. I also love that you help us learn how to create the big, bold, I believe statements in the chapter. So lots of value. What are you looking forward to sharing with us this session, or what have you loved most about what you've experienced so far with LuAnn Live?
Well, I'm kind of overwhelmed because I'm thrilled to be here. I'm so excited to be on stage with Dane. Finally, he and I have had a couple of conversations, and Dane, I was like ready and couldn't wait to see your Blazer game today. And I promised you that I would wear something that had color, even though it's not really reading, it's like an aubergine. But I am so excited to be here. I'm so excited to kind of illuminate for anyone watching, listening, that you have something important to share. And there is no better time than right now, even if you don't think you're ready, to be visible on behalf of your business. And I'm honored to follow on the heels of one of my business best friends, Jamie Lieberman, and one of my dearest friends in life. And I'm so excited for the panels that are to come. And I just feel so grateful and honored to be in community with all of you and to have this opportunity to help you see what's brilliant about you and how you can impact your audience and your clients by putting yourself out there.
That's awesome. Well, we all need that. We're excited to learn your secret sauce. Or you teaching us what our secret sauce is, really, right?
Yes. I'm so glad you said it that way.
It's true. And, they say you're only as good as the company you keep. So the fact that Jamie's your BFF, that tells us a lot. We love her already. Now, Dane, I have stalked your Instagram page. And let me just say, you have me at hello. Like, I love your name, which is A Colorful Life. I love that you deliver on that promise by continuously serving us lots of colorful inspiration and your personality. And everything. I was like, oh my gosh, he would be like, we would be friends. We'd be friends. So I am excited to meet you. I also love that, as Amber said, one of the great things about being on panel is who you get paired up with and who you get to meet and get to know, whether it's virtually or in person. And then the culmination of that relationship that we get to see in the panel experience. So Dane, what are you excited about, or what have been your favorite moments so far with LuAnn Live?
Gosh, it's such a big question. Well, I feel like I am successful in my career because I have taken the time to do these events and to sign up for business coaching and to reach out to the people that we're meeting on these industry panels and the people who are writing these chapters and ask for their help when I needed it in the past. And what I love so much about this community is that it's a give and take. It's not like I know it all and I'm going to impart wisdom on you, but I'm also learning a ton from the people who are presenting and from my fellow attendees. And I just love that connection, that collaboration, and that's this sort of theme of the rising tide raises all ships. I truly believe that because I feel like the more that we can help each other to grow and to be better and to do better, then the better our industry looks overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is evident in the activity in the chat. That is evident in the enthusiasm of the attendees. So many times we think, oh gosh, I should know this, or, why don't I have my act together? And then you come to an event like this and you ask a question, and then in the chat, you have 10 people willing to give you input and share resources. I mean, that is so amazing about not only this community, but really our industry as a whole. And if we can kind of keep that whole theme going, I think that we might survive this thing. So I'm excited to hear what you guys have to share with us today. And I'm going to hand you over to the very lovely LuAnn.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. First of all, Ariane, I have gone this whole day, and every time I see you and you're talking, I think I have to just say thank you for the props on wearing the podcast green color today. So that is so awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And Dane, I want to just point out to you and thank you. I have seen you in this chat for a day and a half, really sharing information and doing just what you do, which is mentor your fellow interior designers and bringing back and taking and sharing back all the things that you've been taught and you've learned through your career. So that has not been lost on me, and I appreciate your taking the time and energy to do it. And my lovely lady, Amanda, it's so funny because I heard when you and Amber and Jamie did a podcast together on Jamie's podcast was the first time I heard the story about, okay, so first of all, here's the weird coincidence, all of you guys listening. I met Jamie because 2 or 3 years ago, her ex-partner pitched to be on the podcast. And so it was #legal on my radar screen. Okay, then I suggest them for a speaking engagement, but all of a sudden in different communication, all of a sudden Jamie's coming into the communication, and then Jamie says, I just want to let you know we've parted ways, blah, blah, blah. But then Jamie and I find out that she was the professor for one of my very best friend's daughters in law school. So now I'm getting to know Jamie, and now I'm like, okay, lady, you're coming with me. You're part of my posse now, right? Then I meet Amber. I'm not gonna drag it out, but somehow I meet you and Amber. I don't know that you three know each other. I don't know it. I just am immediately impressed by each of you for your own superpowers. And 6, 7, 8 months later, when I'm putting together the Volume 2 book, I'm now reaching out and I'm inviting the people who have really impressed me on the Power Talk Friday Experts shows and asking them if they'd like to participate in this book, the marketing machine that this book is. And I heard just 2 months ago, 3 months ago on the podcast, the first time that Amber, when she knew she was invited, she was happy, she was delighted, she thought it was a good opportunity, and she brought it to the mastermind with you and Jamie and said, I've been invited to be in this book, I don't know if you know this lady, and you're like, well, I've been invited to be there, and then all of a sudden, Amber said she had a moment like, wait, is just everybody get in? Is there nothing special about this? But really what it was is that it's that seeing in somebody, right? That heart, that soul. And that's exactly what happened with me and Dane. It's seeing that heart and that soul. It's one meeting at Boston Design Center. And I was just like, any opportunity I can share for this man and any place that he fits in what I'm doing, then I'm always going to remember him. And so I have to tell you, I think it's hysterical that you three are besties and the coincidence of this. But, you know, when you think about it, it's really not a coincidence, right? When you are somebody that is, with your intentions are to bring your best, to give your best, to share your best, and to help other people grow their business, you naturally attract those same people into your world, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I was going to say too, LuAnn, I know that we speak the same language. I think that Dane does too, based on the conversations we have. But so when I say this, you'll get it. Like attracts like, right?
Yes,
so what we are is mirrored back to us in those who we collaborate with, and we attract people that have the same values as us if we put out there the sort of the best version of ourselves. I feel so honored to be in community with you and Dane. And, you know, I kind of gush every time we have these conversations, but Amber, Jamie, Desi, all of these amazing women who you've brought together to be co-authors, it's just added so much, just so much to my life and enthusiasm these last, it's been a while since we've been collaborating on this. So it's really exciting. All this is coming to fruition now too.
No, it's so true. It's so true. So what I want to do is we'll get started like we have been. I would like for you, Amanda, to share the overarching message that you would like really to come through in your chapter for the designers that are with us today and the other creatives that are with us today. And then we're going to bring Dane in and we're going to talk about how in his own business he has exemplified each of the things that you believe are the pillars of visibility, right?
Yes, awesome. Well, thank you. Yeah, so as I said, I'm just so excited to be here. And the big takeaway, the main thing that I want to communicate to everyone listening is that you are the best representative for your business. It's incumbent upon you to put yourself out there and be visible on behalf of the business, to tell your story, to get your message right, and to pitch yourself, whether it's for a collaboration with someone, for a speaking engagement or an event, or for the media, and get yourself featured or a project featured. It is incumbent upon you to take the reins of your own visibility and be the spokesperson for your business. And in the chapter, I talk about finding your point of view, your perspective, honing your story, figuring out what kinds of things you could pitch to the media, and how to frame your media mindset so that you are not getting in your own way when it comes to putting yourself out there. The bigger picture of all of this, though, is that media is just one piece of visibility. And any designer who tells you that they have, or any designer who's been featured, who has had a project featured in a major magazine, will tell you that actually their clients come from all of the relationships that they've made along the way, that feature may have put them on the map in some way, in some industry context, but their clients come from relationships. And so one other thing that I want you to take away from this is that when you think of PR, it's really, in its truest sense, public relations. How do you relate to your public? How are you creating relationships with your public? And the relationships that you create don't just mean with you and the media, though that is one set of relationships that I want to encourage you to create. It means, how are you creating relationships? And Dane and I have talked about this at length, with every person you meet along the way, because the more you put authentic effort into creating real relationships, the more that's going to raise your profile and enhance your sphere of influence and the word of mouth that you get that actually does bring in clients.
I love it. I love it. And so, Dane, since the two of you have talked about this, share with us your immediate observations when you hear Amanda talk about the things that she teaches people in order to grow their business through their visibility. Where are the spots that are just hitting you and saying, yes, 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 this is what I believe and I practice as well?
Well, Amanda, can you just say your 3 pillars, like one after the other?
Yes, yes. So the 3 pillars of visibility that I teach are collaborations and alliances, speaking and events, and media.
Collaborations and alliances. Yeah. So that's your number 1 pillar, your first one. And I think that having your relationships it starts with everyone from the beginning, from like the showroom people, the trades people, the people that you're partnering with in creating the products that you're making, and for those who are in your circle of friends, and just putting yourself out there. Like what worked for me moving to Boston, coming from Washington, D.C., after being there for 10 years and having to start over in a whole new place, but just putting myself out there. So I was literally starting from scratch, coming to a new city. And I decided that I was going to join ASID and IIDA and go to all the events at the design center that I could, and make as many friendships and relationships as possible, and attend these types of seminars and seek out business coaches. And then like your network just starts to grow from there. And it's just really about the relationships that you build and continuing to like foster those relationships. I love the idea of sending a note every time that you meet someone that you click with, that you jive with. And the more that you put yourself out there, the more you can attend events, the more visibility you have. And what it comes down to in the end is all about visibility. So one thing that we talked about before, Amanda, was just the fact that like if people don't know about you, then they don't know to hire you for your service. And in order to create a buzz around yourself, you have to have more visibility. And that's just by putting yourself out there and establishing and creating those relationships. So even down to your trades and your showroom reps, like we send thank yous, we have gift baskets. When we have a trade day and we have people come to a client's house, we have like treats that we hand out to each of them. We send follow-up thank you notes to our trades. And then I will receive a referral from a painter who may have a client who's come to them to paint their house, but they can't make a decision. So we end up starting with a paint consultation. And once I'm in the house, that grows into redoing several rooms, which eventually becomes the whole house. And the same thing has happened in the past with someone who might be doing an installation for window treatments, and they just need a hand to like help select some fabrics. So they've brought me in the past. I've helped pick out a few like fabrics for them, and then I end up redoing the whole room because I've made some great suggestions on site. So like I can't stress enough how important it is to have those relationships and to just continue to foster everyone in your circle, no matter who it is.
So I have to just say, you know what? I would not have recalled it without the prompt, but to talk about putting yourself out there and the visibility and to creating the relationships. You know, you did not one but 2 things, Dane, that you live by that Amanda is suggesting that we do. That at that event at Boston Design Center, which Wendy Wallacechuck is reminding me was snowing like crazy and so many people didn't get to come to it, that you took the time to come up and introduce yourself to me afterwards and to say something that you learned in the session. And that's the kind of the little difference, because it would be like a consumer going up and just saying hello to a designer, but a consumer that goes up and says hello to a designer and says, I saw your work and this is something I appreciated about it. Because, you know, when I'm leading a panel discussion, that is my work. And when you tell me that I was able to help you understand a concept from it, that's meaningful to me as a panel moderator to know that I was able to do that for you. But here's the second thing that I did not remember. You said in there, I have a practice of sending thank you notes, and you know what? He does what he says he does, because I got a thank you note from you after that event, which I would not have really actually top of mind remembered it. But when you said it, I was like, oh my goodness, he's not just blowing smoke saying, do these things. It's like, this is something that you live by and you actually practice it. And so the thing is, thinking about, at first blush, Amanda, a designer might think, well, what is Dane talking about? Why is joining ASID or IDS or, any of these things? How does that help me in my goal in creating my visibility with clients? But it does, right? So you break that down, because Dane has seen it work in his favor, but you break it down and explain why it all matters, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So being in community makes you, there's inherent benefit in being in community with people who do something similar to what you do. The other thing that's so important, especially when it comes to the pillar of visibility. So I should add, with these pillars of visibility that I teach, each of them does something different for your business. So in the collaborations and allyship pillar, the thing that it does for your business is that especially if you're engaging in collaboration, and this is key, you want to engage in collaborations where the person that you're collaborating with does something different than what you do, but for the same people. So when Dane talks about forming collaborations with trades and other kind of influencers, and I'm not using that in the social media space, but other people that have influence on client decisions, when he talks about making those kinds of collaborations and being involved in trade organizations is part of that. So you find people who do something slightly different than what you do, but complementary for the same community of people. And that is a hugely powerful mode of visibility.
What I love about this is we can take this both ways. And I'm going to say to you, all of you, that on one hand, if you join an organization that is like the National Association of Home Builders or like Powerhouse Smart Luxury organization, these are organizations that Amanda's talking about, people who you can collaborate with, but that do something different than you do, but do it for the same end consumer. Okay. I would also say that being part of, say, IDS or ASID in Dane's case, even though that's a group of interior designers, you each do it differently. You are not each other's competition. And when you are at this level, I talked about yesterday that one coaching client who was not prepared to do that big project by herself. But if she knew a designer that she could refer it to, that's something that comes from those collaborations and being those organizations and being at conferences like this. Because when that designer has something that she can refer back, who's the first person that designer is going to think of? And so it is valuable to know your peers, because if you really believe even one half of what we've all said to you collectively for the last day and a half so far, then you know in your gut that you don't have any competition. You don't have a single person that you're competing with. You are the only person who can design a room the way you design it. You're the only person who can deliver your experience the way you can deliver it. So you only benefit by also increasing your network within your industry, as well as, like what Amanda said, like the WCAA to me is a perfect place for interior designers, because now you're going to meet window treatment people. And I'm going to tell you, I mean, my goodness, at least once a week, we get a client that Kim will go on and they'll be like saying, and it happened to me back in the day also, oh, what should I do on this window treatment? I'm like, oh, so I'm going to, my process. Oh, let me collect my information. So is this the carpet that's going to be in the room? Oh, no. Or is this the furniture that's going to be in the room? No. Is this the paint that the room is going to be? No. Okay, sweetie, how can I design a window treatment yet? You've got $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 worth of purchases that you got to do first before I can design your window treatment. And here's the next question. Well, could you just tell me what to get? No, I can't tell you what to get. I'm not a designer, right? So I need to refer that business to a designer. And I'm sorry, am I going to refer the business to a yellow page designer? No, I'm going to refer it to somebody I have a relationship with, right? So I love, love, love this whole pillar of collaboration, right?
And I just want to add to that, LuAnn, that you said that only you can, you may be doing something similar. You may, in these organizations, you may be in community with a lot of interior designers. The fact that you do something similar, it makes it even more essential that you nail down your message and your particular point of view and your brand story, because that's the thing that distinguishes you in a field of people that are doing something that on the face of it might look similar to someone on the outside.
Such a great point, right? What you have to distinguish.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dane.
Not at all. And we're going to let Dane talk about this because he has done this. He has distinguished his point of view. He has, called out what's different about his design firm. Talk to us a little bit about that, Dane, and that journey for you in figuring that out.
Well, I think it starts with your level of professionalism. So, when you go to these events, when you join these teams, when you go to the different various trade shows or conferences like this, just putting your very best foot forward and presenting yourself in the very most professional way possible. And that, if your style is cool and collected and casual, you can wear jeans and a cool blouse with some cute shoes, or if you're more polished and sophisticated in a pencil skirt and pearls, that's your thing, then rock it. But to sort of take the parts of your personality that are you and just dial it up a little bit more so that you're presenting yourself in a very professional way and in a way that is kind of eye-catching or fascinating even to some people. There's sort of you catch people's attention because you have a little bit of an allure to you or a little bit of interest. So I think it's so important to be so professional when you're presenting and going to events, because you want to establish yourself as one of the go-to people in your community. So when my painter is on site and the client can't decide what color to pick, the first person he thinks of is me. And we met at an IFDA event, and it was at a showroom launch. And then that showroom ended up asking me to speak on one of their guest panels. And through that, I met a woman who was in construction, and now we're partnering on a project together because she brought me into that project. So I actually receive referrals from bigger name designers in the New England area who will send clients to me when they can't take on a project. And I do the same thing because we have a lot of inquiries, and I sort of funnel them out. I'm like, who is this commercial space going to be a good fit for in the design community? I've met so many designers out and about at all these different events and doing seminars like this online. I've already made so many friends with you all on Instagram. I thank you so much for that. Now I know that I'm going to be looking Rachel Moriarty up when I go to La Jolla. I'm going to be checking out other designers when I go to their cities and asking if they can get coffee, and just creating that relationship and continuing to sort of grow your, I don't like the term network. I think of it more as relationship building, but the more that you can put yourself out there and the more polished and professional you can be, then the more people will sort of think of you when they're thinking of referring somebody to you.
So good, so good. So we have.
I want to add to that comment about networking and the terminology that it really is about building relationships, and it's much more than creating kind of a transactional type of feeling. It's about creating mutually beneficial, substantial relationships with lots of people.
That's right. And so, Amanda, have you had situations where clients that you've worked with, whether they be interior designers or from other professions, where they say to you, I just find it difficult. I'm not the person that wants to walk into a room, I have to always remind myself that that's not an easy solution. I'm sitting here like, join this group, because, this is not a thing that I struggle with, but I've learned that there are people that do struggle with it. So what do you say when you meet a client that has that troubles?
Absolutely. So what I'm hearing in that question is like, what's the PR visibility alternative for introverts?
Exactly.
So absolutely, I totally identify with that. And there is something in this visibility sphere for everyone. And that's why when I work with clients, we're going to find the right tactic for you, because the authenticity with which you put yourself out there will be the thing that makes that tactic work. So if you're trying to shoehorn yourself into the right tactic or perform a PR tactic or a visibility tactic because you think you should, it's never going to work. We need to find the right way for you to be visible on behalf of your business. So it might mean that we're leaning more heavily into collaborations and alliances and starting small, starting to intentionally reach out to people that you're already connected to. That is always the starting point for every client that I work with is, okay, how are we broadening your sphere of contacts and creating those sustainable, mutually beneficial, substantial relationships with people who already know of you, but maybe they're not quite sure what you do, or they don't know exactly what's special about you. How do we intentionally tell them flat out, like, this is what I do and this is who I am? Do you know of anyone who might be a good fit for me? We would create some kind of outreach that would be really authentic and really and would feel really right to you when you put yourself out there. So there's something for everyone. So we may start with that. We may start with it's really kind of a puzzle, because I need to hear from my clients, like, what are your hangups about being visible? What is the mindset thing that's coming up for you? And then we'll find a way for you to be visible on behalf of your business. Because the fact of the matter is that even if you are a baby designer, you need to put yourself out there, because the only way to figure out what's going to work for you and what's going to attract clients and what's going to get you what's going to help you level up and bring in more of the right clients or the higher level clients is by getting out there, even if you don't feel like you're ready. So you need to kind of do these visibility experiments, and hopefully in a controlled environment where you're not throwing spaghetti at the wall, but you you have guidance on the things that work and the things that you can implement. So you're not, troubled with all of the shoulds, and you're taking focused action. And that's how I help my clients.
I love it. I love that it's no different than when an interior designer approaches a project. They are going to first learn what are the needs and the wants and the desires for that product, the home and their lifestyle and all the things. You just don't say, here's what'll work in your living room, regardless of how it will work in your life, right? And I have to say, I had a little aha moment while you were talking, because I was thinking about how Dane mentioned that when he is next out in the San Diego area, that he's going to reach out to Rachel, which, by the way, is such a fantastic idea. She is an amazing lady, and you are going to love her in person. Energy is so good. But it made me realize, what's the difference if somebody that's extroverted like me is comfortable walking into a room with 500 people, and I still only end up making 2 or 3 significant conversations and initial openings to relationships, because that's what's going to happen. If I'm going to go into a room with 500 people and my goal is to create authentic relationships, I'm not running around like a butterfly and just going hi, 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 hi. I'm finding that person, or maybe 2 or 3 that I can really begin a relationship with, right? So what's the difference if I go into a room of 500 or I do like Dane has done and meets 1 or 2 people within 2 or 3, 400 and says, I'd like to meet you when I can, you know what I mean? And does the thing and then takes it to a personal thing, right? I mean, it's whichever works. You don't have to go into a room of 500. You can meet somebody in one place and decide that there's alignment between the 2 of you and then lean into that relationship, right?
Absolutely. And let's face it, even if you're the most extroverted person and you go into a room of 500, you cannot make a substantial relationship with 500 people.
That was my aha moment. That was my aha moment.
Exactly.
I can go to 10 events a year, meet 500 people at every single event, have no compunction to do it, but I'm still only going to probably cultivate 3 to 5, 6 significant relationships out of that. So if I really am not comfortable doing that, you don't have to identify 3 to 5 or 6 people and personally reach out and do it in the way that makes it feel right for you, right?
That's all you need. I mean, you know, some of your natural referral partners are going to be builders and architects and people in construction, but I only need 2 or 3 people to be sending clients my way. So I'm friendly with 2 or 3 realtors who always send business my way. They've always got me top of mind, and they're giving my information out almost with every home they sell. And they actually know what my minimum is, and that I'm looking for whole homes, and that I don't want to do a project that's less than a certain number. And so, like, when that ideal client comes along that they're selling a home to, they just think of me because I have fostered a relationship with them. But you know, it comes down to authenticity and being genuine. So I love what you're saying, LuAnn, about the fact that, like, you know, when you go to an event, you're only, you know, I think thinking that you're going to collect a bunch of business cards or pass a bunch out is sort of the wrong mindset. Like, I think that it's so much more important to just go with a genuine attitude, to be open-minded to meeting more people, and like, you might run into somebody who you just click with, and you have a good rapport, and you're like, you know what, this was fun. Let's do coffee. Let's do a Zoom meeting. Like, can you like share what you think you're great at in your business, and where you think you struggle, and like these deep, meaningful conversations with the people that you're going to meet at events, whether it's online or in person or on Instagram or Facebook. Like, it's so easy to just tell them that you're interested to connect with them. And I think you'd be pleasantly surprised how many people are willing to share and open up just because you ask. Like, so there's a part of this where you just sort of have to get past your mental block of limiting beliefs that you're not good enough, or that you lack confidence to do that stuff. Because I haven't, you're going to have to sort of break through those barriers and work that stuff out, whether you do it in therapy or yoga or church. Like, work through those barriers so that you can put yourself out there and know that you are a person of value, and that you can bring something to the table, and that you can make great connections with other people. Because you don't have to click with every person. You just need a handful of people who, you know, your vibe is your tribe, or your tribe is your vibe. And it's like, there are a couple people who you're just gonna like hit it off with, and you know, that will continue to grow and snowball.
I love it.
I love that. That reminded me of a story, LuAnn, if I could piggyback on that. So I totally buy into that. Like, the you know, making these one-off substantial connections is the way to go. And it's also, I wanted to kind of add that it really is a long game. And I remember that, just sort of circling back to what we talked about in the beginning, I met Amber de la Garza almost, I guess it'll be 3 or 4 years ago at a conference. We happened to arrive at the same time, And we sat down and we had lunch together, and it's like the rest is history. But the fact of the matter is that it's not the rest is history. That relationship was cultivated over those years. When she would come to the East Coast, she set up a meeting of these women entrepreneurs in our area, and we all got together. So these relationships are a long game, and they take time and effort. And another sort of story that came to mind as it relates to that was a conference that I was actually speaking at. And even that, there's a story of overcoming rejection and also being in it for the long game with that, the way that came about for me as well. So I had pitched this podcaster who hosts a conference to be on her podcast back in 2014, because I went and unearthed the email, and she actually said, I got rejected. She was very kind about it, but she said, I am taking the podcast in a new direction, and I'm not taking new guests at this time. And of course I was like, harumph. Like I was like really sort of like, I took it personally, and I was like, all right, fine. So I let it go. But then I stayed in her, I took it as a rejection in the moment, but I didn't let it deter me from staying active in her community and being seen, the way that Dane keeps showing up in the chats. And, I've loved seeing him pop up. I loved the blazer yesterday too. I kind of like, took it in stride and stayed in the game. And then when I realized that I had actually something to offer to this podcaster, I invited her to come on my podcast. And it became this like, oh, okay, so it's not just me asking her for something. It's actually like, maybe I could give her something regardless of whatever the outcome is. And so she said yes. And then after that interview, I didn't realize it, but it was like a vetting session for her to vet me to be a speaker at her conference. And so that was actually like 3 years after I had originally sent that email. And so it's all a testament to the fact that whether it's, you're pitching yourself to the media, you're pitching to speak on a podcast, even if you're reaching out to a collaborator, if the time isn't right, it's not a no, it's a not right now.
Right.
That is so key, right? It's not no, it's just, no answer is not no, right? No answer is just maybe, overwhelmed, can't deal with it, whatever, or looks interesting, but not right now. And so that leads us into that third pillar, is that media pillar, right? And so tell us some of the ways, Amanda, that you instruct and guide your clients to approach that pillar, and then we'll see what Dane has done in regard to the media pillar and how he has used that for the advantage of his business.
Excellent. So I love media. That has been my background. For 12 years, I worked in corporate PR, and that was my bread and butter every day, was figuring out how to get this client on television or radio. And that was really, those were like the holy grails of media in that era, which I think they still are in some ways. But that was my job, was to come up with the story ideas that were going to get this client the television or radio coverage that they wanted. And when I started my own business, I knew that I wanted to get out of sort of the soul-sucking work of helping the loudest guys in the room be louder than their competition. And after kind of dabbling for a little while, I actually came around to this epiphany that formula that I put together in, churning out those media pitches hour after hour in my corporate life of taking a client's message, finding the story, and creating this narrative that a spokesperson could deliver on the radio or on television, is actually the exact formula that we need as business owners to put ourselves out there. We need to find our message, create a story, and put ourselves out there as the spokesperson for our businesses. So that's what I've been doing with clients as far as media is concerned. But then it also begs to be mentioned that there needs to be a holistic approach to visibility. And that's where these 3 pillars of visibility really do come in, because media is very specific, and it only does a certain particular thing for your business. And that really is driving credibility and validity. It validates you. So the things that I like to, and I talk about this in the chapter, there are kind of two different ways to go about getting media coverage as an expert. So one is to put yourself out there, and get projects featured, get yourself featured, be profiled in some way. And that means that someone else is writing a story about you. You're pitching yourself as sort of the subject of this story, or pitching a project as the subject. Another way to be featured that I think is something that sometimes gets missed as an opportunity is by featuring yourself as an expert who can give some sort of practical advice. Now, we want to be careful not to give away everything, because we don't want to attract DIYers. That is not the point here. We want to create a situation where we're offering some insight that is the precursor to the work that we would do with a client. So we want to lead them up to the gate and be like, you want to come in? I will help you. So those are sort of the two different ways to position yourself for media.
Yeah, right this way, right. So no, and it's funny, I'm trying to think who was oh my goodness, I'm so good at remembering the who and the when of the conversation, and it's getting harder. But somebody recently was saying to me on the podcast that they were doing a really good job. It might have been Wendy. It might have been Wendy Wallace-Chuck. It was a conversation that Wendy and I were having, that she was doing a really good job about being visible in her Facebook group for consumers and in her blogs. Wendy, you'll have to tell me if it was you. And she realized that the content that she was creating was consistently talking about how you do it yourself and showing them. And so then all the inquiries were people that wanted to save 25 cents on a dollar, And so then she had to change and, create, like you said, you still give away, right? You still teach something, but you teach them all the way up and give them enough to know that, they can rely on you to take it across the finish line, right? And so I think Wendy had that experience, but I also think I recently had it on the show with somebody else recently. Anyhow, so Dane, Amanda said something there about media. When you get media coverage, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but I think what you're really driving home, Amanda, is that you want to get media coverage, right? All of us, it's nobody minds that, but to understand it's not necessarily going to drive you clients. It's going to drive you the credibility, and it's going to validate you, and which is an enhancer when a client finds you and starts to vet you. But all the magazine coverage in the world, until you are our good friend Corey Damon Jenkins and you're in these, things, isn't necessarily going to drive the client, right? We have to get our heads straight about what media's job is, right?
LuAnn, I feel like we're there, like you get me.
You know what? What have I had? 2? I've interviewed you twice. You've interviewed me once. I'm learning, lady. I pay attention.
Yeah, and we've worked together over the last year.
That's right. That's exactly right. So Dane, have you found that in your business? Because you've been published several times, I know that. And so do you find that enters in? And it's not to say, Amanda, we're not going to say nobody ever looks up, sees you in a magazine and doesn't pick up the phone and call you, right? But it's just get your clarity on what it's really going to do. And so you tell us from your experience.
This is all an art. There's no absolutes. You need to do all of these things in order to get yourself out there in a way that drives credibility, that positions you as an expert, and that brings in clients.
Exactly.
So, yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Dan.
Right. Well, I like what you said earlier, Amanda, about the fact that it's a long game. So you have to think about this and do a whole lot of things, and you have to do a little bit of a whole lot. There's no silver bullet to the top. There's not one way to go about this. So I remember doing a coaching session when I moved to Boston in 2012. I didn't find out about her until 2013 or 14 or so, and I I did this program, and she was talking about the fact that you need to do public speaking. Here we are now, and like you have to have a great client experience because you want clients and referrals, and you want return clients, and so you want to get great testimonials from your clients. So that goes back to a great client experience, and then you want to have like a referral program. So like we give a gift certificate to everyone that sends us a client that turns into something. You want to do press releases and do a newsletter and create your website and have a great photography and potentially try video. And I was like overwhelmed. My head was spinning, and I was like, there's so many outlets and avenues and things that you're saying that I need to focus on. I don't even know where to begin. And then I thought, like, the very first step is creating a really great client experience. And then once that happens, like, you have a fabulous finished product, and then you get that photographed, and you hire the very best photographer you can to get the very best photos that you can. Because when this is all said and done, all of our hard work and energy and sweat and tears that goes into a project, whether it's 6 months or a year or a few years with new build, like, the only thing you have left to show for it is a photograph. A photo to say, this is my work, and to be able to market yourself to the next client and to share that with the public. And so, like, I think of myself as an artist first, and I create 3D installations, and it's art that you live in, basically. And so, like, I am so excited to put together a space because, like, I love the composition and the way that it looks. And that's the way an editor is thinking when they're seeing a photograph. So, like, I've learned to hire a stylist when we do photos, and to have the right florals, and to pitch to the magazine that the styling feels like, or if a particular project feels like it would be more in line with a local publication than a national publication. And so it's like all these different moving parts that are leading into your media and your promotion with press. But again, it goes back to like relationships as well. So I've met a lot of people in the industry going to events, joining Zoom conferences and different presentations online, reaching out to somebody on Instagram or Facebook, or just stumbling upon someone's website who's a writer and I loved an article, and then sending them a message because I found their email online, and then we established a relationship. And so, like, I'm through doing that, through establishing these relationships, like making the connections and being genuine, genuinely like being interested in the magazine or the article or the photographer or the writer, and sharing like the next time I have a project with the person who I think of in that sphere, then they're willing to pitch it for me. There's also a lot of like PR and marketing people out there who, if I can't pitch a story myself, or I can't find a local magazine that would take it, then I might end up asking a PR and marketing person to help me pitch it to an online outlet, or to pitch it to up to a blog or something like that. So once a project is published, like, it doesn't have to stop there either. Like, I can actually oftentimes get that into a blog as well, or someone will do a story about it, whether it's like on What Was Daring Hall, so now Cherish, or like Howls, so like the project itself is getting even more longevity and having even more reach. And so, like, I have sort of a big sort of network of people who are reaching out to me for content as well. And anytime that I establish a relationship with a writer or a photographer or a magazine editor, then they end up on our newsletter, which goes out every other month. It was too much for me to try to focus on that once a month, 12 times a year, half that. 6 times a year was a lot more manageable for me. And then it got to a point where I was able to afford to pay for someone to help me write those newsletters, which go out every other month. And then because I'm top of mind, because I'm writing this newsletter that's going out, like, editors and writers and photographers are reaching out to me and saying, do you have some content for us? Or do you have anything you could contribute to a story about, cozy blankets, or your favorite guests, or whatever it is, like, like they're now asking me for me to contribute to the magazine or to their blog or to their story. And it just keeps growing. The more press and visibility you have, then the more you get.
Well, I have to say,
so true.
I mean, isn't he literally weaving through all three of your pillars in this his entire thing? Is he talking about his collaborations with stylists and photographers and all of his trades and the editors he's met? And then he's talking about how their alliances, because, you know, if he's going to get featured in an article, then that photographer is going to get featured, and so is that stylist going to get featured. And then he's talking about the media. It's like it's all coming around and going in circles. I just think it's outstanding. He's an absolute living, breathing example of your pillars, Amanda. Maybe that's why I picked
exact thing. Yes, and we totally uncovered that in our conversations, which I'm so grateful that we got to have before. You know, that was just another, you know, LuAnn, this also is an example of a melding of multiple pillars, because you set Dane and I up as collaborators. So we got to create a relationship. We had several conversations before all of this. You have these co-authors that you're collaborating with that then became collaborators for all of us. And this is definitely a speaking engagement too. As Dane said, you know, he was instructed to do more speaking. This qualifies. So there are a lot of pillars that are personified or whatever. That's anthropomorphizing pillars, but that are present here.
I think one of the points that you were saying earlier, Amanda, about the fact that like having press does not necessarily get you more clients. And I can attest to that. You know, when you're in a national magazine, that's just a pat on the back. Like it adds cachet to your brand, and people will see you with a little more like brand recognition. So like, again, going back to your comment about the long game, like my goal, I always shoot for the stars, and I know that if I don't reach them, at least I've gone very far. So like from like early on in my career, I've wanted to be AD 100 and El Decor A-list. Like I think LuAnn, we talked about this before, how that is like the Oscar of an act, like for an actor, or going for the Grammy for a musician. Like as a designer, what is the top award? So like those are sort of in my peripheral for long game targets. And so how do I get there? And I realized I kind of have to work backwards. And so if I want to be in those magazines and win those awards, then I need to be in the local magazines and I need to win local awards. So that's sort of where I am in the process right now, because and not that I even need to have those, because I don't need the validation necessarily, but like I just want to know that I tried really hard in my chosen profession and as an artist to reach those accolades. And if I don't get them, it doesn't really matter. Like it's just nice to have that goal. But I'm not getting calls because I am published in those magazines or people are seeing like a blog post about me. But I may gain a few followers because there was a story that ran on like a home blog, and then what that does help you with is just the fact that, like, say an editor is down to like, do I pitch this story or that one? Let me see their social media. He has 300, he has 3,000 or 30,000 or 300,000 followers or however many. Like they may be willing to give it to the person who has a little bit more of a loyalty and a brand recognition, because that, editors do not want a one-off either. They want to establish relationships with designers who they know are going to continue to provide content and to continue to offer more stories and have something to say, a point of view.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
it's so
I was
true.
going to say that too, Dane, about what you said earlier, press begets press. But another reason why you've gotten opportunity after opportunity is because, especially with the same editors that continue to contact you, is because you've shown up as a contributor of value. You've done what you've said you're going to do. You've provided great content. You've followed up. You've probably sent a thank you note. Like these are all things that create that relationship, but also you're helping make their job easier. They don't have to hound you for the content that you promised, or you're sending them something that's already polished, and they remember that. So that's another reason why you've been successful in media, is because you put thought and time and effort into providing and showing up for what you promised.
Yeah.
Well, you shared your pitch kit with me as well, and I have to tell you, like, it is very thorough, and that is everything that you need to have in order to pitch it to the magazine editor or the writer. Like, they don't want to keep back and forth, like, well, where is this, and how many square footage, and, or what's the square feet, and like how many bedrooms, and what was like an interesting take on this, like what's the spin, what would our readers be drawn to. Like, you can't just send a photo and say, do you like this? Like, you have to give a whole like pitch. And I love your kit that you have. It's very thorough. It would be super helpful for people to use.
Thank you.
Well,
and the
it's
other
so
thing that I wanted to just say about the follower count, Dane, we could like have our own talk show. Sorry.
Well, you got 8 minutes. You can bring it across the finish line if you want. It's fine. I'll rest. I'll watch the chat.
I'll just say this really quickly, is that editors also do love to discover the new thing, right? So if you do have that great idea, like you're pointing out, or you do have this distinct point of view, or you're doing something super original, a great idea is always going to win out. And so the number of followers you have doesn't always matter, because if it's a great idea, that's what's going to position you for success in the media.
That's another really good tip. I love it. I have to say, there's so many things in here that, both of you have been just like, sharing. It's like crazy to pick out what it is, but a couple of things that I heard. I love, Dane, that you have the newsletter. There's 2 things I love about your newsletter. There's 3 things I love about your newsletter. I love that you looked in the mirror and said, I can't do this every week. I can't do this even every month. I'm going to do it every other month, because it serves and it lines up with what makes sense in your business. So there's no rule like you have to do it every week. So that's number 1. I also like that that newsletter, I'm sure, serves some good SEO purposes, right? If you're making it from a blog, you're creating the content off your blog on your website. So that means that SEO is there, and then you're just curating it and putting it out once every other month in a newsletter. The other thing I like about that is that how you said that you feature the people that you're collaborating with, right? I mean, to bring up Sandra Funk again, she did that that's one of the ways that she really built her SEO and built her credibility in the area, is that, if there was a florist that she typically always called for her photo shoots, then she did a feature on her and shared it with everybody else, because who in the community wouldn't sometimes like to know which, the designer recommends this florist. Well, that must be a really good florist if it passes your criteria, right? And the same with your photographers and everything like that. So I think that there's so much here. And the one thing I saw in the chat is that somebody said, yeah, I've never gotten any clients from any time I've been published. And I couldn't tell, because I'm trying to do, 16 things at once here, but I couldn't tell if that was like more, yeah, I don't get clients from that, or reinforcing what we're saying, that the message is to know what you expect from it. And just on the outside chance that the comment is more like, yeah, I've been published and I don't get any clients from it. To Amanda's point and to Dane's point, it's not that we don't love it if the phone rings, if we get a client from being published, but we cannot expect that to be the result. That's a little icing on the cake if it happens. And to say, well, then never mind, I'm not going to do it, doesn't make sense in my book. Like I don't know if we use business cards anymore, but we have business cards. Do we buy them and we say, I'm making this business card because I expect to get a client from this? No, there's many things, and when you break it down, there's many things that we do in our business because it supports other initiatives in our business, not because that direct act is going to create a client. And so by getting in local regional press, you're going to do 2 things for yourself. You're going to get your name out there. And then when your website is well done and your process is locked down, that person sees you there, goes here, finds you, gets impressed, then says, oh, maybe I'll follow them on Instagram. And then for the long tail, 6 months later, they finally might say, okay, you're my guy, you're my girl. And you're going to say, you know, that article didn't do anything for me, but it did. You might not know it because they might start interacting you with Instagram or Facebook or whatever it is, and they might even forget that that's where they originally first found out about you. So you have to understand. And then, of course, you know, this is our third designer. I have to say in the chat, we have to find out how many designers have a goal of being an AD 100, because this is becoming another running theme of LuAnn Live, the AD 100 goal list, right? And so, but I have had enough interviews with people like Amanda who are very knowledgeable about press and PR. Amy Fleury, Ren Miller, I'm thinking of all of them. And 201, they say, you must establish that presence of credibility and being a reliable partner in the media process at your local, regional level if you think eventually the big guys are going to call, right? They're just not going to necessarily pluck you out of obscurity, right?
When you get local press, then when a national magazine, you're pitching to a national magazine, then they're looking at your website and they're checking your Instagram. You're being vetted by the local editors so that they know that this is a person of quality who we can put into our magazine, because look, they're already winning awards in their local city or state or whatever. And so I've always heard too that like you don't necessarily get clients from a national magazine. Again, it's a pat on the back, but you will potentially get clients locally or regionally. So if I'm in Boston Home and somebody's at Whole Foods in the checkout line and they see that in there, they might hold on to that magazine. And 3 years later, they're like, I saved this magazine. I saved it there, you know, or maybe look on your website and I knew that when I bought my new house that I wanted to call you because I just loved your style. And
that's right.
So it truly is about the long game, and like it's again visibility. It's like it keeps feeding the beast. And I think like one main comment I would like to say is just that no matter what you do, you have to get the very most professional photographs that you can afford. So moving to Boston, I realized it was like a nice dream to think that I could send some snapshots to a magazine and then they might pick up the story and send their professional photographers. That's not how magazines work these days. Right. You have to do all the work for them. You have to pay for the photo shoot and the styling and the florals, and then you give them the finished product and then they'll run the story or they'll run the photographs. So like flip through your local regional magazines and newspapers and find out whose names are you seeing repeated over and over? Who are the photographers who are already in those magazines, who have the ear of the editors and who will know who to pitch your story to? So just as Boston as an example, like a photographer might say, this is going to be better for New England Home versus Boston Home, or better for Boston Home versus Boston Globe, and a number of other magazines out there. But if you hire the very best photographer you can and take the very best photos you can, then you're always going to have a pretty feed and you're going to have a fantastic portfolio.
Yeah, I love it.
Such good advice. I just want to put a capstone on that media thing, because I want us to be in this solution as opposed to like media doesn't work to get clients. The thing that works to get clients is approximating word of mouth as close as you can. So the more intimate the media is, the more close you are to creating relationships where people are talking about you. That's the kind of PR that you really want to go after to get more clients. It's that idea of approximating word of mouth so that it seems like to the client they're hearing about you from someone that they trust.
Love it. Love it. That is a perfect place to end all of this goodness from you two. First of all, I have to say, if I hear 1,000 times in a day, a week, a month, that my energy comes through. Well, Amanda, your energy comes through too. Totally love it. Every time I talk to you on a Zoom, you're like practically jumping through with your, ideas and trying to share it. So I appreciate that in you. And Dane, thank you so much. You're my buddy there. I truly grateful for you in my life. So guys, thank you. I'm going to throw it over to Ariane and we're going to keep the day rolling.
Thanks, guys.
just finished another great session. Amanda and Dane gave us so much. I was taking so many notes. A couple of the highlights for me, I don't know if these are the same for you, was, she laid it out really quickly at the beginning. You must know your story in order to make the pitch, whether it's pitching to your clients, pitching to a magazine. What is special? What is your story? And how can you pull that into your pitch? And then only if you know your story can you either make the pitch or outsource to someone to help you make the pitch, or collaborate with brands or book appearances. So doing the homework that she guides us through in the chapter is going to help understand what our story is. And then Dane was amazing, wasn't he? Doesn't he look like someone you just want to get to know and like have coffee with or have a drink with? Amazing. So many great nuggets from him. A couple of the ones I wrote down were really understand the purpose of your collaborations and appearances and pitches to get a healthy perspective on what's actually going to come from that and how it's going to benefit your business. So, a couple of you pointed out, it's not just about getting published because that doesn't necessarily translate to clients, but how does that fit in your overall business strategy? Is it to give you more cachet and credibility? Or is it, a dream that you've had to mark off on your list that you've been featured in a magazine? But understand and know the role, and that'll help you have a healthy perspective. And then the last thing that I wrote down real quickly was understanding how to create content that leads people to your product and sets you up as an expert and not just something you're showing someone to give them tips on how to do it themselves. We have a couple of people just real quick that I was glancing through in the participants who do that well every day. We've got Wendy Willichek, we've got Claire Jeffert, we've got Vanessa Francis. They are amazing content creators, Rachel as well. So if you are looking for someone to follow and watch that process unfold, those are some names really quickly I can give you that I know for sure have this thing down. So what a great session. Now I get to give away a 45-minute session with Amanda to one lucky winner. And the winner is Jessica Cruz. Now, I don't know if Jessica is still here. I hope you are. If you are, come on in. If not, we'll keep going. I think Jessica may have stepped away from her desk, but Jessica, you get that 45-minute session. And as you guys are kind of taking in, again, more information, now you get to take a really quick break and sit down and get some more inspiration as LuAnn talks to another fantastic person to see where they are now.
Hello, how are you guys? I'm so glad. Hi, Kristen, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, I'm good. We've been having an amazing day. We just ended a session with Amanda Berlin and Dane Austin, and they just rocked our world about talking to us about visibility, which I happen to know you know a few things about. So we are going to catch up on where are you now. Thanks for joining us today, Kristen.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
Yes. So you made an impression on me, Kristen, when you were on the podcast a couple of years ago. It's probably 3 years ago at this point. And I remember what hit me was you were running your business. You'll refresh my memory on how many years you were in business at that point. But you were running your business, all the things, what was working, what wasn't working. It was like a treadmill and just feeling like, somebody said today it was like a tornado in your mind or something. I'm trying to think of what the phrase was. And you said that you just felt like you weren't doing the kind of projects that you wanted to do. You weren't happy with the direction that things were going. And you took a look at your whole business. And one of the things that you looked at was that you looked at the Instagram and thought, well, this is part of the problem because the things that I'm putting on here are not the things that I want to be doing. And you had like 17,000 followers and you just ripped it down. You just ripped it down. And for anybody that has done the work, you know, to get to 1,000, let alone 17,000 followers, you know, it's just unimaginable. But you did it and you built it up faster, better, stronger, because now it all fit into your life and into your dreams and your mission for your company. So take us back and tell us a little bit about that, and then take us to the results of it 3 years later.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. So as you had mentioned, I was just doing everything that was coming in. If somebody wanted me to do this style or that, I would just take anything and everything that came the way. And I didn't have a lot of job satisfaction, and I really wanted to do the kind of work that I wanted to do. So exactly what you said, I took everything, I completely cleared off my website. I think I was left with maybe 1, maybe 2 projects. I completely rebranded everything. And yeah, I took everything off of Instagram. I started with 1 photo. And at the time I was really, really nervous because I had a team of people, and I'm thinking, okay, I hope that I can keep everyone busy. I'm hoping that we can do this. But I just knew moving forward, I wanted to continue to be true to who I wanted to be and the aesthetic and like all of that. So yeah, so we started doing that, and little by little, we kept posting things that were more of like the inspiration and just more in line with what I wanted to continue to do. And then as time has gone on, if you look at like my inspiration board, and then you start looking at my portfolio and even things that are coming up in the future, we have several projects that we're looking to photograph here in the next little bit. They're all within the line and the aesthetic and the feel that we want to go as a company. So I would say when I did talk to you, I was telling you I had to, you know, tell people we don't really do that. I do this. And then I would say 3 years later, I think we're just more refined. And then also our company has gotten more exclusive. So our projects in scale have gotten really a lot bigger. Like for instance, this week we just signed a contract for a house that's 23,000 square feet.
Whoa.
So we've definitely stepped up, and we have clients that have, you know, several homes all over the place, and our exclusivity, I guess, it's just gotten us there where we have people that are flying in from out of state, and then we're doing their house here and we're doing their house there. And I mean, I'm just I'm so blessed. I feel so blessed, and I feel so grateful to be able to stay true to what we're doing. And I continue to just stick with what we're doing, I guess. So we're just going to stay true. So that's kind of where we're at.
Well, the thing is, though, you know, there's that moment that you just looked around and said, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? Why am I saying yes to these projects? But the thing is, it's scary enough for anybody to start saying no to projects that they don't feel are right for them when they're a solo. Because even as a solo, even if it's your own pride, even if the money that you earn for your firm is not supporting your family, it's your pride. It's like, I want to be working, I want to be doing projects. So it's scary to say no. But like you said, you had a team. And you had rent, studio, a location, and you just looked at your team. And I have to say, if I'm right, I want to remember if I'm right, I feel like you did what Eileen Hahn said to us yesterday. You shared with your team, you know, this is where I see us going. This is what I see for this future of this firm. And if you are in on that, this is what I'm going to do. This is the risk I'm going to take. And I think it's the way to go. Are you with me? You shared it with them. Do I remember that properly?
100%. Yeah, I did. And I will say the thing that, I mean, you say team, and I am all about the team, because I know I am nothing without my team. My team is they're so amazing. I couldn't do anything that I do without them. So I will say, I may be the owner of the company, I may be, you know, the one that talks to you, and I may be the one in charge, but truly you can't do anything without your team. They're amazing. And give them all the respect and everything that they do. I appreciate them so much. I can't even tell you.
I know that. I know that about you. I know that it's a genuine sentiment. I absolutely do. But I have to say that, one of the aha moments that one of the designers shared with us last night, she said, it never occurred to me to come and turn around and look at my team and say, this is my vision for it. This is where I see it going. And I know that that is one of the things that contributed to the success. You had the backbone. First of all, you had the moment where you didn't pretend everything was okay. And you didn't just keep pushing it under the rug. You said, you know what, this isn't the way I want to do it. Then you had the backbone to figure out what you thought the solution would be. And then you shared it with the team to ignite them and to get them on the plan and get them wanting to go along with you. And then what happens is, it's easy to say, here you are now. Where are they now? 3 years later, it's all working. But I'm sure there were moments. You said there were moments in there where you were, is this going to work? Is it not going to work? Right? But tell us about when it started to work, Kristen. We've got designers here that are thinking maybe I should lean into vegan design, or I should lean into, this or that. Is it scary to just put my stake in this? You put your stake into a certain aesthetic that you just said, this kind of project only from now on. Once it started to work, what happened? How many times you feel like you had to say, I'm sorry, you're a great person, but I'm not taking your project because it's not the kind of work I want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you a couple examples that were some pretty tough conversations. We had a client that was working on a project, a really large project down in Colorado Springs. And she came to us and said, these are all of the selections I've picked out and this and that and everything. And I called her and had a really tough conversation with her. And I said, I think it's great that you've spent all this time and energy and you've picked this all out, but we have to completely redo this entire thing or we can't stand behind this. And it cost her a lot of money. But I just didn't feel good about the direction of doing it. So I wasn't going to be that yes person. I just don't feel good about it. I want to do the very best work for her as we can. And she completely respected it. There was no pushback. I think that's when things started hitting, when I knew that we had kind of that respect level there, when the clients come to me and say, you know what, if that's what you really feel, I know it's going to cost me more money and that's what you decide. You're the professional. I trust you. You're done. I'm done, So that, and I had that happen on another home, a really large project. They wanted to come in and do this, that, or whatever. And I had to go back to the client and just say, I'm so grateful for the opportunity. We want to work with you. I think this is all great, but I got to be completely honest with you. We've got to scratch this. We've got to do this. We've got to do that. And we've got to start over and we've got to do this. And it's not that I want to make them spend any money, but I want to do the very best job that I can for them. And sometimes that's not fun to say those things to them, but I wouldn't be true to myself or what we're trying to accomplish if I wasn't doing that,
Right. Well, and you said something in there is you said that it started to click when the client started to have that respect level for you, that if you said no, then it was no. And I'm just going to point out, I think it started to click when you had the respect level for yourself, right? And what your team could do, right? I mean, isn't it it's like, no, I know this isn't right. And I'm done with telling people what they want to hear. Whether you say it with kindness or not, it's like, no, this is, so it starts inside, in knowing inside ourselves that that's it, what I will and will not do, right? Right?
Exactly. I mean, I had that conversation with the client the other day and I just said, do you want to talk to any of my past clients? You can talk to anyone. And they said, Kristen, we know you guys are the best. We trust you. It's sold. We're done. Whatever you say is going.
Yeah.
So that is so great to get that respect, because they can look at that. They can look at our past projects. They can look at our reputation. They know we stand behind it. We're not perfect by any means, but I always tell clients we stand behind everything we do. So we will always take care of you, always.
Yeah. Yes. So For any colleague that's with us now and is looking and listening and thinking, I need to do this. I feel like, my business is not in the direction I want to go in, and I've got to maybe think about doing this for myself and drawing that line in the sand. Give us some tips and advice for getting through those tough times when you're saying no, you're not sure if another client is going to come that lines up, and you are looking at eyeballs that need paychecks and rent checks that are due and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think the first thing obviously is you need a really clear vision of where you're headed. I think that's extremely important.
Don't mind me laughing. We're going to say this. This is like if anybody ever doubts me on this again, I'm just going to be like, I'm sorry. Would you just go watch LuAnn Live, 2021? Because seriously, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So you need a really clear vision of what you're doing. It's just like going into a room and telling somebody how to design it. You can't pick 7 sofas and think it's going to be a clear vision. That's not going to work. So it's the same thing with your business and where you want to head. So I think you need a clear vision of operationally how you want to run your business, as well as the culture that you want to have in your business, and then obviously aesthetic, style, what type of projects you want to do, and that sort of thing. So I think that's really important. Again, you had mentioned sharing that vision with your team. I think that's extremely important. So you get everyone on your team, you get that synergy going, you get that energy going, and everyone's really excited of what the future holds and where we're headed as a company. And we all have the same goals in mind because we want to be working on these type of projects now, right? So that's extremely important. And then I would say making sure that when you're veering off a little to the left or a little to the right, you kind of do those checks and balances and just say, gosh, that project's looking okay and it looks like it might be all right, but guess what? That's not really who we are. If we're over here, that's okay. And we always say we're not for everybody, and we shouldn't be for everybody. It should be a win-win on both sides. We should be excited to work with the client. They should be excited to work with us. And then again, I would say the other thing is really stand behind the confidence in knowing, I know we are the very best at what we do. We aren't the very best at everything, but if you pick us and our aesthetic and where we're headed and where we'll take you, we will get you there, and we will be the very best to get you there.
My face hurts from smiling, okay? I'm sure Eileen Hahn is probably like high-fiving, doing dances. I mean, literally, you are to a point describing the roadmap for exactly how to come to clarity so that you can create the level of success that you want for your company. It's so, so true. It's so textbook. It's come out in every single panel. One of the reasons why I invited you for a Where Are They Now, because I know this about your business, Kristen. I absolutely know it about your business. Yeah, it's amazing. So give me a few seconds on, for somebody lesser experienced in business yet that's saying, I don't know how to decide what my vision is for my company. I don't know how to decide what that is. Where does it start and how? And would you say that maybe there are some unicorns out there that really do have clarity on it right from the get-go, but sometimes it builds and you develop it as you work your business? Or even at your point when you did this turnaround, what's the process that you can teach somebody to hone in on their mission and their vision?
So this is just kind of a creative way of doing it, but I would start with a vision board. I think you start with that, you start pulling imagery, and again, you're going to see this common thread bleeding through maybe your aesthetic, or I listen to a lot of podcasts on businesses and culture of companies. And there's things that I'll pick up on, I want to implement that into my company. That's something that I agree with, that kind of thing. So I think there's so much information out there that we can gather. Also reading a lot of business books. I think that's super important as well. But I would say if I was starting out and really trying to focus on what I'm doing, I would start a vision board, and maybe sometimes it's easier to look at what I don't want versus what I want. So maybe focus on, I know I don't want this, I know I don't want to be that, I know I don't want to be that, and then maybe see what rises to the top and narrow it down that way, and then start your pillars of what your company is going to stand for and what it is. I know I mean, one of the things that we're known for is like we're very, very timeless. We're mixing traditional and modern and timeless and layers. So we have these keywords that we use all the time in our firm, and that's how we speak. So if a client comes in, whether it's a potential or a current client, we have this lingo that they already know this is how we speak. It's brought out in our marketing and our Instagram and how we speak to people. We have these certain rules of how we bring things in, and it's just what we know. And I guess to answer your question, that's kind of evolved over time. The more we do things, the more we look back, and the more we, I guess, kind of take it from a different perspective and say, what are we all about and what's our recipe for success?
So good. It's so good. I love it. I swear to goodness, it's just having that. It's we talk about it often, working on your business, right? Taking a reset, and just, even if it's a weekend, if it's an afternoon, and to really establish. And I love the idea of gathering all the images that speak to you, and even if you have to gather some images that are an NO to you, so you really can refine. And the thing is too, and I just want to say, you refocused your business around the aesthetic and around the design that you wanted to do. That was a pillar that was important for you. For everybody listening, your mission doesn't have to be centered around an aesthetic. That was what was important for Kristen. Kristen wanted to go out and do a certain type of design and aesthetic, but for somebody else, it could be around a concept. It could be around something else. It could be around a lifestyle or whatever it is. So it is just having the conversation about what's important to you, and to play around with it, with whether it be a vision board or a journal or something like that, right?
Exactly. I think the main thing is just being clear about, what's that quote? Begin with the end in mind. I think you have to figure out, where do you see yourself? Where are you going to be? What are you going to be doing? I mean, I've been talking with my team. We're like, you know what? Before we know it, we're going to be doing this house, and then we're going to go here. We're going to be doing this and that, and that's happening for us because we put out that intention, and we knew if we were going to do a great job on this project, it's going to bleed into this one, and it's just going to continue to go. So, when I got a house that was 10,000 square feet, we were like, okay, we can do this. And then when we go double that, 23,000 square feet, we're like, that's just twice as much. We can do this, And so, but I think you do have to, obviously crawl before you can walk or run. But those certain steps are going to get you to where that point, when it comes in and a client's calling you saying, I want you to take care of this, we're like, we got it. No problem.
Yes. We have 10 minutes left. Tell me about the size of your team now. I know some of the team members, but tell me what the makeup is currently.
So, well, we're currently looking to hire quite a few people right now.
Oh,
so I'm
cool.
in the process of interviewing more and more people. We're right now, I think we have 9 on our team right now, which is pretty, we've kind of stuck with that team. But we've always kind of brought in more support. But we're going to increase our marketing. So we're going to have somebody help support with like our media and marketing and that sort of thing. And then I'm looking for 2 or 3 more designers and also administration. So this year with what's coming in, we feel super, super blessed, but we're getting more calls than I even know what to do with. I don't even know right now. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I've got to hire so many people because I can't get to them fast. And I feel so lucky and so blessed. But I didn't realize. Normally you'll get a few phone calls here or there a week, and we're getting 5 to 7 to 8. It is going crazy right now. So that's our team. And I think when I talked to you originally, I think my husband was kind of helping in operations, and now completely. All the operations are completely on him. I don't deal with it at all. I don't look at paychecks. I don't look at payroll. I don't look at invoices. I can't. I don't have time to do it.
No.
So he was helping out a little bit, but now with just the way the business has gone and everything like that, he's completely full-time right now. We can't keep up otherwise.
That's the kind of thing you want. You build a business so good that your husband has to quit his job and come work for you. I love that.
And I just think also the respect is there. we work really well together. He's seen over the years, and he's got a great business mind, and so there's nothing better, you know. And so, but I would say for our future, what we're headed for, we're going to do a different space this year, so we're going to be expanding this year.
Wow.
We started our K-Tom line. We're going to get more into that when I get some more time, which there's never enough time. So I've got to hire somebody like a creative director to help me with that. And I would just say for us, again, I mean, one thing we're kind of going back and forth with is we have kind of our exclusive clients that we're working with now, and then do we hire another team that's working with more of a studio section that's maybe the budgets aren't as expensive, but they can still get our aesthetic. So that's another thing we're kind of playing with. I don't want to be huge because I want us to be as boutique as we can, and I really want to make sure that the quality's there. But we feel so blessed because, again, it's just coming in faster than we can get to it. So we feel very, very blessed.
Well, I have to say, with all of the firms that have been in our mastermind, Eileen and myself's mastermind for the last 7, 8, 9 months, they're all busting at the seams like yours is. Just the leads coming in. It's when you get to a level that your business is well organized, like you said, operationally, culturally, and aesthetically. When we're in a boom, we are very fortunate that of all of the horrible things that individually any one of us, our family members, our extended network has experienced because of COVID, as an industry, we're on the right side of it. You know, we are on the right side of where it is, and it is the firms that were positioned well to take advantage of it, because you had to have your ducks in a row, so that, because even just managing all the delays, right? When you are a well-run shop and you're managing all the delays, you're managing it from a point of authority. You're saying, look, sorry, right? As opposed to apologizing and saying, I can't. And I'm not mocking any designer that found themselves in a situation where they were in conflict with a client because of COVID delays that didn't end well. It's just that I think you can hear, the more we put the seasoned designers in front of us that really have tons of business experience, like Kristen, like Blanche, like so many others that we've heard in the last couple of days. You know, a delay from COVID is a delay from COVID, right? Like, that's what it is. Get over yourself. Okay, that's inside voice, right? Outside voice is, I don't run the world. No, that's inside voice too. So, but you see what I'm saying. You know, we're on the right side of it as an industry. There's so many industries that are not on the right side of it. And so for firms like yourself that are successful and locked down and busy, it's just, that's been the challenge. It's even busier, right?
Yeah, and I think it's managing those expectations and just saying, hey, here's kind of where, this is what we're hit with, and this is how we're handling it, and this is how we're going to approach it. And I think just being open and transparent with the client, so they don't, you know, I just think that's super important, you know. And again, you know, like, my expediter is incredible. She keeps everyone updated. She's on top of the vendors. She always knows it. So again, I think it's just, you know, managing those expectations, keeping the clients aware of what's going on in the situation. And like, for now, it's like, okay, we're in COVID time, so instead of, you know, this many weeks out, we're looking at more like this many weeks out. That's more the reality of it. Are you comfortable with that? Because if you're not, we probably shouldn't be ordering this furniture, and really setting that up front so that you're not over promising and under delivering.
Right, absolutely. That's a great way to phrase it. It's like, here's what it is. Are you comfortable with it? Right? Because you don't have to be. We can pick something else. We can do something else. We don't have to be. But if you say yes, then don't come yelling at me when it actually takes as long or longer than we expected it to take, right? But
Yeah,
you said it's setting it all up, right?
Yep, totally. And also too, I mean, we do live in this fast-paced world where people can order this and online and get something delivered all the time. And I tell people, I'm like, if you're patient, it's going to be worth your patience. It will be, you know? And so, and I was telling them, like, I don't want you redoing this 6 times. Let's do it well. Let's do it right. And let's make it make sense. And let's, you know, let's knock it out of the park and make it beautiful for you. So, and
I have to say,
they're always willing to wait, you know?
Yes. And we say the same thing at Window Works. It's like, look, you know, If it takes 2 weeks longer or 6 weeks longer, or God forbid, you're going to have it for, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. Like, so what are we doing? We're going to sacrifice it for a rush decision. It's not going to, why? Come in here every day and, you'll love it, right? But it is the confidence to have that conversation up front. And, the confidence in running your business is, well borne out and through all the things that you're doing, Kristen. And that's why I really wanted to, you know that I had invited you to speak at the first LuAnn Live that was live, and your son was graduating from high school and going on a, it was a church-led group trip, like a trip, right? Like a mission trip.
To Brazil.
Right. I
So
remember.
that was crazy. Yeah. So it's just timing on everything has been great, and he's back, and things are great, and that's one of the things I always talked about too. Is like, for me, I've always been a business owner, but my family has always come first, and they know that. So that's
right.
definitely one of my things that I'm super strong on, because all the money in the world can't buy you happiness, but your time with your family is forever.
Right. And I love that you said that, because I know you made the decision, and I know that you do it in your life every day, to make the decision to put the family first. But, to really pull back the curtain on it, it doesn't mean it was easy. It wasn't like I invited you to speak at LuAnn Live and you're like, oh, Ken, it's my son's going away party. He's going to Brazil on a mission. Sorry. We were like on the phone. You're like, I'm going to see if we can move the party. I'm seeing if we can do this. I'm going to see if it will still work. And you're like, I'm going to call you back. And then finally you're like, I got to be there for my kid. And I'm like, lady, you put a kid out in the world, you got to take care of him. Don't worry, I'll call you another time, right? Because you do. Exactly. So that expresses that. But that expresses that. Just because we make the decisions doesn't mean they're easy. And sometimes when somebody just hears, I made the decision to put my family first, it makes it sound like it was the easiest thing in the world, because as a professional, you wanted to come and be a speaker at LuAnn Live. You wanted to participate, right? Yeah. So,
it's a huge platform, and we're so grateful for the opportunities. But again, when you make those decisions, you're like, okay, I got to pick. I'm just going to pick my family. Even though it's the hardest thing ever.
That's right. That's what a good mama does, right? That's it. Well, you are amazing. I'm so grateful that we did get the chance to get you in front of everybody and talk to you again. And I just love the way your business is building. I encourage everybody to follow Kristen on Instagram and to go check out her website and her firm and her work. And mostly, I encourage you to pay attention to the way she runs her business. It is that combination of having a solid mission and really understanding how the mission goes through what she said. I love it. The operations, the culture, and the aesthetic. It's a great goalpost there for everybody to plant for themselves, to make sure that they're always hitting at the right time, in the right space, and the right thing for them as business owners. So, Kristen, thank you tons, lady. I can't wait till I can see you in person.
All right. Well, I thank you so much for the opportunity. I always have fun with you, and I just really appreciate you, and thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
I had to sneak out right before we ended to switch hats and get back into the MC role. But today has been fantastic so far, and it's not over yet. We still have 2 more panel discussions, and of course, then we have our fantastic session with LuAnn with our aha moments. So let's dive into panel discussion number 8 with Desi Cresswell and Katie Menon. I think that's how I pronounce it. Is it Menon or Menon? Menon? Okay. All right, so this panel discussion is titled Creating Your Ideal Life and Business, and it's sponsored by LuAnn University. So let's get to know our 2 panelists. Desi Cresswell is a certified life and business coach who helps interior designers stop feeling overwhelmed so they can intentionally achieve next level success with more freedom and fulfillment. Desi is an expert on the topic of work-life alignment, and she will be joined on the panel today with Katie. Katie is the CEO and creative director of Stevenson Interiors in Edmonton, Canada. Stevenson Interiors is a full-service interior design firm serving a variety of clients ranging from busy professional couples to accomplished style-conscious bachelors and cultured empty nesters. These ladies are here to us that we do not have to sacrifice our personal values and relationships in order to be great CEOs and great business leaders. So thank you, ladies, for being here. How are you holding up? You still got some energy? Ready to bring it? You're like, oh yeah. Okay. Well, Desi, when I was announced as one of the MCs for this event, you were like one of the first people to send me a little note and say, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Can't wait to get to know you. And I was like, oh, I think I'm going to like her. She's awesome. And then LuAnn sent me the book and I read the book and I was like, I was right. I knew I was going to like her. Like you have such a great way of reminding us of the power that we have over the way we experience life and just making it so plain and easy to grasp. So I think that people will, if they haven't already read the book, really appreciate what you bring to the table. So you are second to last.
That is a simple compliment. I really try and make it simple and doable.
It's totally doable. You assure us. So you're the second to last panel. We've already had a lot of great content given to us. What are you excited about sharing, like kind of overall with us, or what's been your favorite moment so far as you've observed the event?
Well, I think probably, I mean, I loved listening to all the ahas last night. I mean, obviously all the panels were wonderful, but the ahas were really fun to see how different designers interpreted different pieces of how-to or advice or inspiration, and are going to be actually taking it and then implementing it, right? Because we can have knowledge, but if we don't implement it, then it's really, you know, not that useful. So that was cool to see how people are like ready to hit the ground and integrate this stuff into their business.
Yeah. And you know, one of the things that I noticed experiencing the event yesterday was there were a lot of times when people would share their aha moments and I would be like, I didn't even hear that. Like maybe my ear was tuned to a different frequency. It's amazing how you can have a room full of people and every one of them walks away with a different experience, a different aha moment based on what's true to them and where they are in their lives. So let's hop over to you, Katie. Your Instagram feed is so beautiful, and I appreciate it so much. Not just the beautiful imagery, but it just felt almost like I was flipping through a lifestyle magazine. Like I got the whole picture. I got not just the beautiful spaces, but also the life, you know, that we aspire to have in these spaces. And I could so see how you could bring that approach to your projects to make sure that your spaces are in alignment with your clients' hopes and dreams. So it seems like this is going to be a really great pairing, but what are you excited about kind of unfolding for us today?
Well, thank you first for that lovely compliment. I really tried. It's intentional, the messaging that I'm putting out there. So thank you so much for that. And I'm excited that, you know, like LuAnn has mentioned multiple times, that vision and having a vision and alignment and goal is so important to everything that we're doing and talking about here today. And Desi has so much to offer in terms of that. It's really the bulk of her expertise. So just excited for you guys to hear what she has to say.
Yeah, well, we're excited to hear from both of you. Again, I love this format of the expert, but then the real life person who's walking the walk. And we're going to dive into the session, but first, I want to tell you a little bit more about our sponsor. Now, I've been watching the chat, and you guys, every time someone shares a nugget, you're like, oh my gosh, where can I learn more about that? Where can I hear this? Where can I hear that? You are going to have two resources to do that. The first is LuAnn Live or LuAnnNigara.com/2021. That's where you can see additional resources from this event, and I'll remind you of that later in the chat. But then also, the sponsor of this particular session is LuAnn University. So what is LuAnn University? Well, it's not just education, it's not just the support of your colleagues, and it's not just a great experience. Each department and class is crafted to provide targeted, proven instruction in key areas for profit and growth. all specific to the interior design and window treatment industries. So let's take a look at this short video to learn more about LuU.
Hey, let's have a little chat about LuAnn University, shall we? Yes. Have you heard about it? It's launched. I would love for you to take a look at all the courses that we have built in for you at LuAnn University. First of all, let me tell you how it works. It is 6-week live instruction. That's right. You show up, you have accountability, your teacher's looking for you to show up, your peers are looking for you to show up, you have an opportunity to interact and ask questions. That's how I like to learn. That's how we built the university. Okay. Then you do have access to the recordings forever. Okay. So you want to go back, you want to review something, or you did have an emergency come up with a client or your family. You have the access to that lesson if you missed it. And like I said, if you just want to go back and review it again. All right. And then thirdly, we've built in conversation forums where during the entire time of your class, the 6 weeks your class is going on, you have the opportunity to go back and ask deeper questions that maybe didn't come up when you were listening to the live instruction the first time. Okay. Because then it can't occur to you, or you tried it and it didn't work. And now you have to say, what's going on? So we've built that all in. All right. Now, what kinds of classes do we have? Well, I'll tell you about the departments. We have marketing for profit. We have process leads to profits. We have the profit is in the numbers. We have window treatment for profit, and we have expand your mind, grow your profit. And under each of these departments will be ultimately multiple classes for you to expand your business acumen and for you to expand your knowledge on the business side of running your interior design or window treatment firm. All right. I firmly believe that this is the secret sauce of success. You know that I say it all the time. Your talent is important. Your talent is amazing, but it is not the thing that grows your business. Okay. So please join us at LuAnn University and see if there's something there for you that can make you make a difference in your business this year. I hope to see you inside the classes.
Hello. Hi, ladies. How are you? Hi, Desi. Hi, Katie.
Hi, LuAnn. So good to see you. I was just thinking it feels like it's been forever.
I know, right? I'm so excited for this session because just like Ariane said, I know that Desi, you have a special gift for helping each of us just zone in and really figure out what's important for us and making sure that we're showing up in both our business, in our lives, you know, the best way that we want to. So love that message. And I love that Katie has been through your coaching programs and some one-on-one coaching with you. And so, you know, this whole theme is let's figure out how, you know, what you do, what's your expertise, and let's have the perspective of somebody that's gone through it so that we can get the lessons, those real hard nuggets that are coming out through it, okay? So start us off, Desi. Give us the overview of what you would love for everybody to take away from their from your chapter in the book.
Okay. Well, I was thinking about this, LuAnn, and I think the main thing is really the importance of vision and intentionality. If we don't know where we're going, we can't get there, right? You're not going to hop in the car for this road trip and not have your GPS set and then expect to end up where you actually want to go. And so that's really what this chapter is giving you, this framework to, and space really, to get intentional about what you want in your life and business. And the reason that vision is so important to me is because that was a huge part of why I started my own interior design practice back, now it's been a long time ago, but I had the vision of leaving my commercial interior design job and starting a residential practice where I was going to have freedom and flexibility. We knew we were going to be starting a family and really being able to, you know, take the long hours I was working and profit from it and, you know, have this real work-life blend that I envisioned. And I had success in my business and I got the ball rolling and the momentum going. And eventually I realized that I had just totally lost sight of why I had started the business in the first place. And I felt overwhelmed. I felt stretched thin. I was trying to say yes to everybody, be everything to everyone, do all the tasks in my business because, well, I was capable of it. And it just felt like this never enough hamster wheel that I was on. And what ended up happening was I eventually just kind of put my practice on total pause when we were getting ready to have our second child. And I felt like I wanted to grow, but I felt like growth meant that I was going to be getting more of what I already had, which is what I didn't want. And that's kind of where this journey begins, of feeling like I couldn't have both things I wanted, the successful business and the life that I want. And that's really what brought me to coaching, was the opportunity to create the and I think that's really what I feel so passionate about my clients learning how to do. Is we don't have to have business and life be mutually exclusive. And in fact, this chapter really explains how we can create a business that is in alignment with what we value personally and is supportive of what we want to create in our lives, with our family, our friends, as people. And it is an opportunity to really declare what you want. We have to decide what we want to create, because we often think that we need to have the evidence that we can do something or have the right actions all figured out. But we get this wrong. It's not the actions all that just create the result. We have to have the belief in ourselves that we're capable of creating exactly what we want before we actually have the result. And so the exercise that I take you through in the chapter is one of the ways that you can do this. And so I highly recommend, I've got a download within the chapter. It's a link where you can go in and download the journal that I've created just for you guys, and actually take the time to go through and write these words out and declare what you really want to create in your business and in your life, and how those two really overlap and mesh and support each other. And I can tell you from doing this with countless clients and doing it myself, I mean, I wrote this business and life vision before I even transitioned fully to being a coach, and now I'm living that vision, and that is how powerful that work is. And Katie is just an excellent example of someone who has taken this framework that I've created and really run with it. And so that's why I'm just so excited to have this conversation with her.
Well, I have to tell you that I can hardly imagine you being one of, like so many of us, feeling the tornado of that chaos in your brain. Like when you say, I was there and I was an interior designer and, you know, I'm running around and I'm trying to add more things and create more, you know, wealth and profitability for my family and for my company. And then I want to have a child, and now I want to have a second child. Like, I can't even fathom you like that, because I know you from always being on the other side of that, of always being very calm and having everything locked down and everything organized and not, you know, chaotic and coming at 16 different directions. So I first want to say to everybody here in the Zoom, you know, can I get an amen if you feel like, you know, you're chaotic and running in a circle and you need some clarity and some business and life and alignment, right? I mean, this is the holy grail of everything that we're doing. It's like we have all these ideas, we have all these opportunities, we have all this ability, all this capability, and how do we wrestle it so that we bring our best selves to our business, but, you know, show up as our best selves every day in our entire life, right? So I'm seeing a lot of amens. Amen. Yeah. Amen.
A really important part of that too is when we get intentional about what we're creating, that gives us so much focus. Because, and that's something that I see that I really lacked, you know, because I was wanting to start a pillow line, and then I was going to offer these new services and And when we aren't clear on like what we're ultimately working towards, we can't align our everyday actions with those ultimate goals. And that just leaves us scattered and unfocused, and it produces very poor results.
You wouldn't say that you have to sit down and get clear on your mission, would you, and your vision for yourself and your business? I mean, you can't write this. This is like a Seinfeld episode that I did not write, right? Like, you know how you have a Seinfeld episode and something happens, then every little piece for George, you know, and then Kramer, and then Elaine, and at the end. And then all of a sudden, this is what this is. This is like a Seinfeld episode, because at some moment in every single panel, it is said in the way that is specific to your expertise. Right? But that's what you just said. You can't get clear on what you're going to do if you haven't focused on what you want to create. Well, I don't know, call me crazy, but that sounds like establishing your mission and your vision, right? So, okay. Little soapbox there. Don't mind me. All right. Katie, sweetie Katie. Katie, you were at LuAnn Live last year. I keep saying last year, but like I said over there in our Zoom chat earlier, it really is 2 years ago. I mean, it's like, is it 2 years? Like 1 year didn't even happen, right? So, Katie, why did you reach out to Desi? Were you also having that moment of chaos and feeling like overwhelmed or out of control? What were you specifically experiencing that brought you to Desi?
Yeah, great question. And Desi's group coaching program is called Out of Overwhelm. And if that doesn't resonate with you at some point in this industry, are you even in this industry? And so I think that what it was more is that for the last, I started this business in 2017, but only really full time in May of 2020 when I graduated from the New York School of Interior Design. And so for the 3 years prior to that, I had been listening to your podcast, coming to LuAnn Live, making connections, opening accounts, going to High Point, doing all the things so that when my business was ready to launch, I already had it in place. I already had all the tools. But then, like a lot of the viewers are saying today, there's so much information. How do I implement this? And I just knew the value of a coach, and I needed someone to help me sort through all of the things I wanted to do for my business and how I could take that vision and align it with my actual life, because there's no point in saying, well, I want to do this and I need to implement that, software and do this and make $5 million a year if I only want to work 4 days a week or 3 days a week, and all of that other. So I really knew the value of a coach, and I heard Desi on the program and her calmness, which you alluded to, and I just knew that I needed that.
I love it. I love it. And it's so true of all the, hundreds of coaches that we've had, who speaks to you, who speaks your language, right? Eileen and Christine were talking yesterday, even when you hire, if you like a fast-paced culture in your office or a slow and steady culture in your office. And so that's so awesome to hear that listening to Desi on the program, you just got that feeling. And then, of course, that is a slam dunk out of overwhelm. Like stop. I won't say some of us thrive on overwhelm or anything. I can't say that because my coach is coming up on the next session and she'll kick my booty if I say things like that. So, all right. So what do we want to do next? Desi, you tell me, should we have Katie share with us something that she learned right away, or do you want to set up something that that she's able to teach our colleagues listening? How do you want to take the next step here?
Oh gosh.
I don't give the driver's seat up too often. So
the tennis player, I'm going to lob it to her.
Okay, so Katie, take us to a moment. Take us to something, whether it was an aha moment that you had working with Desi, or it was a lesson that you took or something you implemented. Get us because we had 9 gabillion amens here. So everybody's looking for like that little thing for them that will help them.
Sure. Luckily, we've only been working together for 4 months now, but I feel like I've had so many great tangible examples of how Desi and her coaching techniques can be applied. So I think one thing easily to implement is that, we have a thought, which creates a feeling, which creates a result. So even by just looking at this list and saying, I'm so overwhelmed, how am I going to get all this done? It's like, what if we just take a step back and say, what if this was easy? Like, why am I setting myself up in my thoughts for failure essentially, and to create more overwhelm and just feed into those negative habits. So just what if this was easy, and see how that, sets the motion for way better work life. Like, it just, like, what an example, or, okay, for example, I had this idea that I couldn't change my timeline for client projects to 8 weeks, that I had to convince my clients that, this is necessary. How am I going to convince them of this? How am I going to sell them on this? And Desi said, well, like, just wait, like, take a step back. You don't have to convince them on this. This is a fact. And these are the reasons why, because, we want to have all your samples in, and we want to, you're an expert. It takes time. The level of design that I want to be able to bring to my clients just takes 8 weeks. And so reframing your whole thought process from how am I going to convince them to, no, this is the situation. This is the fact. I'm the expert. And these are the reasons why, is so implementable, if that's a word, in all aspects of the business.
So what you're describing there is, I guess it sounds like from the time somebody engages with you, you're saying in 8 weeks, I'll deliver your first design presentation or something like that. Is that what you're referring to? Okay. And so I love Desi's advice there. And I'm just going to put some perspective on it for you. As a consumer, I don't have the slightest idea. Should it take 1 week, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, right? Now, if you tell me it takes 8 weeks, there's me and 3,000 that would look at you and say, what? 8 weeks? Why 8 weeks? Like, oh my God, I met with you today. I got to wait 8 weeks. But to Desi's point, if you come back and tell me all the reasons that go into what's going to happen in those 8 weeks, a rational human person is going to go, oh, all right, well, I guess that's why I hired you, because I don't want to do all that stuff for the next 8 weeks. I'll just show up for the result, right?
Right. And it wasn't even that they were giving me the pushback.
It
Just
was
in
in
my
your
own
head.
brain, like, how am I going to convince them that I need 8 weeks? And just how, one little example like that multiplied by 15 or 20 experiences in your day creates this overwhelm and, like, just unnecessary thoughts, really.
Yeah. So
Well, and I
Desi,
think the key part of that is noticing the language, because Katie was using the language of convince. And really, it wasn't so much that she needed to convince the clients. It was she needed to convince herself first that the way she was doing it was okay, and in fact was a benefit to the client. And so I think that's where it can really be helpful to have that objective, coach holding the space for you of hearing this, what you're presenting, and going, okay, let's just pause and take a step back. And it wasn't so much that I said to Katie, well, Katie, you get to do 8 weeks, or you should have 12 weeks be your project, because that is something that I don't bring into my coaching. Is I'm not going to tell you this is what you have to do. We have to look at what you want to do, and then you need to get in belief and be sold on why you're doing things and love the reasons for why you're doing things, because that's what allows Katie to show up with the level of confidence that she does with her clients. It's not me telling her what to do, it's her owning what she knows is right for herself.
exactly, because one designer might deliver in 4 weeks, another 6, another 8, another whatever. It's not about that. It's about what works for you individually. And then helping, Desi, your job is to help people understand first what works for you, to look at that first, right? And to figure that out. So Des, what do you find are some of the other big, rocks, I guess is the word to say, that when a designer, can have an aha moment like that with Katie? She's saying to just switch it in her head the way she's trying to convince, rather than them, but herself. What are some of the other things that can help these gabillion amens here with some overwhelm?
Yeah. So, obviously, I think that getting really intentional about what your direction is for your business, so that you have the like how becomes very clear once you know where you're going, right? And then having the constraint, and I know designers get a little itchy when I say to constrain your focus, but it truly is like the secret to enjoying your day and getting much better results. And so that's one of the things that I talk to so many of my clients about, and actually work with them to create the feeling of focus for themselves. Because we think that we need to be focused, and focused is something external that can just like tap us on the shoulder, kind of like motivation or inspiration. And it's like, I just wasn't feeling focused today. But we actually learn how to create focus for ourselves so that we're not dependent on all the external circumstances in our lives to, perfectly align. So like a great example of this would be, I had one client who, obviously with the stay-at-home stuff, she was having to work from home. And the fact that she couldn't get anything done all day was totally being blamed on her family being in the house. And it's like, well, that's just a neutral fact. You have humans in your home with you. So now what are we going to do about it? Like, let's figure out a solution. And so it's simple things like that, where it's like, she even said to me, she said, nothing has changed and everything has changed. Mm-hmm. Because it's that simple shift in perspective and setting yourself up for success that can make just such a huge difference.
So in the weeds on that. So, because we do have many designers out here that have got their kids at home and they are responsible for either, homeschooling them or at least sitting them in front of the Zoom to be homeschooled by their teachers. And what is the workaround? I hear what you're saying. That is a neutral fact. And I watch Katie crack up at that. So that sounds like to me that she's probably heard that enough times to know. Like, okay, Katie, that's a neutral fact, right? Right. But what was the mechanism, or what was, and I guess maybe it's different for every person what the actual workaround is, but in that example, what was the workaround? The kids are all still there, and how did you help that designer come to focus for her work?
Yeah. So the root of that issue was really a belief that she needed large blocks of time in order to accomplish anything. That was where that all started. And what we started doing was kind of testing that and seeing, well, what could we do with even, a half hour of uninterrupted time, and going from there. And also, one of the things that I'm always working with my clients is breaking their results down. So like, if you're going to put something on your calendar, such as like floor plans, that is entirely too vague, because what are you going to be doing with floor plans at that time? And then your kids are going to come in and you're not even going to know what you're doing to begin with. And so of course you're going to get distracted, right? So it might be red line, west elevation of kitchen or something like that. So breaking things down into these really specific doable chunks also makes a really big difference, because then it's like, exactly what you're supposed to be doing, the result you're producing at the end of that time. And then you can start fitting those into those smaller chunks, and you don't feel like you have to have 4 hours of uninterrupted space in order to actually get anything done, because we all know no one has that time, whether it's we've got the kids at home or not.
Right. And I like that. Has that worked for you, Katie? Have you really instituted that? Because I can see the difference. If you had 1 hour time and you said floor plans, and then to your point, the kids come walking in, it's like, well, there was 15 floor plans I was supposed to work on. I was never going to get any of them done anyway, so we may as well all play Monopoly. Whatever, we're done, right? But if you only were going to red line the west elevation in the kitchen, it's sort of like, everybody sit still. Mommy has to red line the west elevation. I'll be there in 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to specific examples for both of those, and I can't help but laugh because Desi just breaks it down. And when you just stop to reflect and have her there to be that voice of reason, it just seems so simple. And I think that that's what, we all need sometimes, is just that person. Desi is my person for sure, to just sit there and say, okay, so your goal is you want to be published this year. Well, doesn't that sound lofty? Like, how are we going to do that? Because even just setting that goal, being that vague, is overwhelming. Like, how many times do you want to be published? What does being published look like? Like, is this local magazines or national print, or what is that? And then what are the steps to get there, right? Like, okay, first I'm going to make a list of, the contacts. Then I'm going to create my media kit. But just to break it down for success, because otherwise being published, at some time frame, like which I'm not even defining, makes it really hard for me to meet that goal. And then, Desi's comment about another client who was working at home with the kids. I said to Desi, I find this solace and peace and get so much work done at 1 a.m. when the whole house is asleep. And I just have all these ideas and the emails aren't coming. There's no text messages, no, vendors aren't open. I don't feel pressure of time and, this is a priority and that's a priority. And Desi said, well, how do you create that feeling in your Monday to Friday, 8 to 4? Like, how can we create that for you in your workspace every day? And so that was also very helpful, because let's be realistic, working at 1 a.m. when I have to get up with a 3 and 5-year-old at 6 a.m. is not exactly sustainable.
Well, and I'm sitting here thinking, I think she has kids. She can't be working at 1 a.m. I'm like, am I mistaken that Katie doesn't have kids? So then how did you do that for yourself with the help of Desi, Katie? How do you create that environment? Because I would tell you that when you said that, you guys have heard me say it before, when I'm in the middle of getting a book out into the world, if I don't get up and write between 6 and it can be 6 to 7, it could be 6 to 8, it could be 6 to 9, it could be 6 to 6, but I have to start it at 6. It has to be the very first thing I do, because if I do one thing before it, I'm off to the races. If I open one email, if I do one task, I'm just like, well, blah, blah, blah. And I have a very difficult time, even if I had 4 hours available from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, I'll be like, yeah, I'm not writing a book now. There's too much going on in my brain. So I think that's the same as your thing. So I'm very curious how Desi helped you learn how to find that time whenever you want the time. And if you tell me just decide to do it, I'm going to start crying, because that would probably be what I would think we have to do.
There's, Desi has a bunch of tools for, being productive and all of these other things. But to this point, it was like, okay, well, what does that look like for me? So again, to you, does that mean I do some of those emails late at night, and now I use, Mail Butler, which I think was Desi's suggestion or something like that, so that I could schedule my emails to go out at a certain time. So I'm Mountain Time also. So by me scheduling my emails to send, if I'm working on them, on Tuesday night, to send Wednesday morning at 4:30 in the morning, then at least all my vendors on the East Coast are getting those emails earlier, and then my day isn't getting away with me with all of those tasks. And then the other areas where I am doing time blocking, those emails were already sent 4 hours ago, and so I don't feel that pressure for the 8 to 4. So getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning and doing an hour and a half of work before the kids are up, or when the kids are up but they're just happy to be having some milk and watching a show, and I don't feel the same pressure to be present with them as the same way I do after school, when the energy is a bit higher and we want to debrief about the day. So just really breaking it down to simpler things about, okay, how do I get little bits of that piece, because I might not be able to translate it 100% from the quiet stillness at 1 a.m. Right. But there's still ways that we can do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised she just didn't hit you with the line she hit me with. I'm going to tell you what I tell my kids, LuAnn. You don't always have to be in the mood to do it.
Well, and I think just a point to Katie too. Katie has, when she came to me originally, we were doing our consultation, she was like, I don't want to have a schedule where I have to be super locked in. I want to be able to go to tennis in the middle of the day. And so that's something that we've talked a lot about in our coaching sessions, of just figuring out what her ideal schedule is. So if she does want to make the choice to go play tennis, which she can totally do, then she can make the choice to maybe shift something later in the day too, if she wants to do that. Or even with, pickups for kids, what are we going to choose to do for that? So that's the quote unquote interruption in the day, but how do we want to handle it so it's more seamless for you? It's just kind of really getting solution focused instead of staying at the level of the problem.
Well, and Desi, I have to say, like this, you know, you lose if you don't define that vision, you lose sight. Why did I go into business for myself? Why did I create this business? You know, why didn't I go work for someone else? Because I had kids and I needed flexibility. And then all of a sudden, you know, you find yourself telling yourself, I can't be flexible. I have to be here and have 4 hours of time blocked off. And it was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's so true, right? It's like you do it for one reason and then you end up, you know, just not creating it within the limits and the boundaries of what you want to do, right?
It just becomes nonsensical and you're fighting yourself on it. And I think, yeah, you just really have to have that clear vision. What does my business look like aligned with my actual life? Like I have a 3 and a 5-year-old. Like, what does this actually look like?
Yeah, yeah. It's funny because for me, it's an interesting thing. I'll tell you, I actually found it much easier to have the boundaries when my youngest was in the house, when the girls were young, and she was the last one out and the next one is 7 years older. So like, I think I really finally had it by her, is what I'm trying to say, is I did get to a point where I just drew a line in the sand, and it was like, at the time that she needed to be picked up from school, I was done. That was it. So if her school day ended at 3 o'clock, then I was done. If she had basketball practice or baseball practice and she didn't get picked up until 5:30, then I worked until 5:30, right? Now this is before internet and cell phones and all of that. So like once you came home, you were home. People couldn't talk to you, they couldn't reach you. It was glorious. It was absolutely glorious for all of you that will never know a life like that. It was amazing and glorious, okay? But the thing was, I remember Vinny had a really hard time with it because he would say to me, where are you going? I'm like, I'm going home. He's like, oh, well, you're gonna come back? I'm like, no, there's a 9-year-old that I'm going to get. Like, no. Well, I mean, there's store things to do. I'm like, right, and tomorrow's another day. Adios, you know? And it took him a couple of weeks to really get it. But I literally every day for like the first 3 or 4 weeks, I was just like, I'm not coming back. I'm now mom. Here's the hat. Here's the Window Works hat. Here's the mom hat. I'll see you at dinner time. But it has gotten harder with the world infringing, right? And everybody being available 24/7 and all of the activity available to us at 24/7 and all of the intrusions in our life. And I think that's why your work, Desi, is even more needed now than it was ever needed before. Because on one hand, to your point, Katie, yes, you're self-employed, create your life around your children. But when I left the building, you know, Elvis has left the building. It's done. You can't reach me. You couldn't just call me. You know what I mean? And so I think it's a bigger challenge for young moms now, like you guys, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I think just with how connected we all are, it's not just connected with our vendors and the contractors and that kind of stuff, but connected with the clients, right? There's this whole level of sort of permeability between the designer and client relationship. And so learning how to establish those boundaries and set expectations with your clients, and that can be really uncomfortable for my clients to communicate that to their own clients, because often we fall into this trap of like people pleasing, right? Yeah. And I mean, it could have been easy for you with your husband to be like, well, he wants me to come back, so I should come back, right? All the shoulds start. And then pretty soon you're doing things that you have a choice whether or not you do it, but you're not actually making a conscious choice. You're doing it out of someone else's priorities. And that's where it can get to be kind of in that hamster wheel cycle.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we have questions here from the studio audience. So, you know what, guys, if you have some specific questions, put them in and I'll check the chat now as we move on. And there are so many, they're commiserating. Oh, Renee from Fabric Shield is saying she had a client text her on Christmas Day for a problem with a spill on the rug. Now that is just the epitome of you've got to be kidding me. I'm just saying. I mean, I am just saying that. Like, it's Christmas Day. Like, stop. Right? Oh my goodness. All right. How much time do you suggest spending on making a time block schedule? Oh, and so Tiffany has a great question, so I'll have to find it. So let's talk about that. What is your suggestion, Desi, for time blocking and how does that work?
Well, I wouldn't say that there's a specific amount of time that you need to necessarily do it. I mean, it's going to vary by individual and also how specific you're going to get with your plan. But I think generally like an hour is a good place to start. And if anyone's interested in trying out this method, they can just go to desiCresswell.com. I think it's /daily planner. But it shows you how to do this process of giving yourself the brain dump of everything that you think you need to do, figuring out how to delegate, delete, and automate, and then slotting it into specific time chunks for results that you want to create in your business. So that would be a great place to start. And it's one of those things where it can be a little bit tedious and it can take a while at the beginning. But as you get better at it, it doesn't have to take that long. So I'd say maybe give yourself an hour, but don't give yourself too much time because you're going to overthink it of like, oh, should I do this before this or this before that? Or how long should I give myself? Just make some decisions and run with it and see if it works. And then you can apply those lessons to the next day and give it another go.
Little baby steps, right? See if it works for you and I like it. I like that idea because again, it's almost like when Katie was saying, a goal I want to be published is such a vague, not only a vague goal, but it's a big goal. And the truth is that goal has many, many, many steps to it. And so it sort of could just be a goal for 3 or 4 years until you actually get serious and figure out the process for getting it. So if the time block, the first time you're going to engage in time blocking is 5 hours or 4 hours, what are you going to do in that 5? So time block, it almost even goes back to task it. Red line the kitchen, west kitchen elevation, and see, can you do that? And did you get it done? And a lot of times when you do something like that and you feel good about it, it gives you the gas to do it again, right?
Yes, which brings up a really important point with this, is that so many of my clients come to me where they like the idea of time blocking, but they haven't had really a lot of experience with it and planning out their day specifically. And so commit to like a minimum that you can, likely achieve. So if you've never done any kind of time blocking, don't expect to, have 8 hours worth of tasks mapped out and you're going to hit everyone perfectly and the dominoes will just fall. So maybe you can commit to 30 minutes, like I remember one client of mine, she was like, I feel real confident I could plan an hour of my day and stick to that plan to begin with. And to your point, LuAnn, we start to build that evidence then of that we are someone who follows through on our plan, that we're capable of creating a plan, right? That we know what we're supposed to be doing and how to do it. And so then it becomes that cycle of, okay, I've got that. Now I'm going to add on and I'm going to layer in. And that's really where we can get some momentum going.
I love it. And this reminds me, I remember Rachel Moriarty told me many years ago, and I've said it often on the show, how she had a work jam group. And they used to meet, I want to say, on Monday mornings for like 1 or 2 hours. It was not a long period of time, but it was her and 2 or 3 other designers. Dixie Willard might have been one of those designers in that work jam. And I think there was 4 of them, and they had this standing meeting, let's call it every Monday at 10 a.m. And they didn't work together, but they showed up, and this was way before Zoom. I don't know how they showed, I mean maybe Zoom was available, but it was way before the COVID and Zoom became, our best friend. And they would show up, and they would say good morning, say hello to each other. They'd all have their cup of coffee, and they would share what each of the 4 of them wanted to accomplish in that allotted time. And then they would turn the camera off, and they would do their thing. And I remember Rachel saying, like, I'm going to look at them again in an hour. And I just said I was going to get this done. So I don't turn around and empty the dishwasher. I don't throw a load of laundry in, because that's a big challenge when you work from home also is, doing things that are quote unquote productive, but they're not the things that you were supposed to do, right? And so I remember that. It always impressed me. And I thought that was a very inexpensive, easy way to be collaborative and to support each other and to develop the habit of being disciplined for a block of time. So good.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
And I think that is something that people the designers in my group program have just been loving, is having that group support. Of course, they've got all of the lessons and resources and tools that I'm teaching them, but to have kind of that external accountability of knowing that you've got other designers doing the same thing is really cool. And, you know, like right now we're doing our 30-day accountability challenge where we're practicing being accountable to ourselves like we would be to a client. And everyone's got a different goal, but we're all kind of going through that same process. And so to have that collaborative support is really, really special, I think.
That's exciting. I love it. I love it. One of the questions in here, if I'm reading the intent of the question properly, is from Tiffany, and she's saying that she struggles with what do you do? Like she said, if you do a lot of renovations and build projects, and what I'm inferring in the question is they are at me. Maybe when I've decided to do something else, or I have decided to go play tennis, or whatever it may be. And I know, she's saying, by not giving them the information, not letting that intrusion into my world, it could cost me and or my client money because it's a time-sensitive thing. So are there just some things that, Desi, that you just say, these are the types of interruptions that I will allow because I've thought about them as priorities, or is there another way around that? What is your thoughts on that?
For everyone, it's going to be different. I'd say, number one, like your reason for choosing to do it, right?
I
so
like that.
If you're doing it because you're worried the client's going to get mad at you or something like that, that might not be why you want to pick up your phone at 9 p.m., right? So, and with the contractor calls, yes, things are time sensitive, but I also want you all to question what is time sensitive, and is it really an emergency, or is it just they really prefer to have the information right now? And one of the things that I suggest my clients do is create blocks of time in their day for communication specifically. And so you can do this as much as you need to. And you could be checking in every hour, let's say, for 15 minutes and returning phone calls or something like that. But chances are the contractor can wait 45 minutes to hear back from you, right? And I think establishing expectations with other people that you work with of like, these are the times that we can check in. We're going to check in periodically through the day. Gets people to then take responsibility to be proactive about the information they're going to need, right? Because we teach people how to treat us. So if we're constantly available to them, they're going to know, well, I'm just going to call her whenever I feel like it. I mean, I was just talking to another private client about this, and you know, she's like, I've got everything on the info, you know, all the drawings are up. And often if I just ignore the call, the contractor figures it out on his own, right? And I think, so that belief that everything is so time sensitive and we have to get back immediately, we want to question that. Yes, sometimes there's emergencies, but don't assume that that's always the case.
So I have to say, there's an observation in there that you said that if there's a protocol, like for example, if you're in the middle of a build and it's at that period where you know from experience that this is the phase that a lot of questions come or something like that, to establish the pattern that every hour for 15 minutes, I will block out time and answer questions. So get, you know, Mr. Plumber, Mr. Electrician, you're never going to go more than an hour, but if you call at the beginning of that hour, you might go 45 minutes, right? And I have to say, when you said that, there's one workroom that we work with that for going on 40 years closes every day from 12 to 1. Like, I can't tell you the number of times that I've been in the middle of doing something at WindowWorks and I'll be like, what time is it? It's 5 or 12. Call them real quick before they go. Like, or, all right, you know what? It's 10 after 12. You know, you just don't even. And the thing is, where my point in this, really, the aha in it is I know their routine. These are men, this workroom, I know all these years. And they don't leave for lunch. They sit right there in their workroom eating lunch, but they never answer the phone. I don't care if you say the house is on fire, will you pick up? They're not going to. And so by consequence, we never leave a message between 12 and 1 that says, this is a window treatment emergency, you must call us back. You know, you just get used to what their process is and you step in line, right? So
yeah.
It's
Katie's
crazy.
done a great job of this as she's continued to grow her business, because I mean, I think of just where you were at when we started coaching and where you're at now with the volume of projects, and you've got an assistant now. And this is something you can even incorporate with like, independent contractors or anything like that, but support staff that you have. Katie's got work that she needs to focus on, but also she has an assistant that she needs to lead. And so finding times to have those regular proactive check-ins with the assistant, so that way the assistant's not asking a question every 5 minutes and interrupting. So there's just, we start thinking through things.
Love it. Katie, does your assistant, your assistant works remotely now, but was it always a remote situation, or what is your situation with that?
So yeah, she does not work remotely. She works full time in the office, and we're hiring a third employee as well. But even in the coaching, like the benefit of that group coaching call and program with Desi is that, somebody else in the program said, I am finding myself having to like forward 1 million emails a day to my assistant, just to make sure she's up to speed. And then you're having to like regurgitate the information. And then for me, it was like, oh, maybe I just changed my design at Stevenson Interiors email to like the team email. And then I create my own. And now suddenly I don't have to keep her informed anymore. And, she's got all the information. It's so simple. But being able to be part of that group, program allows you to see learning opportunities in your peers, which was really valuable. And I just want to mention one thing about Desi saying, you can make exceptions to your process if it's a choice and you're okay with that. So I remember when I first started with Desi in September, I quoted a project and was getting ready to present the proposal, and I just felt like the number was not going to, how could I sell that number? And she said, well, pick a number that you want to attach to that project for your fees. And if you're okay with that because it, is a great portfolio opportunity or the connections are amazing, then you can believe that exception or that price is valuable to you, and that's a choice that you're going to make. So I quoted that client, I think it was like $7,000 or something like that for those design fees, which was great. And now on the same level of projects, my design fees are at $30,000 on a project, and that's in 4 months. Yeah.
I sure wish you led with that instead of hitting me with that at 5 minutes to the end of the session. Who else wishes she led with that? Oh my goodness. See, now I want to know, what is, I mean, really, Desi, is it just all the confidence and all the skills that she's learned that just enabled her to just step into it and keep raising the prices? Is that really as simple as that?
Yeah, I mean, Katie has done so much work around confidence and really like owning what she wants out of the business. And she has really been willing to just take the coaching and run with it. Like she's ready to, we do a session and she's like, I'm going to take action on that and I'm going to implement it and roll it into my business. And that is why she has had such phenomenal growth in the short period of time. But it comes back to that confidence piece for sure. Yeah. And I think, especially when you're in that building phase and the growing phase of being willing to just try things and see if it works and then iterate and then see what happens, and to have the confidence in yourself to know you've got your own back, whether it works out the way you intended or not, and then keep moving forward.
Ugh. That's amazing. Look at yay, Katie, yay, Katie, yay, Katie, yay, Katie. That's awesome.
Well, LuAnn, in 2019, I remember I did as, an attendee, you were my VIP on, Thursday, the next day, tomorrow. And I remember you saying to me, like, look, if you raise explicit, like, jerks of children, like, that's the most important thing, right? Like nobody's going to remember if you didn't have an amazingly successful interior design business, but if you don't raise those kids, like that is going with you to the grave. And so I just think like this is not a hobby. Every minute I'm away from those kids better be worth it. And for me, what does worth it mean, right? Like I would rather be with them or playing tennis. Like to be perfectly honest, I love interior design. Of course I do. It's a passion, but at the same time, this is a business. And what does that look like? And that's where I got to that $30,000 dollars is, like obviously some work, but is to align my business goals with my life goals. So thank you for that experience and that advice a few years ago. And thank you, Desi, for all of your coaching and mentoring.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that conversation, Katie, because I really do believe it. We're putting human beings into the planet. We have to take that very seriously. And, it'd be great to be remembered for our businesses. It'll be great to remember what we've done to help our friends and our family and our colleagues. But, that's a serious undertaking, putting a human out onto the planet and making sure they're good. So I'm so glad for your growth, Katie. I really, really am. It's remarkable. I'm so glad that you found Desi, because it really does seem to be a great fit. And the thing is it really is just all the things that you teach us, Des, which is to just get clear first on what you want. And I love the line that you said, where is it? I wrote it down. You said, because when you said it, Katie, at the beginning, I thought that sounds just like Desi. Where is it? Oh, the thought creates a feeling, and that creates a result. And you can change the thought so that the feeling attached to it takes a shift, and then the result can take the shift too, right? But it all starts right here, right? Like I always say, it's in between your ears, right? All the stories you tell, good, bad, and different, they really are. I don't care if it's the most amazing story in the world. If it's in between your ears, that's all that it is. It's like your way to describe it, Desi. It's a thought. Just flip the thought, right?
And that's really what creating that business life vision is a series of thoughts. It's a series of sentences strung together that you then start to believe in. And when you start to believe in it, that's when you create it. And so that is why this work is just so important.
I love it. I love it. You guys are amazing. I'm so happy for you, Desi. I have to tell you, this is why, part of LuAnn University, we're going to have, grow your confidence, grow your profits. We're going to do something because you've got too much goodness to give. And of course, in the meantime, you are doing your own coaching and group coaching programs. And I encourage you guys, I keep saying to you, each one of these powerful people has offered some sort of resource to you, specifically to you. Some of them are time sensitive. I know that Desi's is a time sensitive one that runs out this Friday, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there are a couple that are time sensitive just based on the calendar of the program that's starting and so forth. So don't miss it. All right. All righty. Well, thank you, ladies. I am going to kick this over to Ariane, and we are going to start to wrap down this day. We have another panel coming up. We've got aha moments coming up, and my great thanks to you two ladies. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, LuAnn. This has been great.
So good. I have so many notes. I wrote, actually, one of mine was the same one that LuAnn just called out. The thought creates the feeling, creates the result. That was so powerful to me because I think the running theme for me in all of this is how much control we actually have. And for those type A personalities out there like me, that's a little comforting because we kind of like to be able to know what's happening and have a little bit of perceived control. And what's occurring to me as I listen to all these speakers is there's so much of my control that I've given away to other people because I have not been clear on boundaries or my mission and vision and, the intention behind what I'm trying to do. And so that's one of the things that I am picking up and taking a lot of notes on in the sessions. And I hope that you guys are getting a lot of value from it too. So, Oh, also I have to tell you, if you're not in the chat, you got to go because that's where the party's happening. And Sir Dane has given us a color-coded guide to how to time block if that's your jam. So he actually made me want to explore that, and I copied it into a document, and I'm looking forward to putting that together. But let's talk about our giveaway for this session. So you guys probably are all excited now that you've seen how zen
how cool, how calm Desi is and why she's that calm. And she's giving away a 45-minute session. So the winner of that session is Melissa Sacco. Sacco? Melissa? Can you hear me? Hey.
Hi, how are you?
You were sharing all the aha moments yesterday. I feel like I know you.
Yes, how are you?
Good. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you
I'm
so
excited
much.
for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Are you ready to dive in with Desi to get all of the mindset work done to make this the best year ever?
Yes, yes. It's so funny because one of the things I wrote down, so between yesterday and today, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can resonate. So many things have resonated with me, so many aha moments, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, I got to figure out, like, I want to stay in my lane. I got to figure out where I'm going from here because I have the clients. I'm so busy. My team is growing. I got it all going on, but it just seems like, where do I go from here? And when Desi just spoke, I was like,
That is
I need
you just gave me chills because you got the right prize. Like, it's everybody that I've talked to, they're at the right moment. They're positioned to take advantage of it. It's not like, oh, thank you, I'll shelve that for 6 months, I'm not ready. Like, everybody, for some reason, it's all coming together where you're right there where you need to be able to take advantage of it.
It's all about the energy. It's
That's
all about
right.
the energy.
Energy and alignment, for sure.
Yes,
for sure. Well,
for sure.
congratulations, Melissa.
Thank you so much.
And guys, I have one more prize. I have one more prize. This one's exciting too. This is a free ticket to one of the LuAnn University courses for 2021. Can I win that one? Like, I want that prize too. So the winner of that prize is Gloria Stats or States. S-T-A-T. Wait, S-T-A-A-T-S.
That's me.
Gloria. Yeah! Gloria!
That is so cool. So excited. I never win anything.
You're like, I feel like, oh, my girl won. I'm excited. Okay, so you've got a course. You can go pick whichever one you want. I know. I'm so happy. Have you looked at the list yet?
I looked at it yesterday, so I need
look
to
at
go
that
in now.
Look at that, putting that intention out there. I'm so excited for you. You have to come back in the chat and tell us which class you picked because we're all jealous.
I'll try to choose tonight and I'll let you know tomorrow.
No pressure. No pressure. Think about it. Marinate on it. Look at your list. But so excited for you. That's awesome, Gloria. Oh, I'm so glad I got to get to know you in the breakout session. I'm happy for you for winning. And everybody else, I'm going to do the switcheroo and hop into the next room and get us ready to get started for our last panel of the day. Whew.
Home stretch. One more session. We can do this. We can do this. Okay. Shake it out. Get that extra dose of caffeine. We can do this. If LuAnn can do it, we can do it. All right. Okay. So discussion number 9 is with Amber De La Garza and Jenny Slingerland. Yeah, hey ladies, looking beautiful.
Hi.
For the last panel of the day, all refreshed. Makeup is popping. I love it. We are going to be doing the session, Creating Your Ideal Life in Business, this session is sponsored by Revelwood. So let's get to know these ladies. Amber De La Garza, whose name we've heard already today, mentioned by her other BFFs, is a coach, trainer, speaker, and writer, and she hosts her own podcast, Productivity Straight Talk. Amber will be leading this discussion on productivity with designer Jenny Slingerland. Jenny is an award-winning designer with over 15 years experience. And prior to founding Black Ink Interiors in 2008, she was an in-house designer for custom home builders in St. George, Utah, and Las Vegas, Nevada. These valuable years have helped her develop her love for working with architects, builders, and clients, and deepening her understanding of the vital role an interior designer plays in delivering amazing homes from the ground up. These ladies will share thorough exercises, stories, and strategies that will help us structure our creative businesses for the better. So I think this is like the perfect session to follow what we just talked about. So we just learned, we got some control over some of the things happening, right? We're not reacting. And now you ladies are going to tell us how to put everything we've learned over the last 2 days into practice, no pressure, so that we can create a business that we love. So Amber, you know, I appreciated your chapter so much, specifically when you talked about the 4 high value activity buckets. And for you people in the chat who are just having all kinds of fun talking about time blocking and what you're doing at this time and color coding it, Amber is going to rock your world because she's going to help you layer over that how to focus your time during the day. But tell me what you are, you know, as you kind of watched everything happening in our sessions, how you think what you'll share with us today will dovetail into some of the activities and the information that we've gained already.
Yes, absolutely. Well, first of all, as LuAnn said, I just totally perfectly correct, and that we're going to end today's session about how to execute, how to put practical strategies into place to run a profitable, less stressful business. And I think that she nailed it by closing it out with that topic for sure. So today, my goal is that we're going to be talking about how to identify your highest value activities as a business owner to really grow your business and be less stressed.
Yeah, it's perfect. And Jenny, I want to make sure I'm giving you a nickname that wasn't yours. So Jenny, you are putting this into practice, but I note from your bio that you love, that's a strong word. You said love working with architects, builders, and clients. And I would venture to guess there's some people here who may or may not love all of those people. We will deal with them. We will work with them. But I don't know if we would say we love working with some of those people some of the times. Okay? So tell me about how what we're going to talk about today helps inform that feeling. Because I know we just learned thoughts to feelings to results. So help me get there. How do we get those thoughts of love for all of these groups?
Well, I've had the benefit of working with Amber. And so knowing that we're going to talk about the highest value activities that we can do, and also how do we take that into our real life businesses, right? How do we implement that in working with the builders and with the architects? And I think some of the things we're going to talk about today are really going to hit on prioritizing how we communicate with them and what needs to be handled first in our business, and then those relationships build and grow stronger as you're more organized and more thoughtful in how you present yourself to your client and to the builder.
Yeah. It sounds like understanding your process. We learned early about that today. And then Desi talking to us about how much control we have and how we can kind of reframe the way we think about things, it leads me to think about one of the questions in the chat. I think Tiffany posted this, which was, how do I handle when I'm getting calls from trades on maybe, let's say, my Marketing Monday or my, Finance Friday? And I think what I'm hearing from you is we're going to hear a little bit more about how if we're clear about our money-making activities and our priorities, we can know that, stand in our truth, Sandra Funk, and then communicate that to our team, to the trades we work with, to our clients. And that's how we kind of manage that expectation. To bring it back to Blanche G, because that's her name for me from now on. Blanche G says, take it and leave it, right?
Yes.
Well, I'm excited. Before we hand you off to LuAnn, I want to remind everybody that this session is sponsored by Revelwood, and we have a video, I believe, that will tell us more about this innovative new company.
Are you an interior designer that has jobs that contain flooring? Do me a favor. Stop leaving money on the table. Hi, I'm John Dupre, and I'm one of the founders of Revelwoods. I was told I have 90 seconds to tell you how you're going to make money working with Revelwoods, so let's see if I can do this. Hey John, sum up your life's work in a minute and a half. No problem, guy. Hold my latte. Ready? Go. Revelwoods is the world's first true wholesale floor sourcing concierge platform built from the ground up for interior designers. Flooring is a large ticket item that has always required the designer to be involved in the decision, yet the profits always seem to be going someplace else. Well, the main reason for that is simple. The flooring industry never built the tools to directly incorporate interior designers into the supply chain, with the hope that the interior designer will influence the decision out of the goodness of their hearts, I guess. Well, we've changed that. Revelwood's project-based sourcing model ensures that designers make the right flooring decision based on their specific project every time. Now, what do I mean by that? Beach house in Malibu, cabin in Montana, concrete subfloor, in-floor radiant heating, all of these things would require a very different floor from a technical standpoint. Our proprietary Revelwood selector takes care of all of that for you. But we didn't just stop there. We have built a dedicated team of experts that will work directly with you, with your client, with your installer. They'll even find an installer if you need one. Whatever it is you need to be successful. Not seeing something you like, or did you have something more specific in mind than what's available on our website? Yeah, we thought of that too. We have access to hundreds of thousands of different flooring options outside of what's available on our site. And that's for designers only. All of it is private labeled, and we have total flexibility over how we invoice. So as a designer, you stay protected and you stay profitable. To learn more and speak with one of our experts, sign up for a pro account at revelwoods.com today. Thank you. Nailed it.
How fun is that little video? Is that adorable?
Can I just give a shout out? I just sourced Revelwoods on a project we're doing in the Bahamas. So yay, John, we're working together.
Yeah, did you met John at the Power Talk Friday tour in Las Vegas, right? Yep. And that's where me and Amber met each other for the first time, right? All three of us got together. Yeah, absolutely. What's that?
Back in real life when we got to see each other.
That's right. Back in real life. Okay, so, ladies.
We're going to close this out. It's going to be good.
All
Amber and I
right.
were talking, and we were like, we're either the best spot or the worst spot. We're not sure which. We're like, I wonder which one.
Well,
we're going to bring it home and make it a great spot.
That's it. And here's the thing. I can't say that I think of everything, but I try to think of most things. And in my mind, I did think that this would be the final session on 2 full days of insane amount of content, because I had full faith and confidence in every single one of the people that came here before you. And I thought, who could help us figure out, I don't know, our high value bucket activities? Because, everybody is here with like notebooks filled of ideas and things, right? And so, I want everybody to be able to leave with at least an idea. You heard Natasha Jones. She's gave us that setup for taking all the notes and to taking action on it. But Amber, I know how amazing you are at just like clearing the forest and going, that's the tree, Lou, right there. That's the one, get going. So, and I know Jenny has worked with you firsthand implementing this in her business. So this was why I selected you to be last. So I thought maybe you could help us not leave here feeling overwhelmed and help us leave here with a path to, focusing. So, Amber, do your magic.
Well, to that, thank you very much. I am sure that you have found a lot of value and a lot of great ideas that you want to take action on. I actually close out every episode on my podcast with this way. No change, no change. Without taking action, nothing will change for you or your business. So my goal is that we do close out this session with so much clarity on what you will take action on next. We don't need to know all the things that you're going to take action on. You can have them in the notebook where they're perfectly placed, but we can get tempted to say they're all important. And while they're all valuable and they can all make an impact, it is you, the CEO, the business owner, that can practice being decisive with the next best thing to focus on and take to the finish line. One of the analogies I actually share with my clients often is, are you betting on all the horses? Like if this was a horse race, all the projects are equally important. We're going to work on moving them all down the track at the same time. And when we're done, there's not a leading horse that got to the finish line and we are exhausted. So what I would ask you to do is choose, and through this session and us talking, the highest value activity that you want to get to the finish line, bet on that horse, and then come back and choose another thing and get that all the way to the finish line. Because having a lot of half-done tasks or projects will actually create more overwhelm. So the best thing you can do is choose the one that will have the biggest impact on your business.
So you see, these are the lines. These are the bombs that she drops on me every 2 weeks for the last like 15 or 16 months here. LuAnn, they're not all important. They might all be valuable, but they're not all important. Like you just said that, you're like, they're not all important. You think that they are. There's a lot of ideas that came out of this. They can all be valuable. And it's that sort of distinction there that, because if you just stop at not everything's important, I'll be like, no, I'm sorry. All of these things are important. But the thing is that having a task in here, having an idea, having an aha, something that we want to take to our business is valuable. We're not going to debate that. But to your point, pick the important one. Pick the horse that's going to win the race. Pick the horse that you can bring across the finish line and focus on it, right? So Jenny, I'm curious. We haven't had a chance to commiserate about being at the other end of this lady's greatness. So, I should say celebrate.
Celebrate.
It's tough sometimes, don't you think? Sometimes looking in the mirror, because she makes you look in the mirror, right?
Yeah. And it's good. And I think one thing that I needed was somebody to be accountable for, because I knew it had to be done, but I was working so hard in the business, down in the weeds, that Amber helps you step above it and kind of float above and be able to work on it. And so that the things that you're doing to work on it help you be able to get out of the weeds. And in her chapter, and she talks about those highest value activities, when you break those 4 down, which I'm sure she'll talk about here in a second, but being able to have somebody sort of help guide you and say, okay, here's one of those 4 activities you need to focus on. Here they are, and here's how they fall into place. So you can look at, instead of a huge task list or notebook full of your notes from, the conference we're doing right now, okay, now I can take them and break them down into these 4 areas, right? And now I can say, okay, this is the most important out of group 1. This is the most important out of group 2. And it makes it so much more manageable. Honestly, I can't remember whose I was listening to, and I just got like this panic overwhelm. And today this happened, and I was like, I can't even do, like, I don't even know what to do right now. My brain is exploding with all the things that I need to do. And then it's like, how ironic that I'm in this like panel of like, get it under control, sis, you know? Like, thank goodness we're having this the very last one, because I need it. I've got my notebook. I'm ready to take notes. Go ahead, Amber. Take it away.
I love that.
No, so
I do want to say that no decision is a decision. And we tend to default to no decision or saying they're all equally important because that's the easy way out. And nobody said being a business owner was going to be easy. The best thing you can do is make a decision and then decide if that was the right decision. Because oftentimes we're like, I don't know what the right decision is, so I'm not going to make one. But I can guarantee that trying to push everything to the finish line at once is the decision that will create that stress, will create that overwhelm, and honestly end up making you kind of tap out before you ever get to the finish line. And the goal is that if you're going to invest your money or your time or your resources into a task or a project, that getting it to the finish line is the only place it's going to give you a return on that investment. So if you have 2 hours into this task and 5 into this one and 10 into that one, but none of them are to the finish line, you've just wasted a lot of time as well because you're not yet getting that return on the time that you've yet invested. So I would just encourage you, you don't need to get it right. And you'll get practice making decisions and getting that feedback of, oh, was this the best thing to do or was that? And so with that, I think it does launch off right into where we're going to talk about today in the chapter in the book is, well, how do I identify as a business owner, not just specifically in the conference, but where should I be investing my time to get that return on my time investment to grow my business?
Well, and that's a great little segue there because Stacy is asking, Stacy Nelson says, LuAnn, just tell me where to start. So the thing is, Jenny just made a great suggestion to review your notes from every session and to just kind of identify in there what really is the most important thing and the most valuable thing to do in each session. But we still have to go beyond that. What is the first thing that we do? Now, I will tell you, and maybe you will correct me on this, Amber, but this morning, I encouraged everybody to take the hardest thing and start with it first. And you may correct me and say, well, Lou, that's how your brain works, and so don't be giving out that information like that. But I just feel like, this is a lot. This is a lot of information. And I just felt like if we could take the hardest thing, you would feel so accomplished from doing it that it was like a downhill from there. And it's like, okay, the engine is running. It's almost like starting it and getting it going, and then the momentum could go. But I'm a little concerned that maybe I should have checked that theory with you before I gave it to our hundreds of people here today.
So I love that. And you do know that I approach productivity as an experiment because Lou, you are unique and that makes you amazing, and I'm unique and Jenny's unique. So what particularly is going to work for each of us is different. And it's so funny that you use the analogy car because I actually use that same analogy, but apparently our cars run differently. So for me, I am like a car that needs warming up. So I'm going to do smaller, easier wins to get that little dopamine hit, that win, that momentum. And then I take that momentum and then I specifically pour that into something that may feel a little bit more difficult or a little bit harder. And for me, that's the formula that works. If I were to start my day like you do, say writing the book at 6 a.m., that I would malfunction. What I would do is get some wins and then get that feeling and then go straight into my highest value activity. There is not one that's right or wrong. It's actually figuring out one major question that I ask all my clients to figure out, and that is, how do you show up best? Like if you just keep asking yourself, how do I show up best? That is the biggest gift you can give to your business, your clients, your children, your spouse, like anyone, is how do I show up best, and then do more of that. And that's really what sums up all the work that I do, is allow you to show up your best on purpose in your business and life.
It's really, I'm glad that I thought to bring that up, because it did occur to me as we were talking. I was like, that might not really be the way for everybody, Lou, right? But I just feel like I like to kick butt. Like, let's just do this, right? Let's just like get this hard thing over, you know what I mean? And it's true, there is, but that is the beauty, right? To your point of really understanding yourself first. And there we go again, like look inward first. Who am I? How do I do things? What do I want to do? Who do I do it for? Who do I serve? It's like a broken record at this point, but it is the thread that goes through every single thing that we do. So Jenny, what were some of the ahas that you had? Because I would say my experience with Amber, and I said it in my introduction to her chapter in the book, I said, this isn't about creating a spreadsheet. Productivity, when you talk to Amber, it's not about a spreadsheet. And, and to your point, Amber, there are probably some that come to you that it is about spreadsheets, right? But productivity doesn't have to be that. It has to be, it can be just what it is. Like for me, I'm a big picture thinker. And so I need help getting all those big ideas into places where I can evaluate. Am I doing this? Am I not doing it? Am I having a conference? Is it going to be little? Is it going to be big? Like, what are we doing? So that was my journey with Amber. What's been your journey and your ahas with Amber?
I have a few that I'd love to mention. The first one is, and she speaks about it on her podcast, a couple of episodes, but it really helped me. We call it the Daily Five, or I call it the Daily Five. And what it is the night before, I look at what have I accomplished today? What do I still need to get done? And then I take those things that are my top priority or the highest value activities, and then I make my to-do list for the next day. So that when I wake up, I have a list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of my highest value activities that I need to do that day. And if I get those done, amazing. Now I'll go into my emails. Now I can go do these other things. But every time that I don't do that and I sit down and I let the emails dictate how my day is going to go, I am like up to my eyeballs swimming in just things that aren't necessarily so important. And then I look at my list and I'm like, I didn't even get what I needed. But when I go and I'm like, okay, my number one priority today is to get the finished schedule off to builder X. Great. Right. And then I just go, perfect. Got it. Go down to the next one. Another thing that she taught me that is really important for me, I have ADD, and is called a Pomodoro break. So for me, and maybe there's some of you out there who maybe this will help. So what you do is, for me, Amber said, take 25 minutes, turn your phone off, turn all notifications off. Like, you have 25 minutes, you zone in, you tackle number one, and you get as much done for your task number one for the day. And then you give yourself a 5-minute break. I'll leave the studio and I'll walk a couple laps around the building. I'll go to the restroom, I'll get a water, I'll chat with the girls in the office, whatever it is. But for me, I can get so distracted and it's almost like, when there's a timer and you're like, oh my gosh, when is it going to go off? When's it going to go off? And you're like, I got to get it done. The timer's going to go off. Like there's like this panic mode of like, I'm sure it's actually not good. It's like adrenaline, but it gets it done. I'm done. Fear of that alarm going off and, scaring me out of my pants. But, maybe it's shoes. Sorry. Pants stay on, shoes come off. I don't know.
Visual. That was a great visual. To that point, thank you so much for sharing those items. I want to touch on both of them that you shared. For you having, I call them the 5 daily planning pavers, where you're planning your day the next day. The magic of that, and while we may have always heard, plan your day, I just want to pull it back and share with you, like, why is that so valuable for Jenny? And it's because it's actually that tweak that is needed to go from reactive in her day to proactive. And the more often you can put yourself in the driver's seat, the less overwhelmed you feel, the less stressed you feel. And now you're not dealing with fires that I call self-created fires. So that's when you got to be honest with yourself. So here's some straight talk: is we just bundle fires together, like, oh, there's this fire, this thing. Well, if we're honest with ourselves, how many of them are self-created because we told ourselves we didn't have the time to take 15 minutes to plan our day and put ourselves in the driver's seat? So that, I just wanted to kind of pull that back into some of the benefits that Jenny gets from prioritizing planning her day and then making that a habit, a ritual in her work. And then the second thing that she said about the Pomodoro, again, I love this, and I love this for everyone that's listening. That personally doesn't work for me either. And so when I recommended that to Jenny, it's because I listened to Jenny. I figured out what she needed and how she works best. For me, 25 minutes, I'm just getting in my flow and my mojo. If an alarm went off in 25 minutes, I'd be like, what's going on? So again, there's no right or wrong. The goal is, how do you get your best work done? And unlocking that so that you can show up. And we're saying most productive, and LuAnn, I can just share my definition of productivity because we've been tiptoeing around it. So I define productivity as investing your best time into your best activities. And that's really what we're summing up here. So your best time is your focus, distraction-free. How do you get your best work done? And then your best activities are the ones that will propel you towards your goals, which is where we talk all about inside the chapter, inside the book.
So this is the genius of you, really, is that it is not a one-size-fits-all productivity schedule, right? It's because I have to say that Pomodoro thing, I was thinking, oh, that sounds pretty cool. Like maybe I should try that. And I was thinking, she probably told me to try it and I probably didn't, because you do have to, you can tell them, you have to tell me things 15,000 times. You really do. You have to bang it across my head. And that's kind of what I was thinking, saying this morning. You know, I really said in my opening this morning that this has been my big aha journey working with you, is understanding that just because I can do something doesn't mean I should. Just because I can do something doesn't mean it's the only way it can get done. And just because I can grind through something doesn't mean I shouldn't reach out to get someone's help to teach me a better way or to actually just do it for me. So that kind of leads all into that. So, but now if we go back to this evaluation of when we leave here, how do we start to identify for ourselves and take a look at all the information we took and start to identify for ourselves, whatever our method is, whether we're like a push the car and then get it downhill, or we're like, you know, get the thing going. What do you suggest to help us analyze what we should do?
Yeah, well, I love that this answer is probably going to bring in a lot of what you've already learned today. And so first of all, you have to know where you're going. So what are your goals in your business? Because then you can start looking at what are your gaps. Are there skill set gaps, knowledge gaps? Maybe it's an app or a program or tech. Like, what is the gap that if you fill will get you propelled towards your goals? For me, I view business as, like Katie said, she said, this is her passion, but it's not a hobby, it's a business. And with that being said, we can have a lot of goals in our business, like 80-100. However, while that is amazing, ultimately you can't get there unless you have a profitable business, right? We can't keep the doors open, we can't delegate, we can't hire, we can't serve our clients, we can't do what we were meant to do in the world if we're not profitable. So the 4 buckets that I think that every business owner should be spending their time in on a consistent basis focuses on having a profitable business and reaching your financial goals. And so I just break those down loosely because I know the book is just getting delivered and we keep talking about it. The first bucket that I believe every business owner will find their high value activities in is marketing and visibility. The second bucket is fed by the first bucket. And the first bucket, today we heard from Amanda, that's about visibility. How do you let the world know what it is you do and how you can help them? If you tell enough people how you can help them and what it is that you do, you'll have more sales conversations. The more sales conversations you have, the more of the third bucket, which leads to the third bucket, which is servicing your clients. And so once you're servicing your clients and you're steady in the first three buckets, there becomes a time that you're no longer a solopreneur and you're leading a team, whether that's an independent contractor or you have a large team. The fourth bucket that I believe you'll find your highest value activities is leadership. So that is when we heard from Eileen about hiring and attracting the right people to your team and supporting them. And between those four buckets, I believe you have a solid business. If you think of any large corporation, they have departments. So I call them buckets. I should have called them departments. But even if you're a small business owner, these four departments are required. And until you have someone else taking care of everything in that bucket or a majority of that bucket, it is your responsibility to show up there consistently. The issue is that with putting out fires and being reactive every single day, we generally start in the other bucket. And the other bucket's like, okay, when I get time, I'll go do marketing or visibility. When I get time, I'll make that sales call. And so then what happens? We never just like magically have time. Like that just doesn't happen. You have to create it and prioritize it. And so if you were to look at your business in those four areas or departments, my question to you would be, if you filled a knowledge gap or a skill set gap, how would that help you get to your goals quicker and faster?
So we want to have that heart. First of all, amazing. I love it. I'm writing notes as if I haven't had been told all this all the time.
Me too.
But so what you're saying is these are our highest value activities to produce a profitable business. It's the marketing and visibility bucket, it's the sales bucket, it's the servicing your clients bucket, and the leadership bucket. And we've had so much conversation over the last 2 days describing, lots of the activities that go into each of these buckets. And so what you're saying is that right now, at the end of this conference, you need to take a look at your own business, reflect on the things that you learn. And would it be like an interesting or would it be a worthwhile thing to do where we plug in, almost like Natasha's, her 4 categories. So plug in, these things would support marketing. So if I learned how, Sarah and Rincey's program this morning when they were talking all about how she automated to the process so that the both of them are at the point where 8 out of 10 discovery calls not only last 15 or 20 minutes instead of an hour and a half, but they result in a paid consultation. So to me, that's in, the sales bucket, right? Yep. Sales bucket, right?
And so with that efficiency, she's able to get in and out faster, right? She's making a bigger impact with that time investment. I loved that.
Right,
and then
right.
Even with Sarah was sharing with processes and checklists and efficiency, that's servicing the client. If you find yourself spending all your time servicing the client, everything that Sarah was sharing will help you become more effective and efficient so that you reclaim time and you can show up in these other areas of your business regularly.
Right. Good. I love it.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, give an example of in working with Amber under the leadership role. Something that I've been able to do that's really helped me is what was happening. All communication was coming through me. I had a team of designers. They worked with me on projects, but I was a bottleneck. All this information was coming to me and I couldn't answer the emails fast enough. I couldn't stay on top of it. So what we decided to do was to create a role called the lead designer, right? So still the same designer that was working on the project, but now they're the lead designer. What we do is when we sign the contract with a client, they get in the welcome packet and it says, thank you for choosing Black Ink, blah, blah, blah. Here's your lead designer. I'm still very active in your project, but your lead designer will carry out all communications. So all communication is funneled to the lead designer. If she has any questions, then she can come to me and then say to to the client, she can say, not sure, let me get some more information on that, or let me speak to Jenny, and in 24 hours, I'll have an answer for you. But now they have more ownership of the project, and that's going to help them even, develop their role and to be able to be a better designer, because they have not only the experience, but they're truly taking on these projects. I'm always there for them, and I'm very much involved in every project, but it just allows me to step back from getting every subcontractor email, every builder email, architect, vendor, the list goes on and on. So by everybody having their own designer, and that designer, instead of it being like a bottleneck and I have a flood coming in, it's now like a trickle coming to me instead of all of the things. So that has been paramount in my in the business, and allowing me more time to have the creative side, and in allowing me to be able to do more networking and the things that I enjoy doing, rather than just be stuck in my emails all day long.
It's funny because I love that you have created a system through it, Jenny. And I do know, I've had people report to me, Amber, that they have taken you have an email course or something, getting through, did you do?
Conquer your email.
Conquer your email. Yeah, I mean, I conquered it. I just stopped it. So it's like, that's it. I don't email anymore. But it's not a great solution. You know what I mean? It really isn't, because there are things they need to know and they need to do. But so the thing is now, when we think about other ways to attack those and really stay in those high value bucket activities. So if I just recap that part a little bit. So we go back through our notebooks today. We just assign things to the different buckets, right? Like we literally say, here's a marketing bucket. These are all the things that I learned or thought I should do or do to improve my thing. And then we're sitting there with lists of 4 buckets with multiple things under them. And then what's the next step in the analysis to now go back and put our attention to something?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and just to say, the book does have a link, so grab your book and get the link. There's a download sheet that actually has links, and I call them power sheets, to fill that out and do what LuAnn said. So great idea, LuAnn. And then, okay, so those would be the 4 buckets. And I do want to say, because there was other sessions and like how that would tie in my opinion. So you had legal and you had accounting. Those are 2 areas where you're like, well, those are really important, and where do they go? I would not actually put those in the other bucket. That is about keeping the money that you're trying to make, right? So if you're working your butt off in, bucket 1, 2, 3, and 4, but you're losing it because you don't have solid contracts, or that you're paying too much in taxes and your bookkeeping's a mess. So those are really big priorities as well. And I don't want to stump anyone that's listening to say, well, where do I put that? I do think that that's really important. And if that is your big pain point, is that you feel like you're losing money because you don't have a solid contract or your numbers put together, that would be a great place to start. Now, LuAnn, to answer your question of where do they start after they make these buckets, I can't answer that. And that's as honest as I can be. I can't answer that blanketly to the entire audience, because I don't know where they're going. I don't know where their goals are, and I certainly don't know where their biggest pain points are. But I absolutely trust that they know. I trust that if they ask themselves, what is the best next step? Like, that's it. Just chant that to yourself for a few moments. Is like, okay, what is the next best step? And choose one, and then get it to the finish line.
Love it. I love it. I love it so much. Look at me and Jen here writing.
Okay. And I love to pull back, like, what's happening when Jenny shared that she had this, big aha about having a lead designer, because I think there could be a lot of ahas for the audience. When Jenny came to me and she's like, great, I'm paraphrasing, but like, she's like, great, I get it. Those 4 buckets are important, but I still don't have time. Thanks for telling me. Can totally paraphrase that. Where are you spending your time, Jenny, right? So time tracking. I've had LuAnn track her time as well. Time tracking is data to tell us where we're actually spending our time. And then when it came back and said that she was in her inbox and she was in emails and she was handling all this communication, if I sat back as her coach and said, So with all of your amazing talent, that's the best use of your time? And then I just sit there.
Yeah.
They're both, I'm sure they both know that is how I am. And then I just sit there, and she's like, I'm like, I've seen your work. Like, your work is where your talents are at, and your ability to connect with strategic partners. Jenny, that's where your talent is at. So we have to solve for that. And then when we start asking questions, that's how it came to like, okay, what if she had a lead designer? And what I love is if I said something like, Jenny, why do you handle all the communication? And whether this is how she answered or not, often I hear, because it's always been done that way, or it's just been done that way, or I haven't questioned that. That is where you're going to find the gold in your business, is questioning the things that you've normalized as just, that's the way we do it. And when you start questioning that, you're willing to listen to that answer and then take action, you can unlock a lot.
So good, right, Jen? So good. So what other ahas have you had in addition to having the lead designer and defining the roles there so that you could get out of that and get back to the things that you do? And share something, if you could think of something that maybe if there's questioning the stuff we normalize, yes, that is a great comment here. Can you share something that you know? You've had a lot of conversations with designers, all the designers in the design build course, that you know their struggles,
Yeah. I think one of the easiest things that you can just store in your memory to refer back to is like, who else can do it, right? Am I the only person that can pick this throw pillow fabric? Like, no, I'm paying them to do that. Like, what am I doing here, right? I can review it and make sure that it's going to go look good in the whole project, but who else can do it? And I need to spend my time doing the networking. I need to be out at the events when we can have them again. I need to be the one reaching out, closing the sales. If I'm busy picking out a throw pillow fabric because I have this control, like I'm the only one who can pick this and I'm the only one who can do it right, then I'm never going to get to where I want to be, because I'm not doing the networking. I'm not doing the sales. I'm not, doing all of that. And the one thing that Amber and I talked about earlier this week was servicing the clients. And you can get lost in a rabbit hole of servicing the clients, where you do want to give it your best and you do want to make sure that they're well taken care of. But if you are so far in that hole of just servicing who you have right now, you like pop up and you're like, okay, jobs are done. And you're like, but there's nobody else to do, like there's no more jobs because I wasn't doing the other things that I need to do to have a profitable business. But the people whose jobs are done are happy, and so have no more jobs, no work. We did just hire a client service manager, and she's going to be helping us from the very first phone call, vetting them, explaining the procedures to them, our processes, how we work, kind of minimum budgets, things like that. Because another thing that I found is when I was taking the discovery calls, I was getting questions, like design questions, like, well, what do you think about blue carpet? And I'm like, well, this is more about, are we going to do a consultation? I don't really want to talk about like specifics, right? So what should be like a 10-minute discovery call was turning into a 30, 40-minute, like, I'm designing your house on the phone. And so I needed to take a step back because she's not a designer. And so she's able to be like, yeah, Jenny's great at this. And if you want to work with her, XYZ, these are like where we are. And if you want to join, great. Whereas I'm like, oh, let me see if I can make that work, if I can fit you in the schedule, because I'm a people pleaser. And I think a lot of us are. And by enabling somebody else to be like, no, Jenny, this is not your people. This is not your client. It's nice that they're very lovely people and you felt a connection with them, but it's not going to get you to your goal, right? And so I feel like being able to I just lost my train of thought, but I think you knew where I was going. I just feel strongly. Here's what I was saying. So not only does she take it from vetting and that first call, but then all the way through to when the project closes, right? She's making sure the thank you cards have gone out, birthday cards have gone out, making sure that when we close out, we always have like a lunch, which I learned from your podcast, Lou. I can't remember who it was. They have like a closeout lunch or dinner, and you talk with them. Yeah, and you sit down with them and you say, what went well, what didn't go well, what can I improve on? So she helps oversee all of that, so I don't have to. And that was one thing that I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot so-and-so's birthday. And then you feel like, oh, I can't believe I dropped the ball, I'm a horrible person. Like, being able to delegate that. She doesn't live in Arizona, she lives in Utah, and it's done virtually. So even if that's somebody that's like part-time for you, that can take those phone calls and vet for you and do things for you in the client relations side, so that again, you have the time to do the marketing, the sales, and some of the leadership. I think it's crucial. If you can do, if you can do it.
I think these are all outstanding ideas. One of the things I have to say is, you said in there, who else can do it? That's that Madeline McRae line that she, whipped out on me that time, right? Yes. And somebody way back in the beginning of the chat had asked a question: if you have 2 small children, do you recommend hiring out somebody to take care of the tasks around the house if you're busy, in order to spend more time in your business? And I think we agree on this, Amber, that we really do offload the easiest things that take the least amount of, skill isn't the right word, but training and all of the things, right? Like if you're cleaning your house, pay $80 to have your house clean and pick up 4 hours, like that, right?
Yeah. I am so passionate about this topic. I've talked a lot about it on the podcast. This might be embarrassing. So a decade ago, when I started my business, my very first milestone goal was to have enough profits to hire a housekeeper. That was it. It wasn't these big audacious goals of taking over the world. It was, how can I have enough profit to justify hiring a housekeeper? Because my son was really young, and I knew that I was shifting and taking time away to grow my business. And I wanted to spend my time with my boys, like my son and my husband. And that was the best use of my time on a Saturday, not cleaning my house for 8 hours, although I love a clean house. Since then, when we think about hiring out in the home, depending on where you're at and level of your business, that might actually be the best business investment, because it's least expensive to buy back time. And when you're newer, you are the best person to do a lot of things in your business until you get to a certain point. For me, I have a lot of help in the house. I actually grew up cleaning homes. That's how my mom was a single mom and put food on the table. And so it's worth going back to find these episodes, but I share the story of the mindset work that it took to say, am I valuable enough? What does that mean in my social circle, that I have someone that comes and cleans the dogs and the cars and the house and cooks the meals and does laundry and all of this stuff? It was over a decade. But the mindset work of being no, actually, this is an investment because my time with my boys is so important. And I have this big dream in my heart to have this successful business. And I'm not willing to burn myself out so that I don't show up my best in either place. So anyone that's listening, I think that's a great question. And maybe you just start with bringing someone in once a month and then twice a month, and just see what it is that you need to reclaim some time.
Yeah.
Lastly, I'll say, even if it is just to go sleep, you don't need to actually be working in your business because you got a housekeeper or help in the home. Maybe you are working hard in your business and you're reclaiming time so that you have self-care, so that you can show up your best. I think that's often overlooked in this journey of entrepreneurship and productivity, is it's about getting the next thing done. And sometimes, and I've had conversations with Lou about this and with Jenny, that was a big part of no, what is it that you will do only for you, no matter if the list is longer than your arm, no matter if you have an inbox full of emails, what can you do to say yes to yourself?
Yeah, it's not easy, is it?
But it's worth it.
That was a big aha for me. I remember it was one of our first sessions with Amber, and I was working literally nights, weekends. It was just me at the time, and the work was starting to come in rapid fire, and I was just it was really hard. And she said, Jenny, I give you permission to take care of yourself. take the time you need. And I just started bawling. It was like, why do I need somebody to tell me, like, I give you permission to like take a break? But it's like the weight that came off of me when she said that, because you're just doing so much and you're trying to please so many people, your husband, the people that work for you, or the vendors, the builders, the kids, like you're giving so much of yourself. And unless you take that time, you're going to crumble, and then there's nothing. You have no business, you have no money, right? Like, you got to take care of yourself. And I really appreciated that she said that to me, because it was just like one of those moments where I'm like, if I go down, the ship goes down, you know?
That's the truth. She said that to me a few times in the last year and a half.
I hope everyone heard that from both of you, and maybe that's the one message they needed to hear, is that it's okay to have these big goals and do big things and still prioritize yourself.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if we have any. Denise D is saying it's so true to give yourself permission to take a break. No one else is going to give it to you, unless it's Amber. Amber will give it to you.
Amber will give it to you.
Yes, exactly. And my clients generally come to me thinking, oh, they're going to tell me the next thing to do or the next thing to do. And sometimes we have to, slow down to be able to go fast.
Yeah.
And we have to be able to slow down to plan and to take care of ourselves and just observe what the strategy is and where we're going, and then speed up. It's not always going to be about just running to the next thing. That's not what I believe productivity is, and I hope that's not for each of you, for your own journey and definition with productivity in your life and business.
So I would love to know if any of you have any questions here that you'd love to know about these two ladies, whether it's Jenny's journey in becoming a more intentional, productive business owner, or Amber's advice. Eric is saying, I was taught from a boss a long time ago about opportunity costs. This is exactly what you're talking about. What does spending those 2-hour cleaning actually cost you in your business, right? This is the type of thing we're talking about. Right. It's kind of like that big fat aha lesson when we outsourced the writing of the intro, outro. 6 to 8 hours for every, 2 episodes. Like, what could I do with those 8 hours? That, you know what I mean? What could I do? There's a lot of other things I could do with those 8 hours.
Yeah.
So,
and we shared that on your podcast, but for you, you were a little on the stubborn side on that one. And it wasn't until I had to say it in a way that grabbed you. And I remember it was, but you have these big, big dreams. I know where you're going. And if that's where you want to go, are we going to hold on to writing intro outros for 68 hours? Now I'm able to pull these two things together next to each other. When you do that, you're like, okay, now I can see it. But oftentimes when we're in our own business, we can't see it. It's the same reason I have my own business coach. We need someone that can question and challenge and even just see the world differently than we see. And then you get to have those ahas just because you said yes to not doing everything the same way you've always done it.
Right, exactly. That's a huge thing, is to, we understand from the standpoint of our design, for when you guys have, your design skills and your talent and stretching the limits and going to High Point and Las Vegas market to see what's new and what the trends are. You have no problem, any of us has no problem in certain areas of being willing to explore what's unknown, right? And to say, what would it look like if I used a chandelier like that? Where would that go? How would I incorporate that into a project? But I feel like that is, 95% of the value in the work that Amber does and Desi does and Eileen does and so many of these other experts that they do for us, is to just say, yeah, right, just because this is the way you did it. Right? It would be like you would never use the same chandelier on every project. But I would show up for years, probably a good year after I should have, doing an activity that did not support, forget me. Like Amber had to get through my head. If I want to bring other opportunities to all of the people that are with us in the audience, let alone to you guys, like, get your head out of 8 hours of intro, outro writing, lady. Like, you gotta clear the decks, right? And so it would be like you guys saying, no, that's a chandelier, that's great, I gotta keep using it. It's tried and true, it's the way it is, right? You have to push yourself out of your box, right?
Yeah, but the irony of that is that it takes the time to clear the space and the bandwidth to think and question yourself. So when you do have someone that you've asked to question you, you've actually scheduled an appointment on your calendar to say, this is the time I'm choosing to work on my business, not in my business. Just like when you're doing your design, you can't just randomly pick a chandelier. You have to sit down and look at the project, create the time and space to focus on that, and then you get to choose a different chandelier. It's time. Both take the time to carve out and prioritize, to think and be creative and question. And I would argue both to great results. The end of showing up for your clients is you have this amazing, beautiful project. And when you show up for yourself, you have this amazing, beautiful business.
You know what? I love it. And I've got at least 2 or 3 requests here asking you to explain the Leverage Lab. So we have about 10 minutes left. Can you explain the Leverage Lab and also the last bucket, the leadership bucket? So let's see what you can do. I would say, why don't you give us a few minutes on the Leverage Lab, and I'll be curious if Jenny has spent any time in that leadership bucket, and maybe you could share some insights for that. Okay?
Okay. Excellent, excellent. So Leverage Lab is my coaching, training, and accountability experience. It's a month-to-month membership where I go through and support you in my STOP Leverage Formula. And STOP Leverage Formula is an acronym for how to leverage yourself, time, organization, and people. Those are the 4 pillars, and under each pillar are different programs and master classes. But essentially, it's a place for you to get the skill set, the support, the coaching, so there's customization, along with the accountability from yourself, because you're going to show up for yourself, but from me and from fellow people, other business owners. It's for only small business owners inside Leverage Lab. Leverage Lab is the way in which I intend to serve you, or business owners in general, but intend to serve you as you navigate through executing and showing up in learning the skill sets and applying the STOP Leverage Formula. And I'm really excited about it. You can definitely check it out on the sales page. I welcome any of you that are listening to what I'm having to say today, and you're like, you know what? I know, like, intellectually, like, I need help, but I don't have the skill set. This is what I say often is, it's my job to partner with you to fill up your toolbox. And then through coaching, I'm going to teach you how to pick up the tools and know how to apply them and customize them. We do all of that inside Leverage Lab. And there's a big discount because you guys are LuAnn's audience, and you can find out more about that on the resource page for sure.
Yes, great. And so Jenny, do you have a few things that you want to share about the leadership bucket? And then I'll let Amber wrap it up with her, actual technical like leadership bucket thing.
Sure. So I think what I talked about earlier with creating the lead designer role goes under that leadership, and how that turns into leadership, not only just kind of helping me clear out my day for the other high value activities I need to be doing, but also when I'm every Monday we sit down, and with each lead designer I sit down, we have a one-on-one meeting every Monday, and I let them lead the discussion. I used to sit here and be like, okay, where are we? But I know to make them a good leader for themselves, I want them to come prepared for me. Here's where we are with this. Here's where we are with this client. Here's where we are with this builder. I think not only it gives them a chance to grow and have ownership and like a sense of like accomplishment, right? Like this is their job. They get to do these one-on-one meetings, and then I want to make sure that they're successful. So I want to make sure they have the tools that they need and the information that they need to be their most successful at what they're doing. And one way that we do that is when we sit down with a client and have a consultation, they sign the contract, we begin doing kind of the preliminary design presentation. And I've had it happen where, you know, we're both the lead designer and I are both sitting there meeting with the client. And I'm like, okay, start pulling some ideas. Just we do it in Keynote, and we break it down each room. So each room will have, you know, a kind of an inspiration photo, maybe some materials, colors. It's just like a discovery presentation. We're just trying to make sure we're on the right track for the client. And what we do is, or what happened the first time when I didn't kind of give the good information for them is I looked at the presentation that they had and I was like, were we at the same meeting? Because that is not at all what I was thinking you should be doing. So now I do a preliminary presentation after the meeting with just like an inspiration photo, a couple quick images, whatever it is, and say, this is the direction for the living room. This is the direction for the kitchen. This is the direction for this. So that because they can't be in my mind, right? And it's the best way that I can quickly give them the idea of where the direction I want the project to go. Then they build off of it and then present to me. And then we sit down, make edits. Then they present to me again. So I want them, I tell them, think of me as the client, right? This is a presentation. You need to have, you know, if there's materials that need to be out, if there's CAD drawings that need to be done, you present to me as if I'm the client. And I think it's been really good for us, and because they can't read my mind and it's impossible. And so give them the direction and the tools that they need to be successful. And yeah, and we also want to make sure that they have, Ben is really good at making sure that our designers, if there's something that interests them, if they want to go take a continuing education class or they want to go to a seminar, we want to build them up. So one day if they leave us and go have their own business, we want them to have the tools that they need to do that. And by creating good leaders in your people, it makes a great team and it sets them up for success in their life.
Love it. I love it. That's so many good examples of leadership in action. It reminds me so much of the principles that Eileen talks about all the time. And Amber, for you, we've got about 4 minutes left. You know, would you give us, you know, further insight to how you view the leadership bucket?
Yeah, so I have taught this framework for many years, and in all honesty, the first version didn't have the leadership bucket. And what I was hearing from my clients was like, I had to have a one-on-one meeting, or I feel like I'm gonna poke my eye out. I have to slow things down. I have to train the new person, or I have to create a job description to attract the right person. It was always like, right? And I'm like, hold on. The goal is that you are not the only one showing up in your first 3 buckets in your business, nor do I believe that we can achieve these great things that we have in our hearts and our souls by ourselves. And so the variation of it was actually, I missed the mark majorly when I first started teaching that. And that the goal is actually, as your business is growing and scaling, you're going to spend a majority of your time in the leadership bucket. And it's the leadership bucket that you're actually the most leveraged. And as your business grows, depending on where you're at in your journey or your phase, you'll spend more in your leadership bucket because now you are the strategist. Like what Jenny was sharing with her newest hire is that there's birthday cards and there's these welcome guests and appointments scheduled. These are probably ideas she's had for some time as the strategist, but didn't have time to implement. And now she's showing up in perhaps the client service bucket in a different way because she's not the only implementer or executor. It's her role, just as it is yours listening, to show up in creating the time and space to give your team the undivided attention and support they need to do their best. Because when they're doing their best, it's in return growing your business and making your life a lot less stressful. The leadership bucket is a bucket that I find a lot of small business owners feel really uncomfortable in because they feel like maybe they weren't born as a leader or they don't have really clear communication. Those are all skills that I work with my clients on to get more effective with, building up their confidence, having conflict conversations, being really clear with what it is you need so that the result is that you can confidently delegate. Because if we don't have a team around us that we can trust, because we can't confidently delegate, then every strategy I could share with you doesn't really work, right? Like, we really want to make sure that, okay, I get that I shouldn't be doing everything, but if I don't have the team, it's a catch-22. So it's all about solving those problems so that that's not your reality any longer. And ultimately, you will be probably spending a lot of your time in servicing your client at a higher level, and leadership would be the majority of your time as you start outsourcing more and more in your business.
I mean, if that isn't a formula for success there, I don't know what is, right? I mean, honestly, isn't that just like, when I hear everything you're saying there, it just makes so much sense. And the difficult part is taking the idea, the inspiration to the action, right? But it is through these activities and breaking it down into manageable chunks that we do this. And I have to say, you two ladies are both so inspiring. I appreciate both of you so much. It has been my pleasure getting to know both of you on such a great, deep, relationship level. I'm just so thrilled that you're in the world, in the orbit, and you're sharing all your experiences with all of us. So yay on you two ladies.
Thank you. Well, LuAnn, I would say thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for allowing me to serve you and your audience in the thing that I'm most passionate about. I know we have a couple minutes. I'll just wrap up to say that each of you watching had this incredible talent, and one day you woke up and said, I'm going to be a business owner, and then you woke up a few weeks later and said, nobody told me I needed to know all this stuff about being a business owner. And I actually started my business because I saw that like flame being like blown out and the overwhelm and the stress actually stifling the creativity and the work you're going to do. And so it doesn't need to be that way. And I just appreciate anytime I can talk about this and really, give hope that if you're feeling overwhelmed and stressed out, it does not need to be that way if you're willing to do the work and show up and learn the skill sets of executing and showing up regularly in your high value activities.
Love it, love it, love it. And Jenny, my friend, I will see you in Design Build 101. Everybody give Jenny a high five for introducing us to Brad Levitt from AFT Construction and bringing all that value into our lives, right? So, all right, I am going to throw this back to Ariane, and she is going to give some lucky audience member a coaching class, a coaching session with Amber.
Thank you.
Jam-packed day, jam-packed event. I know we have one more thing, which is our aha. So if you have not turned on your camera, go ahead and do it right now. If you have not kind of thought about your one or two most impactful aha moments from this event, think about them, because LuAnn wants to hear it. Don't make her get up there and say there's crickets, because she's going to start calling names. So be prepared. Start raising your hand once I finish telling you who our last prize winners are. Before I do that though, I'm so blown away by the information that Amber and Jenny shared. I loved Jenny's reminder to us that we can take control of our day with our daily 5. The idea of identifying 5 high value activities to do the next day just gives you so much clarity on what to get started on when you get to the office or start your day. I love that. And I also, again, I know there's a lot of questions about the buckets, but the book explains in a lot more detail each of the buckets and how you commit your time and structure them. But the best thing is I love the theme and the philosophy that Amber shares, which is we should be investing our best time into our best activities. That is just such a great thing to think about. So I also want to thank the panelists, past and present. I've been watching the chat. You guys are adding so much value and support and love to the people. This is just like a bonus. I don't think any of us could have expected to get that much more access to you and you giving us insights and tips. So thank you, panelists, past and present authors, for being in the chat. Now let's get to the giveaways. So we have a 45-minute coaching session with Amber De La. Okay, I think everybody's gonna want this. So we've got a session with Amber De La Garza, and the winner of that session is LuAnn White. LuAnn, are you still here?
Yes. Can you see me?
Yes. Are you excited? Ah, LuAnn, you were there this morning. You brought us all to tears. What a great full circle moment. You
Yes,
were
it
just
is.
saying this morning, I have all these. Oh my gosh, I got chills. I got chills. Like, how perfect is this for you?
It's perfect. I'm excited. And it's going to force me to really, think about some things. It's going to challenge me. So I'm really excited about that because I feel like I need that push to get, pull those things out of me. So I'm excited.
But you're ready. Like, that's the first thing you told us this morning. You were like, it's time. Let's do this.
Yes.
So perfect. I am so incredibly happy for you.
Thank you. I am too. I can't wait.
Congratulations. Okay. I also have 3 more prizes. So remember that funny commercial that we watched before with that cute guy talking about flooring that somehow made flooring interesting? Well, Revelwood and John Dupre, I think is his name, they've given us 3 $500 coupons to use for orders over $3,500 from Revelwood, which is great because now that means we make, Sarah's like, me too, Sarah. Do I qualify? $500 off of an order that's $3,500, which means we put more money in our pocket as designers for specifying their fantastic products. So we got 3 winners. The first winner is Christine Conti. Christine, are you here real quick? Is she still here? Is she still here? Christine, going once.
Unmute. I'm here.
Yay, there you are.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Hey, I won something. Woohoo.
So happy for you. So
thank you.
Were you familiar with Revelwood before, or is this a new company to you?
I listened to the podcast. So I love when the Vin Man said, hey, you're the floor guy.
That's right. I listened to that podcast episode and legit, like in my car, I had to pull over and type in Revelwood and like sign up as a pro account because I was like, the way he explained how they help us, how they save us time, I was all in. So I'm excited for you. I can't wait for you to cash in that coupon. And I hope
you're so cute. I've been enjoying you all day.
Me? I'm nothing. I'm just the little thread between the meat, the good stuff. So, but thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay, Christine, congratulations. I've got 2 more. So the next one is for Bianca Pinho. Bianca, are you here? Bianca going once. Going twice.
I'm here.
You're here? I hear you. I don't see you yet. Where are you?
There
you are.
I have the camera on.
Hi, I can see you. Congratulations.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, wait, you got to do the dance. Go, Bianca. So, come on, you got to dance. Yeah. Yes.
I'll do a samba if it was a full-length video.
You're fine. I can see you. I can hear you. It's great. Congratulations.
Thank
I
you
am
very much.
excited for you to be able to use this coupon. I'm a little bit jealous. Have you already set up an account with them, or do you now have to go in?
No, but I did actually watch a presentation of theirs with one of my partners here in New Jersey.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So
Well,
I have no objection on that
congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Well, look, go get that money, girl. Go get that money. Okay, and I have one more. This last one goes to Haley Colby Design. Haley, I've seen you in the chat participating. Are you still here? Are you out? Where are you, Haley? Hold on. Give her a second. Going once. Going twice. Just say hello, Haley, if you're still here.
Hi, I'm here.
Yeah! I can't see you yet. Hold on. Give us a second. Bye, Bianca.
I'm muted. Okay, can you hear me? It's skipping.
Hey!
Hey,
Congratulations,
girl, hey!
Haley! I love your necklaces. I like the layered look.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we almost match. Look at my little. Okay, we got to do dance. 5, 6, 7. Go, Haley. Go, Haley. Go, Haley. Go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I've asked everybody, are you already do you already have an account with Revelwood, or, are you?
No, I don't. I just heard it like what was a week or two ago that he was on the podcast. And so I listened to the podcast and was like, oh, that's interesting. I need to get a good installer because, all the things.
Yeah, but he can help you with that.
Yeah.
He can help
so
you with
I need
that.
him to help me with that. If you're listening to me, sir, I need an installer. Like
I think he's here. Or he may or not be here. Look, he says, I got you. Boom. Customer service. There you go, John. See, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah,
right there.
It's all about the customer service.
Yes, absolutely. We're getting our A team. So I'm excited for you. If you have not listened to that podcast episode with John, it is very informative. He will sell you on Revelwood. You will leave thinking, I've got to sign up. Just give me some of that. And I'm excited to start using him on my projects as well. So guys, I'm done. Like that's it for me, right? Let me make sure. Yep, that's a wrap. I'm out. So thank you for letting me spend time with you today. It has been so much fun. I have enjoyed spending time with you, and I hope to see you guys again soon at an industry event.
Hey, I am so glad to be back with you guys here. This is my happy place with all of you right here. Before I start talking to you and figuring out your aha moments, how about a huge, huge, huge hand for Ariane and Carol Cox the last 2 days, right? I mean, honest to goodness, right? Woo, right? Not easy to do. I mean, this is remote. It's like a big challenge, and I think they were both amazing. I hope you agree with me that they added so much to the program in just helping us get through the day and adding some interest and insights to everything. So huge, huge thank you to both Carol and Ariane. All right. I happen to notice that Nancy G has her wine. Who else is ready to party? I am so ready to party. But before we do that, I got to find out your aha lessons. I need to know what were the things that made a difference for you in this day, because as we have heard, people have already told us sometimes when you share your lesson, somebody else hears that lesson. So I'm so excited, cannot wait to get started. And who is first on the hit parade? Who is first on the hit parade? Suzanne Schultz right here. First hand I saw. Here she is.
Hi. I am so amazed at the past 2 days and how seamless this all went. It was just like phenomenal. It was amazing. So thank you. Thank you. My big aha for today was at the end of the day, and it was go from reactive to proactive, because over the past year with the insanity of COVID on top of my business, I feel like I've just been reactive. So that's a big one for me to work on. And so thank you, Amber. And also I hit the jackpot with my breakout session with Michelle Williams, because my big pain point right now is just getting all of my back-end finances in order. So that was just an amazing breakout session. So It was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. And that's a big, huge, past that, shout out on the Seamless to Perlow Productions. That's all them. That's their team. And I'm so thrilled with the choice I made. So yay, 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 yay. Who else is going? Who else is going? Dane is raising his hand. He has been a huge supporter. Oh, Seema, we're going to come to you too. So Dane, what do you want to tell us?
Hi, LuAnn.
Hi.
Another awesome day. I think that a key takeaway for me through all of this is just the fact that, like, no matter where we are in our business, like, someone else is in the same place. And so, like, you might excel at something that I'm not very good at, and then I might be really great at something that you could learn from. And so I love this camaraderie between the whole group in general. But I always think of this mantra that you should never compare your beginning to someone else's middle, because comparison is the thief of joy. And so, it's like such a little mindset. So when you're, doing the scroll through Instagram or something, and you're thinking, oh, I wish that I could be like that person or have those kinds of projects or whatever, like, you're going to get there. The harder you work and the harder you try, like, it's going to happen for you. And don't let like the insecurities within yourself like get the best of you. Just come at it with a positive mind. And I think that starting your morning to say, like, I am happy, I am healthy, and I am at peace is like the perfect way to wake up every day and just put a smile on your face. It's literally how I start my morning. And it just like, it makes me smile when I say it, and then the rest of my day is easy. And I think it helps to start with that positivity. So I'm just happy to be here and thankful for all the camaraderie that I'm seeing and all the love. It's amazing. So thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you. That's an awesome mantra to start your day with. I am happy, I am healthy, I'm at peace. That's really very, very, very special, Dane. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. We had Seema, I saw, right? Where did she go? Was that? You just missed her. She just went there she is up here. Here we go. Hi, sweetie. How are you?
Hi, LuAnn. Do you hear me?
I do. I hear you.
Okay. I am so new to this. And I was recently introduced to your podcast by one of your coaching clients, Nofar. And I am so happy to be there. I am so new to this, but this has been so amazing. My aha moment was with Desi, because I did this just for my kids, to be more flexible, be my own boss. I had a daughter that was sick last year with cancer. And when I got out of that, I said, there is no way I'm going back to work for some boss. And so this is what I chose. And I'm so happy that I discovered you to like help me along the journey.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're here and sending white light and healing energy to that little kid of yours, okay? Yeah. And you hug Nofar for me. I miss her. I haven't seen her in a year. Crying out loud. Mimi up there. I'm calling on you, Mimi. Hi, love. How are you?
Hey, how are you? I'm loving this. This was amazing.
Did you see on? Yes, I did. Did you see on my desk up there all day today? Did you see my podcast queen?
I did. And you are the podcast queen.
Well, Mimi made that for me. Mimi made me that, and it sits on my desk at work, and then I always bring it to the live show too. So,
yes, you're amazing. This event was pretty amazing. As this was not just your regular Zoom event, as you had said.
I tried to warn you guys. I literally
you did.
tried to warn you.
You did not disappoint. It was incredible. I loved every minute. I actually had the lower tier level yesterday, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I was like, I need to be with everybody.
And I told you guys that too, that you would have FOMO if you
did.
Do it.
It was terrible.
Did I ever not tell you guys the truth? I mean, when have I never not told you the truth?
Yeah, so I sent an email this morning, and your team is so amazing and so quick. I was on right before I even had coffee.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad.
Yeah, so I did have some a lot of aha moments, but yesterday's aha moment was the first session with Sandra. Who was with Sandra?
Beth Diana Smith.
Oh yeah, and Beth. Yes, that was incredible. I love them both. I don't remember who said this part, but it was, and I know this already, but you just need to hear this again and again, about us saving our clients money, but we're not saving our clients money by giving them discounts. We're saving them money because we know what to do, what to buy. They won't make mistakes if they go with us. And that's how we save them money. They're not coming to us because we're going to get them all the deals.
That's
So
right. You get
that
a
was
guy for a
something-
deal. You get a designer for value.
Exactly. So I knew that already, but it's always so good to hear it again and again and again. And then today in the breakout session, I was with Eileen. Yeah, she's amazing. And actually, it was just listening to the other designers, and somebody was struggling with their employees. They were trying to figure out if it was okay to expect for them to take care of things over the weekend. And then another designer was saying that she had a problem because her employee had expected that of her, and that was frustrating to her. And then I realized that it's exactly the same situation between employees and us and clients. And what it comes down to is setting up expectations from the beginning and communication. And it's the same thing. Nobody's going to get frustrated if everything was agreed upon in the beginning.
Exactly.
So it was very interesting to see that. I don't even have an employee yet, but it was interesting to see that so clearly, that it's relationships, setting up expectations and communicating.
Right.
So
well, I could even see,
were
Mimi,
two
for
best
your
ones.
business model is, it might, first of all, for you and for Nofar and Malky, who live in the Orthodox way of life. And that means that at Friday, 12 o'clock, you're done. You're getting ready for Shabbat dinner, and you don't come online again until Sunday night or Monday, right? So when your clients are all in that same community, your clients all understand and respect that boundary. But if there ever were a time that you were to start to attract clients outside of your Orthodox community, I could see a world where you might make a hire, and part of that agreement is that I will want you to work on Friday and Saturdays. Maybe you'll give them Monday and Tuesday off. Maybe you'll give them just Monday off. But if you ever were to have a situation where you need things done on a Friday, but for your life and your family, you're not the one to do it. But to your point is, you would just make that an agreement ahead of time. And if somebody who didn't want to work on Saturdays or Fridays would say no thanks and go down the line.
And I do have some people that are not in my community, and it's the same thing. Conversation in the beginning. If it doesn't work for them, they won't work with me. But I just make sure that I'm very clear with my hours, and I have my kids at home in the afternoon, and I do not go texting back and forth. And if that doesn't work for them, I'm not their girl.
That's right.
I'm not their girl.
I'm not your girl. I'm nobody's girl. That's awesome.
Yeah, so many ahas. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm glad you were here today. I missed your face yesterday. All righty. Who else? Oh my goodness, they're all coming out now. Have we heard from, let's find people we haven't heard. Have we heard from Jessica Cruz at all in the last? All right, let's see. All right. You're muted. Our tagline, unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay,
I got so excited.
Jess.
Hi, everyone. So I want to say thank you. This has been a great 2 days. I actually went to the first LuAnn Live. That was amazing. And I am more of like a baby designer still. And I actually also want to say thanks. Sorry, I'm so excited, guys. I won the Amanda Berlin 45 minutes, and I was on mute, and I couldn't get off mute earlier. And I'm like, so I'm very excited because I am in that point of trying to figure out what my story is and be able to tell my story. And that's also my aha moment, was when she said, find your story, find your message, and then move forward with it. And, any kind of mental blocks that we may have, like Dean said, go to therapy, go to church, meditate on it, or whatever it is, and get past it and move forward. So, yeah. Oh, so exciting.
Good for you. I'm glad you had an aha moment.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Many,
Thank you for
many.
coming again. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get like buttons, like year 2 alumni, year 3 alumni, right? We're going to
Love
have
you.
to have
Thank you, LuAnn.
badges.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, wait, Nicole Heimer has her hand up. Let's hear what Nicole Heimer has to say.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Love. How are you? Wait,
I'm
you can't
good.
wait. You can't talk yet because I have to share. Everybody knows how amazing this woman is and how much she means to my life and to my business and everything. But so much of this event, the back end, I keep talking about Diana and Lisa, and there's no question, but Nicole is the other leg on this stool. It is, like graphics, website, like ideas, inspiration. Like there's no way. I tell her, if you ever think you're like, I don't know, you win the $5 million lottery and you're not going to work. No, sweetie. You're just going to have to still come with me.
You started talking about a country song about I'll pack and move with you.
That's what I always tell her. Do you guys know the Toby Keith song? It's a Toby Keith song. And he says, he's talking to his, country songs. They're talking to their son and they're twanging. And he's like, boy, I have to tell you this and this and that and the other thing. He goes, and boy, if your woman never gets up and leaves you, you know what I did with your mama? I just packed my bags and I went with her. So I'm like, Nicole Heimer, you ever leave, I'm packing my bags and going with you. So I just really have to shout out to you how critical and valuable you are. And for all of you that are enjoying this event, this is a major portion of this event is this brainchild right here. So, all right, now I co-opted your time. Go ahead.
Thank you for saying all that, LuAnn. So yeah, I was just really looking forward to Amber's session with Jenny because I've seen from the back end what she's done for you and how it has like impacted the entire LuAnn ecosystem and
made Nicole's life a little easier, maybe.
I actually feel like, I've sort of started doing things differently where I'm like trying to take things off of your plate more, like just, I'm going to do this. Let me know if I shouldn't. If you don't let me know that I shouldn't, I'm going to do that. And like, this is like a new approach that we're taking. But no, it did not disappoint. And I have to say it was the like perfect end to this whole thing. It like the bucket thing, it was like everything that's been happening in the past 2 days, which was like boopity bop bop boop, goes in the things and like organized in my head and just that. And then when she said that thing about like looking at your time, like how you spend your time and like saying like that's the best use of your time. Like, I feel like, I don't know who that is that's going to say that to me in my head, like an imaginary, but like, yeah, what a great sarcastic response to have in your head. Like, oh yeah, that's the best.
That's the choice you made?
Yeah, that's
Good
the choice you made.
job, sweetie.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, maybe reevaluate. Yeah. So that was awesome.
No, I love it. And I have noticed that that you've been doing that more and more often. And it's such a great thing. It's like the more you get to know somebody and the more you work in their world, whichever way, who it is and what you're doing and how it applies, this message applies to your business. But whether it's you to your clients, like I'm Nicole's client, right? And she just has gotten to know me so well that this is the new thing. Hey, Lou, you know what? This needs to be done. I'm going to do it unless you tell me not to. Yeah, go ahead. See you bye. Love it. You know what I mean? And so I do appreciate it very, very much. It's that radar thing. I don't know if there's anybody here old enough to know MASH and radar, but you are totally the radar. So I love it. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, LuAnn.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Who else? Lene Wood wants to talk. Oh my God, there's so many nice hands now. Claire wants to talk. Tiffany. Hello. Are you unmuted? You got a unicorn. I can't wait to hear this story. You're on mute though. There you go.
I thought the unicorn might get your attention. My kid was about to walk in, so I was like, I got maybe like 10 minutes to talk before all hell breaks loose. But so many unicorn moments, I think that, it felt magical. This is my first LuAnn Live, and it will be something I do every year for sure. So many great moments. I think one of my favorites was Sandra Funk, what she said about, your purchasing power and that you can tell your clients, sorry, you don't have the privilege to look at where I buy my items. And to me, that was like, yeah, that I needed to hear that, to be able to stand in and say, this is how I run my business. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a designer. And if you want me to help you, then this is how it works. So I love that. I was also really excited to see on your desk, there's a little brass tiger that I sent you, because I know that you like tigers. And I was sourcing some things one day and I saw it and I thought, I know LuAnn's doing new office, so I'm going to send it to you. So
I know.
Gal on your desk.
Thank you. I know, I love it. And it usually is on the shelf at my office. It's usually on the shelf in my office, but I wanted to bring it here so, that you would see it and know that I love it.
Thanks. Well, and cheers to you. Well done.
Thank you. All righty. Who else wants to talk? Have we heard from Haley yet? I know so many of you, and I know we have 20 minutes. Haley, go ahead. You talk to us. And I see Katie Baldwin hasn't talked yet either.
Hi, I am first time LuAnn Live, but long time listener of your podcast. So I'm so excited to be here. I wanted to share something that I felt like really went full circle for me from listening to one of your podcasts with pulp design, and then something Dane said today. So he really talked about how the client experience and like how important it is, and just how much he really gives attention to that. And I was thinking about that and connecting it to kind of the intent behind why I started videos. I was so hesitant, but then I listened to Pulp's podcast episode and I was like, wow, like what a convincing, like just reference to jump into video. And so that's what I did. And I actually shared the client experience through my personal new build. And then I think that actually touched on what Amanda was saying about how important the relationships are, because they want to know who they're letting in to come and trust with their own home. And I just thought that was just really cool to see all of the information, LuAnn, that you've provided kind of come together for me. Like, I was like, wow, that's cool.
I love it. When Pulp Studio was on the show, it was the beginning, the first year. The same with Marie Flanagan. These were two people in that first year that really stood out to me, that were doing high-level video before the rest of us, and Ariane Belazar also. These are the three designers that were leaning into it 5 years ago, okay? And then, of course, Claire Jefford, our own Claire Jefford as well. So I have to say, Ariane has a resource in LuAnnNigara.com/2021, where she teaches you about how to produce video. And I believe that our Claire Jefford has resources on that too. So do it the best that you can, right? With whatever the tools are. But I love that resonated with you and that you're feeling like you want to lean into it. So good for you. All right, see you at year 3. Where is Claire? Let's have Claire say something. Where is Claire? She had her hand up. There she is.
Hey, LuAnn, how are you?
I'm good. How
I'm gonna
are
try not
you?
to cry here. This has been amazing. Like I'll tell you honestly, because I'm not any other way. But when I was with I chatted with Wendy Woloschuk, our good friend, a while back when you announced LuAnn Live, and I thought, how is she going to do this virtually? How is it going to happen? LuAnn, it has been as good as it could be without being in person, honestly. And your energy, what you do is incredible. And I just really thankful for all that you do in our industry. I have to tell you, quickly tell you here, strap on my LuAnn, strap on my Blanche, begin with the end in mind. Kristen, what Dane just said, you wake up happy, healthy, and at peace. And, no one's on the surgery table here. No one's dying. It may feel like it sometimes in our business, but, we're not losing lives here. So we'll get through it. And I just have to also give a big shout out to Nicole Heimer, my girl there. She cannot leave the country because of LuAnn Live the first time. I changed up. I got a new website with Nicole. I will never look back. She's incredible. She's my right-hand man. and you just bring people together. And so all of these people at LuAnn Live, I encourage everyone here to reach out if there was someone who, you know, you connected with, or who you felt, you know, you want to know a little more. People, it's funny because in our industry, people think that we're snobs, like people who aren't in our industry. And the connections that we made, the people that I've met, I just cannot say that that's so false. I mean, sure, there's some, let's face it, there's some, but for the most part,
There's honest Claire.
we're all pretty wonderful people, you know? And so honestly, thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you've done. And that's it. I got my wine, so I got to calm my nerves here with
Love you,
my
Larry.
tears
Love
for
you,
you.
lady.
But I love you. I love you.
Love you, Claire. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad
Thank
you're
you.
here. Thank you. All right. All right. All right. Who are we going to go to? Tiffany, have you talked to us yet? And I said we had 20 minutes, but we had 36. So we're going to get around to everybody. Now we have 32. All right, Tiffany. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can. Yep.
Yay. Yeah, I am so glad that we decided to do this. It's been amazing for me, and I just have to thank you, and big props to the production team also, because it's just so impressive. It's so cool. But anyway, I think my biggest takeaway, beside the fact that, you know, we need to really channel in on what our vision is, which I get that full steam. When I started this week, I had gone through an amazingly difficult week last week with a certain client, and was so sure that we were going to have to do a very big, hard pivot, which we definitely are going to have to do. And I had absolutely no idea how to do it. And I didn't know how much I'd take out of this week because I was really, really, really emotional from last week. But after hearing what Blanche had said this morning about the client with the pillar, it was just like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what I'm living through right now. And I didn't know if it was all me. I didn't know, it's amazing how clouded you get when you're in that situation, and the self-doubt and all the things that I don't usually deal with. And then all of a sudden it was so real. Anyway, so all of these wonderful things, I've got a process, because I'm like all over here with all of this information. I mean, I literally have an entire book full of drawings and notes, but I can't wait to do my buckets and then figure out what extra help we're going to need, getting all this set up. And I'm going to try to be really patient and do one thing at a time, because I still have to pay bills while we do this. But I don't even know how to thank you enough. It's like my whole heart. Thank you. Because it's been a doozy, and this has been so inspirational, and I feel hugged by all these people on the street.
I know, right? It's everybody. It's all of us helping each other. It's not just me. It's all of us helping each other. And
Absolutely.
that is the joy of it. That is the joy, and that is the magic of it. So thank you. I'm so glad that you were part of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Kat, I just turned around and I saw you. Kat Anderson and then Katie. Let's do Kat, and then right here, Kat, and then let's do Katie.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello, lady.
Am I unmuted?
Nope, you're unmuted.
It was such a great day. There were aha moments literally from your opening all the way to like everybody's comments and aha moments. My favorite was one that Dane sends an email every other month, because this is something I get tripped up on, because everybody's like, it's all about regularity. You should do it every week, every other week, every month. Even every month is like so out of range. Like I told myself at the beginning of 2020, I'll do one a month. I did one in 2020, but I think I could do every other month. Like setting the bar at attainable, it just like makes it a little bit less scary. So I love that Dane brought that out. I loved the leadership bucket in the last session, like, oh my gosh, hello. And letting the employees lead their meetings. What?
I know, Eileen taught me that one.
Whatever level you get to, like, LuAnn, I just started my Monday meetings, 6 months ago? Yeah. Why am I leading Monday meetings?
Right? I know. It's so true.
I can't wait.
True. These little nuggets along the way.
There's always the next level. You can make it a little bit better no matter what you're doing.
Yeah. And I just want to share with everybody, you know, Kat, of course, you haven't heard her on the podcast yet. Her episode is coming up. Kat is one of my chairman of the board clients. We worked all together in 2020. Yeah, worked together in 2020. She re-upped for 2021. She taught our online bookkeeping 101 course. She's going to be teaching it again in LuAnn University, online bookkeeping 101. And she's also going to be teaching Design Build 201. So she is an absolute expert on the design build process, and she has worked closely with Jenny in figuring out all the things that Jenny is covering in 101, and Kat is going to take it to the next level in 201. And on top of that, she's launching a furniture line, and now I'm learning that she's launching a newsletter. We might have to chit chat. So, but thank you, Kat. I'm so glad you were here.
Thank you so much for doing this, LuAnn. You're amazing.
My joy to do it. My joy to do it. That's for sure. All righty. Katie Baldwin. There she is.
Yes.
Hello,
Hi.
lady.
Thank you so much for calling on me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Am I
I
unmuted?
can.
Okay.
Nope, you're good.
I just have to say, I forget who brought it up about charging markup 67% today or yesterday, but it was one of my biggest takeaways from the first LuAnn Live 2 years ago. And since then, my business has exploded. I was up 60% last year in the middle of a pandemic. My margin was up, or my net profit was up 70%. I'm able to be on salary at a level that I was at when I worked in corporate fashion industry in New York. Like every financial goal I had was blown away. And I've, so many people I can't even list that I met at LuAnn Live the last time that I've connected with. I've worked with Michelle Williams for over a year now, and it has been incredible. So I say that where I'm standing today is that I'm almost burnt out. I worked almost every day last year. I have not spent the time to pause. I'm telling on myself here. I've not spent the time to pause and put processes in place. And that's where my goal is right now. I learned I don't even know where to start with all the lists of things that I had, but work-life balance is what it's all about. Desi really hit me hard today. Amber's message about no change, no change. Like, I'm so proud of what I've done, but God damn it, I want a day off. I really need a break. And Jen and Wendy and I talk. It's really about taking a pause and putting myself in work-life balance. That's where my focus is this year. I got a lot out of what Eileen talked about leading, identifying what's working and what's not on my team, really looking at who I've hired, what their skill sets are. Process and my standard operating procedure is what I'm really going to be focusing on in 2021. So thank you. This was incredible. I don't even know how to put into words how grateful I am for all you do for us in this industry.
Oh, sweetie, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And if we do that every year in our business, take a big change and make a big change, 2, 3, 5 years from now, you won't even recognize it. It'll be a major machine humming and going along and supporting you in all the ways you want it to. Good for you.
Thank you.
Yay, Katie. All right. The hands are up. Lisa, have we talked to Lisa here at all yesterday? Maybe did we a little, but let's hear what Lisa has to say. Hi.
Hi. So I think you actually were the one to say what my big takeaway was today. And it's something that hits hard for me because I tend to procrastinate and put off the things that I don't want to do, but that need to get done. And you had said, and I think it was actually the Vin man that said, I don't enjoy doing the thing. I enjoy the result of doing the thing. And that was just like, talk about a brain bust. Like that was huge for me. So thank you.
Yeah. No, it's true. I have to ask him. I'll have to ask him if he actually enjoys it or he knows that the results that come of it. But I do know, and I lay the line all the time. I said it again earlier tonight. You just think of Desi. LuAnn, you're not always going to like to do it. Like, just do it anyway. You know what I mean? So we have to do the things that are important. There's no point in running around and creating and designing beautiful rooms and beautiful homes if we're not taking care of the finances, because you're just spinning your wheels. And, it's what Katie was saying too, about if I'm doing this and I'm taking time away from my kids, then it better be valuable, because otherwise I could be with my kids, or if you don't have kids, you could just be relaxing, you know what I mean? Doing whatever. So yeah, love it. Love it. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Who else wants to talk? Eric was very, 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 very vocal in the chat, having a good time there. I saw that. You're pitching your book while I'm sitting here with a conference going on.
Right? Don't you? Are you ready to watch the movie? I mean, I was trying to make people cry while you were. First off, I have to comment that you are rocking the pants, and if they came in my size, I'd totally be buying them. Those were the pants you were talking about yesterday, no?
Yes, yep, they are.
Yeah, you got it going, girl. Second, I was going to say how many new BFFs I have from this conference.
Right.
I can't even tell you. And then I want Dane to do an inspirational calendar, like those desktop calendars we used to have, the blocks, and you tear them off each day.
Only if every single month has a picture of Dane in a different blazer.
Right?
Right?
And then
Are we on to something here?
Okay. And then Jamie Lieberman. I could not take enough notes because I come from the world of real estate as well. And it's all about contracts, and ours now is 13 pages in North Carolina. And I was writing down every single clause that she was talking about because it was so good. And
Great.
then I want to be who was with her. I want to be her when I
Blanche.
grow up. Oh my God, Blanche.
We all want Blanche as a spirit animal.
Oh my God. Yes, please.
Right.
Thanks, Lou. This has been great.
Thank you, Eric. I'm glad you were with us today. Thanks for coming. All right, what do we got? We now really do have 20 minutes left. Okay. Ariane wants to, let's see what Ariane has to say. I was singing your praises when you were off camera, lady. You did an outstanding job today. Thank you.
Thank you for even allowing me to be a part of it. I feel like I've talked a lot, but I can't say enough how much value. I feel like I owe you money. I swear. I feel like I owe you money for everything that you've given us by pulling this together. The generosity of the people on the panel is amazing. The people in the chat. I am making 2 shirts for 2021. I had a lot of one-liners that I was making notes, but one shirt is going to say, "You are not obligated to work with me, Beth Diana." That's number 1. Number 2 is going to be, "My portfolio does not need your negative energy. Blanche G." Like, I'm getting those 2 shirts made. I'm going to take pictures on Instagram.
Tag all of us in
and
Instagram
tag the
when we
quotes.
put them on.
Those moments, I mean, there were a lot of moments, but those were the 2 that I was like, you know what? Sometimes you just got to encourage yourself. You just got to talk to yourself and be like, you know what would Blanche do?
What would Blanche do? I love it.
Amazing.
What you got to do is make the shirts, take a picture, put it in the LuAnn Nigara Friends Facebook group. That way we will all see it.
Got
okay?
it.
All
Done.
right. Oh, I can't wait to see that. That's it. All right. All right. Who wants to talk? So, Katie, let's give our panelists a little love here. Let's see what Katie has to say, her observations.
Hi.
Hello.
LuAnn, I just wanted to say thank you, of course, for bringing us all together. And then another takeaway is, as I implemented all of these changes in my business, the value that you have offered us is that now when I go to one of these, when I need somebody, when I need a copywriter, I hired Deb. And the process with working with Deb Mitchell was like, I would do my work, I would put in my work, and she would turn it around, and it was bang on. Like, it wasn't a trying relationship. And that's the value here, is like, you need a productivity coach, you need to learn about new builds, you need processes. All of these people are so good at what they do. We have all of the tools and the resources. And, when we can commit to them financially and plan it out, what's our most important thing, it's right here for us. And that is just such a gift. So thank you so much for that.
I'm so glad, because that is the thing. I can't say that I had the vision when I started the podcast that I would want to or visualize being this conduit to connecting the experts with you guys, right? At that, there's so many parts of the podcast. I talk about the 26 things on my vision list of what I imagine that this could become. And that was not actually a fully formed vision. But what happened was, when I kept getting blown away, you know, in the way back in the beginning, what was it, episode 9, Nancy G? Not episode 9 or 6. You know, you hang up the Skype call with somebody like Nancy G, and you're just like, whoa, I got whiplash here. Like, that was so much value, right? And so then what happened was, it was like, well, how do I connect these people with this? It can't just be that you listen. And, you know, Kay Whitaker also, I remember in that first year, and, you know, just every one of you, Fred Burns, all of them, Claire, and it just became, we got to get you guys together. We got to get you guys together. I know when I talk to somebody that they're smart, I can feel it. I can hear it when I ask the questions and the answers come and they know their stuff. And so if they're the ones that I pull, I'm like, hey, you want to do this with me? You want to do this with me? Let's go meet some people. Let's go get in front of Power Talk Friday tour. Let's put this big event together. Let's do a book together. Let's do that, because I wanted to make them accessible for you guys. Once I found the riches, it was like, we need to share this with everybody. So I'm so glad, Katie, that you take it that way and that you understand it that way. And I'm so glad that you also mentioned, as you can afford, right? These people are all in business. They're all superstars. And as you can afford and avail yourself of the different services, that's exactly what you should do. But in the meantime, this is why the podcast is here and the book is here for you guys, because they're the entry-level ways to get this wisdom and this energy and this information to make a difference in your business before you get to the point where you're ready to make big investments in your business, which I encourage you to always do, all of you. This is how you grow. You saw almost every single one of our high achieving panelists in the last 2 days at some point said, my coach this, my advisor that, my this, that. This is how you build your business, right? You're always seeking the person who knows how to do it before you, figured it out. Why do you have to reinvent the wheel? That's like a waste of time, right? So yay, Katie, I'm so glad you were with us.
And the investment comes back, you know, tenfold often.
Or in Rincey's case, 36-fold, right? My goodness, in 6 months. So that's awesome. That's awesome. All righty, Nisha, you've had your hand up for a while. You want to tell me something? You have been sharing lots of stuff, so I'm happy about that.
So cheers to the wine. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Have a sip for me.
So I will. So my aha moment was, it's all about like, you know, mind, body, and heart. Everything has to be balanced and connected. So I always wanted to be a businesswoman where I'm not losing myself in there. So everything what I take away from here is right here. So it says that be intentional what you are creating that lines up with your personal life and the business. So create your boundaries, but then respect your boundaries. That's what I take away with it. So thank you so much.
Love it. Love it. Good for you. Good for you. Love it, Nisha. Thank you so much. And you're such a doll on Instagram. I appreciate you every day. Thank you. All right. Who else? Oh, Vida. Vida wants to share. All right. Vida has holed herself up in her hotel room all day so that she could really take it all in.
I have. I've been staying here in these 4 walls since 9 a.m., I think. And, you know, it was a great decision, I have to tell you. And I've noticed a few other people also have rented hotel rooms or have gone to B&B, but essentially extrapolated ourselves out of our everyday environment, away from family, husbands, businesses, laundry, dinners, all that kind of stuff. And I have to tell you, it's paying off. Today, especially, I feel like these energetic downloads, and I've been feverishly scribbling notes, sometimes completely unrelated to what the people are saying, but somehow related to everything that we're saying collectively. So my takeaway right now is I have this is sort of another one of those, I think, energetic downloads. I have my theme, like I have a themed word for this conference, and I'm not usually, for myself, of course, I'm not usually the one who create the word of the year or the theme of the year kind of thing. So this is sort of different for me. And so the theme word for this conference for me is courage. It takes courage to blow up your Instagram account when you have thousands of followers. It takes courage to fire 9 people and then rehire 14. It takes courage to say no to a really big project, even though you may not have any other project in the pipeline, but you have faith that another big project will come along because you've created that space in the universe. It takes courage to have hard conversations. It takes courage to not stick your head in the sand because you're afraid to do something. It takes courage to do those hard things because all the other things will become easier because of that. And so relating that back to Amber's leadership bucket, all of us are CEOs in our business here, and some of us are solopreneurs, and some of us have small staffs, some of us have bigger staffs. And the one thing that we all have our unique superpowers, and that's what makes us all different from each other. But what makes us very similar is the fact that we're leaders in our business. And I think often of time being our biggest currency. Well, I think it is courage that is our leverage. It is courage. Not to say that it's fearlessness, because courage in my definition is to feel the fear, but to work through it anyway. And that's when you become courageous. It's to have the tenacity, to have to persevere through all those challenges. That's what gives you leverage to propel your business forward, to become better tomorrow than you were today. And you gave us the opportunity to do that, LuAnn. It's really amazing what you've done, and I can't thank you enough. we so many people have compared this to 2 years ago and how amazing it was to be there live. But this is still good. In my mind, we need to compare this to the absence of this. What if this never happened? Like, imagine, you guys, what if this didn't happen? What if LuAnn didn't have this amazing vision and courage and tenacity to make this happen? I'm sure there were so many fears in your head, I think, LuAnn. What if this won't work? What if people are tired of Zoom events? What if nobody shows up? What if this? What if that?
All the things.
Right. So I compare this to not to the 2 years ago, but to what if this never happened? And the fact that it did, and how seamless it all went, is an incredible achievement that took a lot of courage. So we are here to take those examples from you and from each other, to take that inspiration from each other, because courage can come from experience. The more you do the hard things, the better you become at them. But another way to get courage is to attend events just like these, where we can be inspired by all the incredibly smart people that you had on panels, and incredibly smart and generous designers that are contributing to the chat box throughout the entire event. And for that, I am just so eternally grateful to everybody here.
Vita, let me tell you what, I think you should have been the exit speech. I mean, if I knew you were going to do that, I would just had you to come downstairs and get in front of the green screen today. Come on, I can't. Whoa!
Sorry, I'm telling you, it's the energy. I mean, I don't usually do this. This is not what I do.
I
It's not
want to
really
see the faces here. That was amazing, Vita. Thank you so much. I love that. I love the way you wove it all together. I love that you identified so many takeaways, and that that you're the woman who shows up with courage in your business. I know that firsthand, and so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, We have about, look at that. There's my Matthew.
I'm unblocked. Yes.
This is my Matt. This is my son, Matt, everybody. Hello.
Hi, everybody.
How are you, love?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to tell you how much I miss you.
I know. Matt lives in LA. We haven't seen him in almost, oh my God, almost a year and a half. What going on? Yeah, a year and a half.
You just look gorgeous.
Thank you.
I just want to say I've been watching this for 2 days. I'm not involved in interior design. My parents are. I've been a very successful artist in 2 different fields. And I just want to say how much all of you have inspired me. I'm an actor. I was in fashion before. And I think as creatives,
We lost his video.
I think as creative people, we forget a lot of the time about that there's a business side to this. I have an agent, I have managers, I have people who kind of like help me with this. But during COVID, it's been very strange. And I've been watching all of you kind of spiritually ascend while watching my mom. And I just wanted to say how proud I am of you. And I just am so proud of you for everything you've done. And you've touched my soul once again. And it's just touched me again. It's reminded me of our beach house where I'd be doing all my acting work with my nieces and nephews, meaning exercising all day long, trying to stay in shape, trying to keep motivated, trying to get the next part, just like you guys are trying to get the next client. And I want you to know that my mom here, she has saved my life many times fighting illnesses. And it's just, she really preaches and practices what she's saying. And she's passed it on to us as her kids. And I just want you to know how much I love you. And I just love you so much. And I miss you all. And I can speak for everybody. Like, you're just the real deal. Yeah.
Love
and she still touch my heart every time. You're just an unbelievable person. So
thank you, buddy.
I love
you,
you,
Matt.
Okay. And God bless you. This is so beautiful. God bless all of you on your journeys. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. All right, you guys, you're like gonna do me under here between Vita and Matt. Okay, I'm breathing. I am breathing though. All right, I just want to know. Oh, I see tears. Oh, look at you guys. Look at you guys. You are amazing. All right, and I'm supposed to look this way, but I love seeing your faces. All right. I think what we'll do is I'm just going to really let's go to the green screen. Let's wrap this up. Let's end on those 2 great notes. I think it's amazing, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And I'm going to take just a few minutes on the green screen. Just don't go anywhere. I'm just going to switch gears and go there. And the green screen is my New York City backdrop. That's what the green screen is. My husband goes, "Why did you keep calling it a green screen? It's not green." And so join me over there real quick, okay? This is our last night with you guys, and tomorrow we have our VIP day. And for those of you that are in the VIP day, I'm really looking forward to it. You take all of this and crunch it down and just bring it to 1 or 2 people in a room with one of the experts 6 times. It is the perfect ending to this type of thing. But for those of you that your last night is with me tonight, I want to thank you so much for being with us, for sharing your time with me. I know that everybody says, "LuAnn, do you honestly need to do it from 10 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night?" And the thing is, what could I cut out? I mean, what would we have not wanted to have, right? And so I keep thinking, as I already thinking about the next one, I literally already said to Diana, "When is the next one? Like, what is the date? Like, let's start thinking about that," right? But I am saying, like I sometimes say when I'm 3 weeks earlier from this, I'm like, did it need to be 2.5 days? Is this insanity from 10 o'clock in the morning? But when I'm here with you, then I know it needs to be like this, because there is just so much that crosses my sphere through the podcast that I do want to bring back and share with you. And so I can't pick who to exclude. So you have to get used to hanging for the long days with me, is what I have to say about that. But what I want to do is, I mentioned on the first day that we have this tradition with our family. And for many years, the 4 children who were at all different stages from probably 25 to 5, we would go to the beach for a week. And it continued really until COVID. Okay. And then as they would have partners and husbands and wives and all the things, and we would be together for a week at the beach. And we would have this thing where I told you about this, we would write, somebody said something, it was funny, it was just anything. I would keep a list of the sentences, the words that we would say. And then the last night, and of course when they were older and they could all drink wine finally, the last night, we would all gather, we would have our glass of wine, whatever it was, and after dinner, and I would sit and read the list. So I want to read you the list from the last couple of days. Now here's the thing about the list. I don't know what the list says. I've been writing things, but I always take the list and give it to somebody else. So this has been in all kinds of different notes. And so I gave it to Diana and I said to her, write down all the things I put a star next to. All right. It's not a lot, but sometimes it's funny. Sometimes it's just eye-opening. It's just kind of fun. So it says, and by the way, what's the first one? And that's what got me to do it now that I read it. You are not obligated to work with me. Right? I mean, this is the thing, right? How about we tend to make excuses for performance, right? So think about these things as they hit you. Curated authenticity from Darla, right? So don't get yourself stuck on, I have to be truly authentic, then I have to show this, or that's not authentic if I dress in leather pants and a blingy shirt, right? Like, I don't cruise like this, but like Darla said, when I come out and do something, it is how I dress. So it is me, right? All right. Engagement is the most important thing. Think about that. What did we just do for 2 days? We engaged. It was the most important thing. We interacted. We went back and forth. We went back and forth on the Zoom screens. We went back and forth in the chats. Engagement is the most important thing. Whether it's you to your spouse, you to your children, you to your clients, you to each other. Engagement is the most important thing. Okay? Does it look bad to follow more than you are following? So sometimes it's just funny. You're just like, what is that, right? And so, all right, here it was. This was tornado of mental load. That was the line I kept trying to search for that we saw earlier, right? My why was freedom. My why was freedom. Come from a non-emotional place. This isn't personal. Right? So we learned that lesson. We learned that with Jamie. We learned that with Blanche. We learned it over and over again. And I would tell you that I process everything first, assuming that it's coming, like I don't process emotionally. I always say, if you want to hurt my feelings, you got to go out of your way. You got to really come down on me hard, because I'm first going to just say, hey, that stunk. That was whatever. Is there a problem there? Did I do something? I'm going to analyze first, right? So develop a little of that. Develop a little of just, where did it come from? Why did that happen? And don't automatically internalize it, that you are the cause of it, that you are deficient in some way, that you're not showing up in some way, okay? We don't forget to do the complete analysis to make sure that we did have a problem, if we did, right? But we don't come to it emotionally, right? I don't want your bad juju in my portfolio. I can't wait until Ariane makes those t-shirts and puts them on the Facebook group. Here it is, whether it's therapy, yoga, or church, right? It's so funny that the lines that resonated with me resonated with a lot of you in the aha moments. I love it. That's because we're on the same wavelength. Had you noticed that before? All right. Thought creates a feeling that creates a result. Yay, Desi, right? Constrain your focus. Constrain your focus. Have your focus serve you, right? Pay attention to where you spend your time. Like your reason for choosing to do it. I love that one, right? That's I know what I will do and I know what I won't do, right? And that's why so often I'll get a question on Instagram or Facebook or even in a coaching session and they'll be like, should I do this? It's never a hard yes or a hard no. I got to understand all the things. We all have to figure out why we're doing something, because the answer today could be no, the answer tomorrow could be yes. But I'm going to tell you, you know inside the answer already. Know your reason for doing it. Ask yourself, am I doing it to get out of something? Am I doing it to make something, just go away? Am I doing it for a reason that makes sense? Because you know the answer. You know the answer. I know you do. All right? Did you create the fire? That's a good question. Did you create the fire you're in? And you know what I love? The next one is, where do I have to go backwards so that if I did create that fire, how could I avoid it? That's what I spend a lot of time in my businesses doing, and I encourage you to do the same thing. If I did create the fire, where do I have to wind it back to make a change in my process so that I don't create that fire again? All right? All right. This was in the chat. Nancy, I saw Nancy Gansikoff wrote this in the chat. Breaking the bottleneck is huge. Okay. It's confession time again. This is the third confession of the 2 days. I am the bottleneck. I am so often the bottleneck in my business. It's driving me crazy, so crazy that I'm really ready to crack that bottle against the sidewalk and throw it away. It's a new world order at LuAnn Nigara Inc. next week. That's all I can tell you. All right. What's the next best big step? What's the next best big step? All right? Think about it. You got a lot of steps from the conference, but what's the next best big step? All right? Who else can do it? Who else can do it? Perlow Productions can do it. Diana can do it. Lisa can do it. Nicole can do it. I got lots of people that can do it. You need to figure out who your team is and ask who else can do it. And then give them the power, the authority, the joy to go do it for you. Right? Everybody wants to do their superpower. Ask them to do it and then appreciate them when they do it. All right? And then we want to build each other up. That's an awesome one by coincidence to end on. We want to build each other up. I felt that with you guys. I felt it so sincerely and so truly over the last 2 days that we all are here to be better, to give, to help each other, and to build each other up. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to leave you right there with that thought. We want to build each other up. I want to build you up. I feel it from you that you want to build me up, and I see it in each other. So I task you with doing that. Go forward, help each other, rely on each other, reach out to each other for help, and just be the best that you can be. All right? I'll see my VIPs in the morning, and the rest of you, I'll see you on Instagram, Facebook, and all the places. Thanks so much.